I'm 36 now, but the following happened to me when I was 19. A quick bit of backstory. I worked as a volunteer firefighter in a small West Australian town in the southwest. In addition to the normal volunteer firefighter ins and outs of attending incidents, I was also involved in the sports side of the fire brigade. This comprised of the individual and team events, and the fire brigade you belonged to was your team. And across Western Australia, there were about 30 such teams/brigades, and between October to April, we would travel and compete. We had travelled to Geraldton to compete in the state championships in 1999, and I, through hard work, had won the Champion Fireman Award and was at the hosting fire brigades after event celebration, and was enjoying myself with my team drinking beer and socializing, which started around 5 p.m. While I admit I was pretty drunk, I was still traveling well, as there were a lot of people, and a lot of my time was spent talking to officials, older members, and with friends catching up, so I had not really got my drink on yet. I needed to go to the toilet, so I just went around the corner and began to urinate in the garden like I had a few times before, and being the same for every other guy at the party. And that was when I got a phone call from an unknown number. Being away from the noise, I answered it, and I remember the guy asking for someone. I didn't know them and ended the call after perhaps 10 to 15 seconds of, "Sorry, wrong number." I finished and then went straight back to the party. When I was returned, I was in absolute shock. Everyone had disappeared. It was dead quiet. Every table and chair was neatly stacked, all the rubbish cleared and the lights off and the doors locked. It was just dead quiet, and not a sound could be heard across the town. I was very confused. I took my phone out, and it was just after 4 a.m. What the hell happened? I checked through it, and my phone showed literally dozens of missed calls and 30 to 40 messages of people searching for me and looking for me. I called my mate and made it back to my hotel, and over the next few days confirmed with many people that I had been standing in a circle and excused myself to take a leak. And after I received the phone call, that was that. No one saw any of me that night. Where I urinated was where everyone was doing it, so it's impossible that I could have been there unnoticed and a group of friends searched for me around while I was gone. I still don't know what happened, and I'm confused as hell. When older, I had become increasingly interested in all things supernatural and anything related to it. My first experience is more memorable. Like many young kids, I would talk to someone while playing alone. My parents had passed it off as an imaginary friend and entertained the idea when I could talk about it. Whenever they would mention that my friend was imaginary, I would become upset and protest, saying the guy was real. For about 2 months, I would have a sort of routine that I would go through daily. Just a disclaimer, the explanation I'm about to write is both from memory and what my parents remember me telling them. My mum also decided to record me one day while playing with my friend, and also asked me to explain him in the video. All of what I'm about to explain was obviously not seen by my parents, because I believe it was something supernatural, and that only I could see him. So, I would sit on the couch staring out the front window of the house until an old orange pickup truck would pull into our driveway. A fat man with a dog would get out of the truck and come inside. The man's name was John, and the dog's name was Lucky Duck. We would go into our living room and play for a while, and then when he had to leave, I would walk to the door and say goodbye to him and his dog. My mum was curious, and so she asked me to describe my imaginary friend. I told her the man's name and that he was fat and could be kind of mean sometimes, but that he was usually nice when we played. I also told her about dog and that it was very mean and I was never allowed to pet it, but I was glad to see it anyway, This all happened at about the same time every day, as if it were on a schedule. After a few months, my mum noticed that I had not been playing with my imaginary friend anymore, and wondered why. That's when I told her that he had told me that he couldn't come over anymore, that was the end for me, and I'd never mentioned him again. Soon after that, my mum had been talking to my grandma on my dad's side, and she told her about my imaginary friend. My mum said my grandma had become pale and looked extremely surprised. My grandma then pointed out to my mum that the description matched my grandma's father exactly. The truck, its color, the appearance, the attitude, and the most surprising part was that his name matched, and the dog's name and description matched his favorite dog he had. My grandma doesn't believe in supernatural things, but she even thinks that there was something that came to visit me. And no matter if it was a ghost or an angel, it was her father. I'd never met this man in my life, as he had died many years before I was born. The dog he had, when he came to me, had died even further in the past. This first experience had made my father a bit nervous of me once he had heard about it. My second experience happened around the same time as the first, but I do not remember this one as well. Most of the story comes from what my parents have told me. My dad was home alone with me while my mother was at work. I had been sitting at the sliding glass door that led to our backyard for a long time, so my dad checked in on me, wondering what I was doing. I nonchalantly told him that there had been a woman standing in our yard for a long time. This of course made him nervous that someone had been trespassing and was watching me, so he came over to check. He obviously did not see anyone standing out there, but went outside to verify in case. When he returned, I yelled at him because I was getting mad that he could not see her just standing there not moving. I told him that I even watched him walk right in front of her when he went out. Becoming scared for and of what I was saying, he took me away from the window and wouldn't let me leave him until my mum got home from work. She asked me to explain what I had seen, and I tried to tell her the way the lady looked. I told her that it looked like a lady in one of your pictures, and also an angel statue we had in our house. She of course wanted to know which picture I was talking about, so I got her wedding photo album out from our bookshelf and pointed to a picture of her grandmother who lives in Germany. Again, like the last experience, I had never seen my mother's grandmother because she had died a long time before I was born. I'd never seen this lady again, but my family has always seriously believed I had seen an angel. I haven't told anyone outside the family and friends about these experiences, so I would love to hear what other people think. I can't for sure explain either of them, but I do believe they were supernatural. I'm also not sure whether or not they were both the same type of thing, or if they were different. Since then I haven't had any other experiences, but it has left me with a belief in the supernatural. I remembered this because as an avid World of Warcraft player, the current game isn't fun for me anymore, and I was thinking back on my past as a gamer. I've never told anyone about this because I haven't thought of it in many years, and my family is very anti-gaming, so I just kept it to myself. This happened back when I was in junior high. At the time, the first Call of Duty game was all I played on PC, and spent hundreds of hours online. I don't remember if anyone remembers a gaming chat platform called Xfire. It was like Steam, just without selling games. You could add people and see what games they were playing and join them. It wasn't uncommon for people to add each other after a good match. This was many years ago, and I don't remember many details, but I'll do my best. So, I added this person whose Xfire's name I don't remember. While playing Call of Duty together, we spoke many times, and he, or at least I assume it was a he, would ask me questions, like where I lived and what was my name. At the time I was a lonely kid, coming to terms with the fact that I was gay, and just assumed this guy was my age, and I was happy to make a friend. His chats quickly turned creepy. I remember he would get angry at me when I wasn't in the same multiplayer match as him, or when I wasn't responding fast enough. He would call me by my first name, which I had told him earlier on our chats. I don't remember how we started doing this, but he began to roleplay in chat with me. He would type that he was rubbing my leg or kissing my forehead. As a lonely gay kid, I thought I had met someone my age who was interested in me. Let me just say that I was a very stupid kid who was never taught the dangers of online chats. I'm embarrassed even today that I went along with this for as long as I did, which was maybe a few months at most. The climax of all of this was when he told me he wanted to tell me a secret. I said sure, and he told me about a young boy he knew. I don't remember exactly what he said about him, but I remember he said that he lived in Vegas, and he hated this kid for being a brat. I remember him saying this kid never paid attention, and how this kid was smoking weed and was a complete loser. I remember this next part most. He then sent me a photo of what I assume was the Vegas skyline on a sunny day, with this kid photoshopped 3 times across the skyline. I remember the kid was Caucasian, with a light blue shirt, brown hair, and a black backpack. He looked around the same age as me. I remember being creeped out by this, and when I logged off, I deleted him from my friends list. The next day, I had a request from him, and being a stupid kid, I re-added him, because I was so desperate for any connection. I immediately regretted it when he messaged me that we were over, and he used my name again. Finally, my kid self had enough, and I deleted him for good and blocked him. The picture he sent stayed on my computer until I got a newer one. I do remember clicking on it a few times after this and just feeling creeped out. My family was very anti-gaming, so I knew if I told my mum that she would never let me go online again. So I kept it to myself all these years and didn't think of it until recently. I just wanted to get this off my chest and share it with someone. Looking back, I can't believe how naive I was and desperate, that I ignored so many red flags just because I wanted a connection. That damn sure wasn't a kid that I was talking to, and I feel sick thinking of who the hell that really was. This happened a few months ago, but it still freaks me out. One night, me, my parents, and my siblings were in the bathroom brushing our teeth, getting ready to go to bed, when our dog all of a sudden just laid by the stairs. Suddenly though, I guess she heard something move or something, because she got up all of a sudden and walked over to my little sister's room, and she just froze. Mind you, there was nothing in that room besides the furniture that she was already familiar with. The door was wide open, and it was pitch black in the room, but my dog freaked out and began barking like crazy, showing her teeth and everything. Her fur stood upright, and she was slowly backing away from the room, not once losing sight of whatever she was watching. My family and I just kind of turned on each other thinking, what? But my dad is a real skeptic when it comes to these things, so he calls back the dog, went into the room and turned the light on. Nothing, of course. Needless to say, my sister was pretty hesitant to sleep there, but my dad told her to quit the crap, so she did. Our dog, who normally always sleeps at her bedside, stayed safely at the door. So then we kinda forgot about the incident. It didn't happen again, and my dog seemed to have gotten over it as well. A few days passed, and my younger siblings were asleep while me and my parents were watching some TV downstairs. All of a sudden, my sister comes racing downstairs crying and is absolutely terrified because someone was knocking on her bed. Now, me and my mum were a little freaked out, especially when she remembered the incident with our dog. But we didn't want to make it worse, so we told her it was probably nothing, and she eventually went back to bed, only after my mum tucked her in. A couple of days passed again. This time we were already in bed. My sister was asleep, and I think my parents were too. But I could hear my brother moving around in his room and shutting down his computer, so I knew he was awake. I lay on my stomach, faced away from the door, just scrolling on my phone, when all of a sudden I feel someone push at the end of my bed, causing it to kind of shake. It was so real the way my bed moved, that at first I was 100% sure it was my brother trying to freak me out. So I just said, "Cut it out, Stephen," and I kept scrolling. I didn't even look behind me, and it happened again. I repeated myself, this time more frustrated. Then it happened a third time. This time I spun around, fully prepared to yell at Stephen, but there was nobody. I literally just froze. I grabbed my covers tighter, and my heart was racing in my chest. I was contemplating what to do. Do I call my brother? Do I just jump to the door and run? I was picturing this whole movie scenario where I was going to be dragged down the stairs, so I was very frightened to move. But then it got even freakier. As I'm laying there contemplating what to do, someone knocks on the bottom of my mattress. It happened 3 times, and it was strong enough to actually move it. I think I finally snapped at that moment. When I tell you I sprinted, I mean put me in the Olympics sprinted. I ran out of my room, yelled for my brother, and woke up everyone, and just freaked the hell out. My dad inspected the room for me like I was 6 again, and I eventually slept in my brother's room on the spare mattress. I still don't know what the hell could have done that, but I'm not hoping to find out. Back when I was a kid, early to mid-90s, our town was a bit smaller than it is now, meaning we sort of knew nearly every store or business inside it. We weren't a small town in the middle of nowhere though. It was a suburb of Baltimore and DC. I was around 9 when I remembered clear as day that my parents ordered me this colourful wooden bed from a local store that sat in the same shopping centre as our main 7-Eleven. I would ask when the bed would come, and sometimes my parents would say very soon, but other times they had no clue as to what I meant. As years went on, I would ask about it whenever we would drive by the shopping centre, and like years prior, the answers were always mixed. Sometimes they would say, "What bed?" and other times, "Yeah, we cancelled it when we got the day bed." During my junior year of high school, I was taking driving lessons in the same center with my cousin. When I told him about this, he would joke about it just being some fluke. One day while waiting to get picked up, we decided to go in there. And I swear the same man I remember that sold us the bed was in there, not even aged. He greeted us, and I asked if they ever sold kids' beds. He said no, that they usually sell couches and the sort, and I told him about the bed, and he said he'd never seen such a thing. Fast forward a few years later, a high school friend goes shopping for a bed for her son. Where does she go, and what does she buy? That bed, the one I remembered buying but never getting. What's worse is she got it from the same store. I flipped because it felt like my whole life was a lie. I decided to go back to that store, this time with her since I knew for a fact she bought the same bed and that the damn man is there. This time he did look older, but not by much. Anyhow, I asked him why he told me a long time ago that they never sold kids' beds, when this girl just bought one. I thought my parents brought it for me as a kid 15 years ago. He proceeded to tell me that they have always sold kids' beds, and that the model she bought is one of their oldest selling. My cousin even remembers the guy saying that they never sold kids' beds, so I'm not alone on that. I still don't know what happened. I gave up after that. It was bizarre and freaked me out. I will swear to God that I remembered that bed, and I remember my parents getting it. That store is still there, with its same old sign, and I imagine the same old man. Back in the early 2000s, certain states were in mountain lion frenzy. People were claiming to see them every day. Photos were taken, but they were always obviously just large house cats. These were states that had never been home to mountain lions, or states where mountain lions once lived, but were overhunted or driven away. Supposedly, a mountain lion was spotted at the playground of a school not far from where I lived. My mum didn't really believe in it, but she told me nonetheless to be cautious. One day, me and 3 girls from my neighborhood were climbing up a hill that sat beside our neighborhood. The hill was steep, covered in overgrown weeds and woody plants, and led to a small patch of woods and train tracks that went into a closed-off concrete factory. I used to go up there a lot. The place has a lot of rumors surrounding it, and it's a pretty creepy location, but I never felt threatened. This day was different. I could feel eyes on me the entire climb up. When we reached the top, the air was eerily still. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. For some reason I kept looking at the treetops rather than the ground in front of us. The youngest girl in the group says, "What's that?" I look across the woods to see a cat. But as it started walking closer, did I realize how big it was. The other girl screamed and ran away, which was a stupid move. But my dad made me watch nature documentaries, so even at 10, I knew not to make any sudden movements. This gargantuan mountain lion gets closer and closer to me, and I stay completely still and try not to show fear. After what felt like an eternity, I was face to face, up close and personal with it. I probably shouldn't have, but I locked eyes. I would have fallen in love with its big blue eyes if I hadn't been defecating in my briefs. The mountain lion starts sniffing me. It sniffs my hand, and at one point it pushes its nose up against my palm. This makes me think that it may have been someone's pet. The fur was surprisingly soft, and its nose warm. And if I had known for sure that it had been fully domesticated, I probably would have patted its head. But I didn't. I stood completely still. I guess the mountain lion either didn't think I was very tasty, or just didn't want to get its claws dirty, because it just turned and walked away. When it was gone, I ran home and told my mum what I had seen. I didn't tell her that I had been face to face with it, because I knew she'd lose her mind and call animal control, and I really didn't want them to get to it. That was 2002 to 2003. I don't think there has been another mountain lion scare since. Looking back, it was horrifying, but also a beautiful, once-in-a-lifetime experience. When I was a kid, this happened. I was very awake, and nothing like it has ever happened since. People's general reactions tend to be that I must have had a night terror, but that simply is not the case. My brother had many experiences that confirmed to me that what I saw was real. I had just woken up from a dream. which I also remember very well. I was flying a plane through caves with Elmo. That's relevant, because I woke up, and at the time my brother and I were sharing a room. On one wall I had my twin bed, which was the top bunk of a bunk bed we had separated. Diagonally across from me, my brother's bed was the top bunk, and it stood several feet off the ground, perhaps 5. He used one of those plastic Fisher-Price play sets to get up to it. Anyway, when I woke up, I was immediately aware of a nun dressed in a dark red version of what you would expect a nun to wear. I think it's called a habit. She was on her knees right next to my bed, just looking at me. I, of course, was very scared, but I could speak and move, and I even asked her where my mom was. I became really afraid when she was just looking at me. It wasn't a malevolent look. It was just eerie that she didn't react to my question. But what I next saw filled me with the type of horror that gives me chills just even thinking about it. On the slide set that led up to my brother's bed was an entirely black entity. It almost resembled a dementor, but it wasn't floating nor moving, just standing looking down at my brother as he slept. As soon as I became aware of this thing, I was entirely consumed with dread. I remember being so terrified that I ducked under the covers until I actually made it to the morning. Some interesting things happened after this. First of all, whether this was a trick of the mind or not, I can't even say. But the next day at school was library day. The first thing I did was to get a non-fiction book on ghosts, and the first page I opened was to an artist's rendition of a nun, who I swear was identical to the one I had just seen. I mean, come on. But the scary part is that my brother had multiple experiences, which he complained about several years down the road. I doubt he even remembered my story, but at the time, he really started to get bad. Nightmares, night terrors, and seeing things in his room. He was in middle school, and it really started to take a toll on him in a lot of ways. I was in my junior year of high school when he finally told me what he had been seeing, as our relationship had been a little bit disconnected growing up, but we are extremely close now for those of you who are concerned. He told me that he had been haunted, or at the very least had several experiences with an all-black entity that he described as entirely malevolent and horrifyingly evil. The chills I got then, I have them just now while recounting this. The kind of energy this thing had was so real, and it made me believe in manifestations beyond the realm of our normal consciousness. There's a lot of backstory with my brother actually. He's always been attuned to things beyond normal perception, but this is the only thing that I have experienced too. He has also seen the nun I saw, and he says that she's always passive in the few encounters he has had with her. When I was a grad student, I was doing work with one of the university's wind tunnels, and since I was behind schedule, I was doing a lot of experimental runs late at night. One night, it's after 2 a.m., and I've just finished a run with the wind tunnel, and I'm setting up another. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person in the building. It's dead quiet, which is a relief, because when the wind tunnel is running, it's so noisy that you have to wear ear protection. Suddenly, I get hit by a sudden feeling of the willies. I can't explain it. 1 second, I'm entering running parameters into the computer, and the next second, my skin is crawling and my heart is pounding. The hairs on my arm are actually standing on end, and I feel certain, with no visual proof, that I am no longer alone. It occurs to me that while the wind tunnel is operating, anybody could slip into the lab without being noticed. The door is locked, but there are plenty of keys. I wander around the lab, It's big and full of large machinery with dark corners behind it, and I'm jumping at every dark shadow I see out of the corner of my eye. It's still dead quiet. The only noise is the gentle whir coming from the fan on the computer, and the sound of my footsteps on the concrete floor. I don't find anybody, but the feeling of being watched is worse than ever. I start shutting everything down, and by the time I'm done, my hands are shaking. Thank goodness the lab doors are self-locking, because I don't think I would have been able to work a key. I literally run out of the building. Schedule be damned. I never worked on the wind tunnels late at night again. This happened 3 times with 3 different people. I grew up in a 2-story house in the Philippines. Upstairs there was a huge playroom and 4 bedrooms. When I was around 11 years old, me and my babysitter were hanging out in the playroom. She went to the bathroom, and I got bored. So I went downstairs to check out the fridge. I heard her come out the bathroom, and she started screaming my name. After the 3rd time, she stopped. I thought she figured out that I was downstairs, and after a few minutes, I saw her coming down the stairs. As she looked at me, she froze and just stared at me. I asked her what was wrong, and she said she saw me in the playroom before she went downstairs. She was really freaked out about it. And I don't know, I used to not believe in these things, so I just laughed at her. The 2nd time it happened, I was probably 16. I was hanging out in my brother's room because it's the room with the fastest internet. And then I heard my 6-year-old brother, as I have 2 brothers, calling me and looking around for me. I didn't answer back and just waited for him to find me. I saw him go into my room and then he got quiet. I thought he was looking for something and just found it. As he was walking out my room, he saw me in my brother's room and he just froze and stared like my babysitter. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "Why are there 2 of you?" And that's when I freaked out and ran to my mum's room. She laughed at us, but I remember sleeping in her room that night. The last time it happened was when I was 20. My parents were on vacation with my youngest brother, so me and my other sibling had to stay at my grandparents' house at night. The first night they were away, me and my sister decided to go home and get more clothes. We were both in my room because she likes to borrow some of my clothes, and I told her that I'm going to take a shower. That's when she left and went to her room to pack more clothes. I went to the bathroom and started brushing my teeth. As I was about to get into the shower, my sister walked into the bathroom, and she looked at me so weirdly, and her face turned pale. So I asked her what was wrong. She said she went back into my room and she was talking to me, but then she had to pee, so she went to the bathroom and found me here. We both looked at each other, grabbed our stuff, and left. I still don't know why or what it is, but it still creeps me out when I think about it. I have experienced ghosts pretty much my entire life. Let's start from the beginning. From the first day we moved in, my husband went to work, and I stayed home to unpack. We have a guest room right next to our room. Within an hour, my cat started growling at the room, and my dog was growling and barking. I grabbed a pair of scissors and threw the door open, expecting to see someone in there, but it was empty. My mum always said, when things like that happen, I need to say, in the name of Jesus Christ, you are not welcome here, and you need to leave. That was the first time I ever said that. Ghosts haven't been a big problem for me growing up, so I could ignore most of it, but we just moved in. so I didn't want that to happen at all. I'm guessing that made things worse. I have an intense fear of windows at night. I don't know why, but I always have. So I had to buy curtains for our front door, back door, and kitchen window and rooms. The first incident happened at night. I was checking Facebook and looked up for a moment. It looked like someone was standing outside my house. I went back to Twitter, deciding it was probably a tree. When I was ready to go to bed, I sat up and saw a black shadow at the foot of my bed that slowly disappeared. After that, it was normal creaks and footsteps and things vanishing. I need to mention that for a few months, our cat had refused to sleep in our room at night. She will always sleep in the guest room, as it is her own bedroom. A week ago, my friend came over and brought her dog. She had her dog on her lap, and almost instantly her dog looked at the corner of my living room and started growling. Since then, I have been super uncomfortable. That same night, I put my smartphone on the end of the table. My side of the bed is right next to the bedroom door, and I caught a glimpse of what looked like the bottom of a white dress passing by. I jumped and slept under the covers that night. I call my grandma weekly since my mum died in December. While I was on the phone with her talking about my mum, I saw what looked like a shadow figure pass by our guest bedroom, which used to be hers. The animals stayed well away that day. The weirdest one that happened to me a while ago. I'm a night owl, so I'm always up until morning. I was watching TV, just normal reruns, and I was laying down on the couch which sat below our window until we rearranged it. I sat up and instantly felt dread and panic and fear. I thought I was in danger. I jumped off the couch and turned around. I had sat up and was right in front of an open space in the curtains where anyone could look inside the house. As I said, I have an irrational fear of windows at night. No one could explain why that scared me so much, because I had no idea until I turned around. That brings us to today's incident. In between has been small stuff, as I said before. What happened was when I fed my cat dinner, she jumped off the desk where she eats. She looked at the bedroom and jumped as if something was terrifying her. She kept watching the bedroom and carefully walked under our entertainment center, over to the bedroom, and I tried to blame our fan, but she's never been afraid of it before. I followed her with my camera, switching between my bedroom door and hers, and she still carefully walked into the room and is still under my bed. My dog is acting like things are normal, but she's been with me for 8 years, so perhaps she's just used to it. It all started when my wife and I first visited her mother's new home. Her mother had remarried and lived in a decent-sized house out in Palm Desert. We would visit them when I had time off from work. I had taken a shower in the guest bathroom, and when I got out amongst the fogged-over mirror, there were 2 children's handprints. At first I thought it was a print from her 3-year-old sister Emily, and when I was done, we brought her in to see if she had done it. The prints were at least twice as big as hers, looking like they'd belonged to a kid of around 8. My father-in-law, after this incident, tells us that a little boy haunts the house as a joke. He says when his own sons were young, he saw a kid run in the kitchen while watching TV. Thinking it was his son, he got up and walked towards where the boy ran. When he opened his son's room, they were both asleep. Any kid can pretend to be asleep, which he didn't think much of. The next few times we come, Emily has started to talk about her imaginary friend, and we ask who it is, and she says the word ghost, which is something we've never talked about around her. We ask her where is the ghost, and she goes where her room is and points to the middle of the floor and proceeds to lay down like she's dead. We laugh nervously now, thinking there's an actual ghost there that's harmless. But it gets worse. Around February, I had to go away for work 2 to 3 weeks. My wife stayed over at her mum's house during my absence with our 2-month-old son, David. She tells me that one night at 4 a.m. she's feeding David, and she starts to drift off to sleep. All of a sudden, the door in the bathroom starts creaking open, and she sees the arms of a little kid following it. The door closes, and she hears footsteps run and slam into another door. This can't be her Emily, because she's asleep with her mum. Now it's June, and we come to pick up her sister for 2 weeks, and that night, as we're asleep, my wife had a very realistic dream. In her dream, we had gotten into a fight, and when I left, she was in a tub of water holding something down, like a child drowning. She says she prayed to the Archangel Michael for protection, but before it ended, she heard a very dark voice whisper in her ear, "You're doing great." 2 weeks later, we come back to drop off Emily, and she has a dream that night of a little kid whispering in her ear and laughing. Her mum then tells us a month before she was sleeping and had heard the same thing, except the child says, "Billy, he's coming." Then she hears heavy footsteps down the hall and feels her legs go numb, followed by a heavy hit in her chest that blacks her out. I'm not sure what's going on in that house. I'm honestly scared for them and my child when I'm going over there. If anyone knows how I can ward this off, it would be greatly appreciated. I have had quite a few crazy stories. I'm not sure what it is, but a lot of crazy stuff has happened to me in the past. But this experience is one that I don't really like to talk about. It's just very unsettling and uncomfortable. But I feel like sharing might do me some good. So let us begin. For starters, if you don't know what Club Penguin is, it's a virtual world where you played as a penguin. You could chat from people all over the world, customize your penguin, change its color, buy its clothes, decorate its house, play games, do missions, and the like. You also even had pets that you could take care of. It was actually a pretty cool game, but definitely not as safe for kids as its advertisements made it out to be. Don't get me wrong, it had chat filters, loads of warnings on the site about not sharing personal info, reporting and blocking options, and all that good safety jazz. And there was, of course, an age limit. Now, all of that being said, I never understand how people develop games like this and think that everything is going to be peachy. Kids aren't stupid. They know how to get around the safety stuff, and more importantly, adults know how to take advantage of it. This is a story about how I was taken advantage of by an adult posing as a child on Club Penguin. Obviously, I was very young when it all happened. I don't remember the exact digits, but I want to say 7 or 8. I had a basic little Club Penguin account with a random name, and I had lots of friends on there because I was a bit of a loner at school, only having about 1 or 2 friends that weren't even in most of my classes. Like most kids, I made up for the lack of socialization online and tried to make friends with anyone I found interesting. Well, one day, I met a black penguin. He had a pretty generic name like Cool Dude with a bunch of numbers after it. He was really interesting though, and he said he was my age and liked a lot of the same things I did. We'd often spend time shopping for our penguins together, or decorating our igloo houses while chatting up a storm about just about anything. TV shows, books, music, school. We talked for about 2 weeks, and eventually, I told him my first name. Stupid, I know. After I told him my name, he asked if I had a phone or if I had Facebook, and at the time I didn't, so he said that we should just keep talking on Club Penguin. Over time though, I eventually stopped going online as often, and he'd tell me that he'd miss talking to me whenever I'd come back on. There was a time where I didn't go on for almost 2 weeks. I should mention at the time that being so young I didn't write emails or even check my email, so my parents and my older brother kept track of it for me. One day my brother told me that a guy was emailing me, and he asked me who it was. I looked at the emails and recognized the username as the same one the boy had on his Club Penguin account. I told my brother he was a friend of mine that I had met on Club Penguin. He said I didn't need to be giving out my email like that, because I don't know who this person could really be. I tried to tell him that I had never given out my email to anyone, but he didn't believe me at the time, and just told me that it was okay but not to do it again, and he blocked the email. I logged on to Club Penguin the next day, and the boy never mentioned the emails, so neither did I. We just hung out and chatted away, like always. Another week went by, and my brother came into my room to check my computer like he always did. But this time was different. My brother told me to leave the room and for some reason to go and get my mum. Later I found out that the boy was not a boy at all, but a man in his mid-30s to 40s. My parents believed he had hacked my Club Penguin account to get my email, so that he could start sending me photos of himself. Photos that he should not be sending to a young child, if you know what I mean. My inbox was flooded with pictures of him fully exposed and messages saying that he loved me and that he wanted to meet me in person. I felt violated when I found out. To this day, it still bothers me when I think about it. In 1986, my wife and I decided we wanted to go camping on an island. So we loaded all of our camping gear into our boat that was way too small to be on the open water, and went wandering around the coastal islands of southwest Florida. Eventually, we found a nice-looking spot on a small island and set up a campsite. We walked around the island and determined that we were the only people on the whole place. After a nice evening alone on the beach, we settled into our tents and sleeping bags for the night. At about 1 a.m., we were awoken by a scream, but this was no ordinary scream. The sound was inhuman and unbelievably loud just outside the tent. I instantly had goosebumps on top of goosebumps. I really do not have words to describe the scream that awakened us. It was an absolute mind-numbing howl from the pits of hell itself. Perhaps if you were pounding Bigfoot's nuts with a sledgehammer on an anvil, he might make this sound. But it was not just a single scream. In a few seconds, the scream repeated, and something brushed up against the side of the tent, shaking it. My wife and I were terrified. Something was on the island with us, something inhuman, something big, making sounds that caused my heart to stop with each cry. A third time the cry repeated. This time we heard the distinct sound of our camping supplies being scattered and thrown around. I was terrified beyond logical thinking. I was frozen in indecision. I had to know what was out there, so that I could perhaps fight it. But I was too terrified to look out the door of the tent. My imagination was running wild with what unholy terror I would encounter upon unzipping the tent flap. My wife was terrified also, but kept pushing me to look. Finally, after the fourth scream, I could hide under the covers no longer. I slowly extracted myself from my sleeping bag. I moved to a crouched position so that I could spring into a fight quicker. With the camping knife clenched firmly in my right hand, I slowly pulled the zipper of the tent, all the time trying to stay as quiet as possible. Eventually, I nervously pull an opening high enough to place a single eye against the wall of the tent and peek out. I couldn't believe my eyes. The sound that scared us nearly out of our minds were raccoons. A whole group, a herd, a family, whatever you call a bunch of them. They were rummaging through and fighting over our dinner scraps and camping supplies. One of the larger ones had the remains of a crab, a claw firmly attached to its right front paw. And every time, this one would scuffle with the other one over some of the scraps, the raccoon with the claw attached to its paw would howl like a banshee. I did not know that a raccoon could make a sound like that. It's unearthly. We spent some time watching them scuffle over our scraps before shooing them away. We later learned that although not the official name of the island we were on, the locals chose to call the island Raccoon Island. Being only 4 years old, I showered with my mum's help. Since I was little, I've had a very wild imagination, as everyone put it. One day, my mother was starting a shower, but I refused to get anywhere near the bathroom. She told me that she found my actions against her very unusual, since I was very well behaved as a child, and never spoke out against my parents or gave them a hard time. However, no matter what she did, she could not get me to step foot in the bathroom whatsoever. Her bathroom was located in the back of her bedroom, and you had to pass her bed before you got into the bathroom. I sat at the furthest point on the bed from the bathroom, crying, trying to tell my mother that I didn't want to shower. Normally, this would be a regular temper tantrum, but since I wasn't the typical child, my mother was frightened. So she got to my level and tried talking to me, and asked me why I didn't want to go into the bathroom. She then thought about a recent experience my father had in the bathroom, which scared him so much, he said he would never step foot in there again. She then proceeded to ask me if I felt like something was in there, to which I nodded. I agreed to go into the bathroom and show her if she were holding me, and to not let me down. We proceeded to go into the bathroom and she asked, "Okay, what's bothering you in here? What do you see?" I led her to the shower and pointed at one of the small brown tiles that made up our shower wall. She freaked out. Apparently, about a week before this, my dad was showering and he screamed for my mother. He pointed at the same brown tile and told her that there was something evil in it. He then declared that he would never step foot into that bathroom again, and did stay true to his word all 8 years that we remained in the house. I never did get my shower that day, but cut to about 4 months later, my parents held a little house party with a few co-workers and friends. All bathrooms were occupied, and my mother's friend Lily really needed to go. She trusted her, so she sent her to her own bedroom. A few minutes pass, and Lily returns very shaken up. She shows my mum a photo she just took of the shower wall. This was when smartphones were newer and had only just started to come out. The picture was of poor quality, but her friend zoomed into the same tile. My mum's friend then chose to leave. Years after, my mum then decided to share this story with me, and how badly it scared her. My father is very religious, so this story scared him as well, and doesn't like it when anyone brings it up. He never mentioned or talked about it ever again. About a year before we moved, my mother told me this story and took me to the bathroom to see if I could still point it out. I took a long look and pointed to the 3rd row, 9th tile. It was the correct tile. My mother just got a glare in her eye and walked out the bathroom. Every time I walked into the bathroom, I got uneasy and wanted to get the hell out of there. I still question as to what the hell freaked everyone out in that tile, and I still get chills thinking about it. This happened a few months ago. My wife and I went to the pool in our apartment complex for an evening swim, and there was a child with his mum there. Nobody else was there or in the pool. Now this kid seemed like he was a bit off, autistic perhaps, but what was strange is when he was near us in the pool, he gave off strange vibes. So there we were in the deep end, and this kid is on a styrofoam boogie board floating around us in the same area, making weird noises and staring at us. So we decide to head to the shallow end. I swam underwater for a bit and popped up when I could touch the bottom. But what happened next is something I have never experienced. When I came up, I looked around for my wife, and she was nowhere to be found. The kid was still at the deep end floating around, and there was nobody but he and I in the pool. The kid's mum was outside the pool though. The pool lights were on, and I could clearly see the whole pool, but she wasn't there. I swear for a good 10 to 15 seconds I was looking all over the place. And suddenly behind me, she was there again, instantly. She said to me, "I couldn't find you. I thought you got out or something." So for a brief moment in time, we couldn't see each other, and neither of us had gotten out of the pool. But we were both in the shallow end, somehow. While the creepy autistic kid liked to float around in the deep end of the pool, it's not like we were back to back or anything. We would have bumped into each other or heard each other's movements in the water. Not to mention the fact that I spun around a few times looking for her. Honestly, we still can't figure it out. This happened so many years ago. I was in 3rd or 4th grade in the early 1980s. I lived in a very rural area with many small towns surrounded by woods. On this day, I was so excited to have permission from my parents to go directly home from school with a friend on her bus. Side note, my parents both worked long hours, unlike so many of my friends that had stay-at-home mums at the time. I was normally a latchkey kid, so anyway, I was going to go home with my friend on her bus for the first time. I even had a nice note from my mum about my trip home with my friend to hand to the bus driver after we got to the bus. I was super excited because my friend really lived in the woods. I had gone to her birthday party over summer, and we had collected fireflies and slept in an actual tent. This was so cool to me because I lived close to the town center and didn't even own a tent. So here we were on her bus. We sat in the middle at first and then slowly moved up towards the front of the bus as kids got off. My friend lived just before the town line on a road that headed out of town, so hers was the final stop. Towards the end of the ride, we were right up in front behind the driver, who played some awesome tunes via the popular radio station WAAF. My friend, who was a bit of an odd little duck, was bopping to the beat of the song on the radio, while I was just looking out of the front window of the bus directly behind the driver. Just then the driver turned his head to me and said, "Hey, what would you girls do if I didn't drop you off?" I was instantly spooked and looked towards my friend, who was still bopping away to the song. What? I stammered. I was not used to talking to adults I didn't know, but I knew what I heard. Oh, nothing, he replied. He was just pulling up to my friend's stop and pulled over and let us out. I have thought about this many times over the years, wondering why he would have said that. Then I wonder, what if my friend's mum wasn't home? Would he have stopped or driven us to the middle of nowhere? Also, since this was her everyday bus, why wasn't that creep a worry for my friend? I have since gone to grow up and raise kids in the same area, but can't help but think about why that driver picked that day to get all weird. I never told any adults, as I was a kid, and after we got off the bus it was no longer a concern. But yeah, creepy bus driver, please, let's not meet again. This happened a long time ago, back when I was dating my boyfriend Tim. I decided to visit him. We lived in separate areas at the time, and we had a good time. And after staying with him for a few, he brought up the idea of going to Land's End. Tim mentioned how it used to be a swimming pool next to the ocean, and that his mum used to go there when she was little. It had since burnt down, but had a nice view and an even greater view of the sunset. We had planned on going the next day, but Tim woke up late, so we went the day after. After maybe 20 or so bus rides later, we arrived. At the top, there was a path leading downwards. It stopped on flat ground with a path leading to the right and another path continuing down. The path on the right went on for a little bit before it stopped at the mouth of a tunnel. Inside the tunnel was a path that led to the other side. While inside the tunnel, you could see something dripping and ocean waves. The path on the other side was long enough to fit maybe 4 or 5 people before it suddenly ended with a gap, disconnecting it from the continuing path on the other side. The gap was large enough that if you tried jumping to the other side, you'd probably fall or have a small chance of making it. On the other side, there was a wall on the right with rubble around it. Beneath us was a long trip down into the ocean. The downwards path continued before stopping on flat ground. On the left, there were broken walls, some curving, some straight, with most being small and flat enough to walk on. Others were higher and took squarish shapes. These places were filled with shallow water. Tim and I first decided to stop at the higher area and look around. We went through the tunnel, enjoyed the ocean view before moving to the lower area to explore. We both walked around the area and explored some more, walking on some of the paths to kill more time. As night approached, we headed back to higher area, as Tim mentioned the view would be better, and he was right. We were joined by a group of people, and we all watched the sun set in the sky. Tim and I decided to stay later to watch the moon, something I enjoy. As we stood watching the moon, more and more left before we were the only people left. As it got later, we witnessed a sight. The moon was moving, not in the slow crawl it usually does, but more like it was taking a light jog across the sky. We both thought it odd and strange, so we decided to see if we could see it on the platform of the other side of the cave. So we headed in. We were using our phones to help lighten the area as we walked. I had noticed that the sounds heard from earlier were gone and were instead replaced with silence. We came to a stop hearing a growling noise. We looked around with our phones but couldn't find the source of the noise. It wasn't like a stomach growling, but more along the lines of an animal. We both ran out of there and hightailed it back out to the walkway entrance. When we got back to the entrance, Tim mentioned the moon. Turning towards it, I looked at it in shock Instead of being in a spot along with its jogging path, it was back to where it was before it started jogging. It was as if the moon had been reset. I am a 28-year-old American female. I have experienced many paranormal experiences in my life, starting at a very young age. I have grown to respect and trust my instincts because they have proven true time and time again. Usually my internal voice will alarm whenever there is odd energies or things that aren't natural. However, recently, I had a completely different experience that has left me shaken. Back in June of 2018, I gave birth to my son. The pregnancy was pretty average. A rough first trimester, but nothing alarming. All of my well checks and ultrasounds went as expected, and the only concern was that he was going to be a large baby. I'm a small-framed female, so a large baby was concerning for birth. Anyway, my labor went well up until an hour after birth. To keep a long story somewhat short, my son and I both had severe complications. I ended up having a retained placenta and hemorrhaged severely on the delivery bed. It was a close call, but after a 2-hour D&C with no anesthetics that was performed in the room, and my husband still has nightmares about the amount of blood, I made it through. There was literally blood on the ceiling, floors, walls, and staff because the doctor was just pulling whatever she could out and throwing it on the ground in an attempt to remove all the broken pieces of placenta so that she could insert the balloon to stop the bleeding. Because of the amount of blood, the doctor actually slipped and fell on me with the utensils, causing an infection, which gave me severe convulsion episodes later. It was a nightmare. At the same time as this was happening, my son was aspirating in the crib next to me. I will cut to the chase with him and explain that after his aspirating several times, they found that my son had several birth defects that are very hard to detect during gestation. Everything he has is physical and not cognitive, and he faces everything with such strength. I couldn't be more proud of him. At the time though, all they knew was that he needed emergency surgery and were transporting him to the NICU. I was absolutely devastated. I just fought so hard for my life to find out that now my son was having to do the same. It is hard to explain to others how I felt in that moment. I will jump through details that aren't important to the story. I was able to convince my doctors to discharge me 22 hours after birth so that I could be with my son. The NICU has private rooms for each baby where the parents can stay in the room with them, and that is what I did for the entirety of his stay. At 2 days old, my son was waiting to be taken from the operating room for his first surgery. While staying with him, I ended up suffering from a spinal headache. For those of you fortunate enough to not have experienced this, let me tell you that it is awful. I couldn't do anything but lay flat on my back without being in severe, debilitating pain. I would never wish that on anyone. It ended up lasting for 3 weeks. The day I woke up with it gone was amazing. Here is where things became odd for me. During this time, I refused to leave my son. I was at the hospital with him all the time so that I could make sure I knew exactly what he needed. We knew it was going to be a very long road ahead of us, and I wanted to be as prepared as possible. I was not worried about my own health in any way. To be honest, going home wasn't helpful to me. I was so sick with the spinal headache and infection that any chance I could, I was laying down. Anyway, but at least at the hospital I was by my son. I went home a few times and it didn't last. I felt empty and anxious and I just couldn't do it. One day in particular, after the headache was less aggressive, I was feeling a bit more energetic and decided to return home for a few hours. I spent time with my animals and my husband, cleaned up the house, showered in my own shower, and just rested. On the way back to the hospital, my husband and I stopped by the gas station. He went in to pay, and I sat in the car. I was trying to send a text message when I started to become very aggravated, as I was not hitting any of the buttons correctly. I was typing gibberish, so in frustration I threw my phone. I went to stand up out the car to go grab a candy bar when everything went black. My knees buckled and I fell on the concrete sobbing. My vision was gone. I felt my husband grab me and ask what was happening, with panic in his voice. I could barely speak in between sobs, but I somehow managed to choke out, "I can't see." Luckily, there was an emergency room not 3 minutes down the road from where we were at, so he rushed me there. I felt him put me in a wheelchair and a nurse came to talk to me. I tried to speak with him and then I realized it was worse. I couldn't feel my tongue. I was trying to speak, but sounded like my face was just injected with Novocaine. At the time, it wasn't amusing, but looking back now, it sounds hysterical. Anyway, after a while, everything ceased, and I was feeling much better. The staff were concerned that it was either a severe panic attack, as I do have a history of severe anxiety and depression, or it could be a stroke. The doctor ordered a CAT scan. In the meantime, they decided to give me fluids and a new medication through the IV. Unfortunately, that was not a good decision. Just my luck. I apparently have an allergy to this medication, and I went into full dystonia. I lost it. I thought the walls were caving in. I felt caged. I had panic attacks because I heard that the radiology department was running behind, and I was not willing to be away from my son any longer. I ripped out my IV, and I was leaving. Despite my husband and the staff urging me to stay, I wasn't having it. The CT could wait. Clearly, with all I had been through, and already having severe anxiety, it was obvious that I threw myself into the worst panic attack I ever had. Boy, was I wrong. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, I had 3 more episodes. None of them were as severe, but I still had the numbness in my face, arms, and legs, to the point I dropped things without knowing it, or would fall. Luckily, my vision only blurred, but never went fully away. I know it sounds ridiculous now, but at the time I justified it. I thought for sure my body was overloaded and panicking. For anyone who has ever experienced a true panic attack, they underestimate that the symptoms mimic something more severe. I refused to handle anything in regards to me until my son was home. One night I was having a really hard time. I was in so much pain, but not like before. The pain was different. It was constant and throbbing, worse than any migraine or headache I have ever experienced. Unlike before, laying down made no difference and brought no relief. It wasn't a horrible pressure at the back of my skull / top of my neck anymore. It was my entire head. I was, for the first time in my life, considering banging my head against a wall. I felt a very deep panic at that point, and the pain would never stop. I was in agony, but was hiding it from everyone because I didn't want to leave my son. No one else could get him to eat what he needed to in order to gain weight and come home. They tried very hard, but he was adamant that he wanted his mum. And it was very hard on all of us, and made me feel an extreme guilt if I left. Despite me trying to hide my pain, my husband could tell something was off. He convinced me for the first time since my son was born to come for the night. I won't lie, it felt nice to lay in my own bed. I thought for sure being with my husband that I would feel comfortable enough to sleep. Instead, I had one of the worst nights of my life, and learned to never doubt your instincts. I tried so hard to sleep, I really did, but every time I closed my eyes, that voice inside would scream for me to wake up. I would jolt awake sweating, My heart was racing and I felt tears coming. I would calm myself down and lay back down, but it would just repeat. I had no control over my mind. It just kept repeating, "Do not sleep, or you will perish. You will not wake up. You will never see your children again. You need to get up." I was fully convinced it was the end. By 3 a.m. I still couldn't break this cycle. I messaged my mum and apologized for waking her, but explained what happened. She was very comforting and told me that I was panicking because this was my first night away from the baby and that my anxiety was getting to me. I wanted to believe her, but I never have felt this sense of impending doom feeding my anxiety. I thanked her and let her be. I finally resorted to waking up my husband. I didn't want to because he really needed rest, and he was finally sleeping somewhat sound since I was home. He has always struggled to sleep without me, and I had been gone for weeks. I needed him though. I was to the point of sobbing and shaking. I was terrified and I told him what had been happening, and he said the same thing my mum did. I needed to calm down and relax. I don't blame either of them in the slightest bit. It was the most reasonable explanation, and I understood that, but I could feel something was wrong. Something did not want me sleeping. I eventually drifted off for about 2 hours around dawn, and was relieved when I woke up. As the day went on, I convinced myself that they were right, that I had just worked myself up. And that evening the baby came home. I was so excited that my family was together again. My mum stopped over to watch the kids so that my husband and I could run to the store for some essentials. While leaving, I had my 4th episode of impending doom, and the feeling hit immediately. I was not ignoring it twice, and had my husband take me to the hospital. I felt ridiculous explaining everything to the staff. I was in the same emergency room I went to before, and other than the doctor, all the staff were the same ones I had prior. I apologized profusely for leaving before. They were all very kind and understanding, and I will forever be thankful for how supportive they were instead of scolding me and making me feel worse. A huge part of me felt dumb for going in and wasting their time over panic attacks, but I couldn't shake the feeling what I had was getting worse. I felt such immense panic. It's hard to put into words. It was deep in my stomach, heavy and sickening. I finally had a CAT scan done, and the doctor came back with the results. I will never forget the look on his face. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Darling, I'm so glad you came in. You really should have listened to your husband. You are very, very lucky. You aren't crazy. You are experiencing a CVST. You have a blood clot in your brain, sweetie. It's causing mini strokes, and I need to transfer you to the main campus immediately to be admitted to the stroke unit. This is very serious." I was in complete shock. I was completely convinced that it was not possible for me, a perfectly healthy 27-year-old female at the time, to have strokes. I know that it can be common after birth, but I had no prior symptoms or past history of such a thing. I will always wonder what was telling me so adamantly to get help. Was it me, my grandma, a spirit guide, or something else? Whoever it was straight to the point and very blunt. They made sure I knew the end was near. So to all of you, my advice is to never wait with your health, no matter the circumstances, and never ignore that gut feeling. Trust it, because I can guarantee you, it will be right. This all started when I was about 12. My parents had just gotten divorced, and I was in a pretty bad place. I still had imaginary friends at that age, but I imagine it's because I didn't really have many real friends. Anyway, I remember one friend in particular whose name was Zach. Now, I met Zach when I was about 8, so you can imagine we'd been friends for quite a while. Since I had grown since I met Zach, I was starting to realize that something wasn't quite right about him. When I first met him, I saw he had a rope necklace around his neck. I didn't realize at my young age that it was a noose. The only reason I know it's a noose now is because I had met him by a tree as a child, where there is a rather large rope burned in one of the branches. Anyway, I started to realize that Zach wasn't the same as he had been when I first met him. He grew older like I did, which none of my other imaginary friends had done. And he was starting to act differently. Kind of like most teenagers do, except he'd make strange noises and try to tell me who to trust and be friends with. When I didn't listen to him, he'd get angry. Now that I've grown up, I realize Zach isn't human. But little 12-year-old me didn't know that. Little me thought that maybe he was just angry. And he was. One night I was staying over at my friend's house. We had been staying up all night and watched scary movies that neither of us should have been watching. After the movies, my friend wanted to go to sleep, and I was pretty tired, so we did. That was a bad idea. At around 3 in the morning, I woke to the sound of someone opening the bathroom door. At first, I thought it was her dad getting home to check on us, as he worked the night shift and usually arrived at around 3 a.m. But I was wrong. It was Zach. I saw him right there in front of me, solid. I remember he had really dark hair and green eyes, and so many freckles. I wasn't scared, but I was confused. I only ever saw Zach by the tree where we met. I don't remember anything after seeing him at first. All I remember is my friend's mum yelling at me to come inside from the pouring rain. I was soaked and scared, and I couldn't remember why I was outside or how I got there. I just remember telling her that Zach wanted to play with me. I didn't see much of Zach after that. Maybe it's because I had told him to go away and that he had got me in trouble. Well, I didn't see him until recently. I'm 23 now and a caregiver for elderly and special needs patients. Needless to say, I'm well past the age when I should have an imaginary friend. The other night, I was caring for a client who lives in a pretty secluded area, which normally doesn't bother me, except it was getting dark fast, and I'm not a fan of the dark. I hate driving in it and being stuck in it. I was making her dinner as we were talking about her favorite show, America's Got Talent. She stopped in the middle of speaking and looked at me and said, "I have to ask you if you don't mind, who is your handsome friend?" I wasn't sure who she was talking about, but I should note that this woman is sharp. She's got her wits about her and is smart. I turned and asked her what she was talking about, and she said, "The young man who came with you. Dark hair, pretty eyes. Says his name is Zach." I couldn't believe it. I thought Zach wasn't real. I was sure he wasn't. I didn't say anything to her and just fed her before leaving. Today I was working with a special needs client who is nonverbal. He never says a thing. I took him out for ice cream and got him a bowl of chocolate and myself mint chocolate chip. I asked him if he liked his ice cream, only expecting a nod. I got more than I bargained for. He looked at me and smiled and said, "You know that chocolate is my favorite, Cassie." My nickname is Cassie, but none of my clients know that. If they call me by my legal name, it's Sam, but this client has never called me anything because he can't talk. I think it's very clear that Zach is back in my life, and he's not going anywhere. But I have to wonder if Zach is a ghost or something much darker. A little background first. I'm really into gaming. I have a Steam account, and I have an Xbox 360, a PS3, Origin account, DS, and everything I could get my hand on. This all happened when I was 15 to 17. I met my boyfriend at the time through Xbox. His name was Sam, and he was 10 months younger than me. We had been together for 8 months, and I was now 16 when we started having some issues. Fairly normal stuff, both stressing about exams and whatnot. Our other friend was an arse, constantly putting Sam down and trying to impress me. So he was having a blast that we were having problems, which put even more of a strain on us. Like I said before, we'd been having problems. I used the same name or variations of it for pretty much all my accounts on everything. Skype, Stream, Xbox, Twitter, and whatnot. And because of this, I often got random ads from, say, an Xbox friend who looked me up on Steam when I mentioned I had an account, which I'm cool with. I have some awesome friends. Skype, on the other hand, I get random ads from pretty creepy people looking for pics. Because hey, I like the alias Miss Torture, so I refuse to change it. And I'm pretty friendly, and I accept all ads, deleting any creeps and keeping any who are just looking for a chat. And I've made some cool friends from doing this. Aiden added me on Skype around the time me and Sam were having issues. He was kind of creepy and would flirt, but would also talk about his single mother girlfriend with 2 kids. So I just kind of ignored it and used him to vent my problems with my relationship, and we just generally chat. Bear in mind I'm 16 and he's over 26, and would often make weird remarks and ask vulgar questions which I would ignore. He then found me on Steam, and I guess accepting his request gave him some kind of confirmation, because he got a little bit weirder, but again I ignored it. Sam and I broke up and got back together, and whatever else happened, and our arse friend was kind of concerned about me talking with Aiden, as any friend would if he were a jerk. As was Sam, and I was getting really weirded out by him, so one day I just blocked him and deleted him off both Skype and Steam, and that was the end of it. Fast forward a few more months. Me and Sam had broken up. I'd been manipulated into a relationship with the arse friend, and I'd broken up with him after a month. I was pretty much alone. All my old friends were gone. Sam and his best friend had left our group when me and Sam split up. The other arse guy and his best friend left when I broke up with him, because I'm obviously a terrible person. And the rest of our group drifted apart, and suddenly Aiden appeared again. He got his friends to add me on Steam to talk to me and asked to re-add him. I was concerned about this because it seemed really weird that he'd do this out of the blue, but I started to give him the benefit of the doubt and re-added him. I was now almost 17. He started out okay, but still giving me all the creepy flirts. He suddenly 180'd me and asked me how I was doing with Sam. I gave him a brief overview that we weren't together anymore, and he started going on about a weird story that he, Aiden, was actually an undercover cop, and that Sam had been some 40-year-old trying to get me to meet up with him. He said he had Sam's file right there, and that I needed to be careful. I, of course, went straight to Sam, pasting the conversation as it was happening, because me and Sam had often webcammed, and would always be chatting over mic and whatever else. His voice cracked often, as most teenage guys' voices do, and it was generally fairly obvious that he was not lying about his age. I was understandably getting very upset that Aiden was saying all of these things about my ex, as we were still fairly neutral friends. Aiden was going on about this for a while, making up big words so that he sounded official and intelligent. I am in no way dumb. I know these words were completely made up, even going as so far as to Google definitions if I was unsure, and coming up blank each time, because it was an invalid word. I eventually told him to piss off and leave me alone, blocked and deleted him. The friend he had told to add me sent me one last message from Aiden before I deleted him also, saying something along the lines of insulting me, saying he looked at my profile most days since I deleted him that previous year, and saying it doesn't matter that I deleted or blocked him, because he had multiple other accounts, some of which I was unknowingly friends with and spoke to often. Which I know isn't true, because at the time I didn't really talk to anyone on Steam. I don't know, it was really creepy at the time. The fact I was a minor and he was at least 10 years older was also weird. Or the gross flirting he tried to pull, while on the other hand, mentioning his girlfriend was also strange to me. A confused, upset, lonely girl who felt like the world was against her and just wanted a friend. I think I still have the chat log from the day he claimed to be an undercover cop, or whatever it was. But that's my story. I've turned 18 now, and recently discovered I have a friend in common with Aiden on Steam. They met through some obscure TF tumor, and though I've told the friend about all of this, he refused to remove Aiden because he's funny. Although I have blocked him, I'm concerned for my friend. The likelihood is he'll be fine though. He's a 6-foot, 21-year-old built like a wall. He's Mexican, and Aiden is some guy who thinks he's a big deal, but he's just a small fish in some huge pond. And I really would rather not meet him again. I live in rural southern Nevada, a small dust hole town on the Cali border. Anyway, I was in the middle of town by our shopping strip with some friends when we stopped at a bench to smoke a cig. Well, that's when I noticed the bird. Now there are all kinds of birds that walk, yes, walk, around the parking lot looking for food. Mostly pigeons and a few crows. This bird wasn't one of those. It was a tiny jet black bird with yellow eyes. It looked old as hell and was very scruffy, missing patches of feathers, bald neck, and just hopping along near some other birds. I pointed him out to my buddies. Look at that ugly bird. And as soon as I said it, the bird stopped, turned around and looked at me. With my first-hand knowledge of freaky paranormal stuff out in the desert, this made me uneasy, so I continued, Nah, he's not ugly. Looks like he's been through some stuff. Probably a badass bird. And I kid you not, the bird nodded and went back to hopping down the sidewalk. Now, I've seen this same bird twice in that part of town, always chilling in the back of whatever posse birds he's not following. Not sure if this is legit or not, but there was something different about that bird. I have only shared this with a few people, and have not since told anyone. Until now. I came home from being out with friends of a family-owned franchise at the time, and they were always working. It was dark and about 7 to 8 p.m., and I walked into my bedroom. I was the only one on the first floor of a 2-bedroom house, and most of the lights were off except for the front door outside light. I walked down my hallway like any other day and opened my bedroom door. That's when I heard it clear as day. Someone or something yelled my name. I was going by my nickname these years, and the only people who called me by my name were my family, and they were hours away in another town. It was like I heard someone screaming it at me, like it were angry, or that I were being punished. My bedroom was blacked out, and I couldn't see anything. I immediately turned my light on and grabbed a baseball bat and do a search of the entire house, turning on every light to confirm that I am home alone. I am home alone, and someone yelled my name right next to my face, screaming it into my left ear. To this day, I still harbor fear of dark rooms, and don't enter without turning the light on as quickly as possible. I've been deployed twice to Afghanistan, and have been in numerous firefights, but I am still afraid of the dark. When I was 18, my mother kicked me out the house after she caught me drinking. I moved in with my estranged father, who lived in a 200-year-old house on the coast of western Michigan. In the kitchen was a door to the basement, where he had a studio that he spent most of his time in. He's a painter, and from the living room you could see around the archway and most of the kitchen. Anyway, I was sitting on the couch reading and listening to the radio when the DJ announced the date, July 2nd, the day before my grandmother's birthday. I looked up and saw my father in the kitchen wearing an old red and blue Pistons hat and matching windbreaker and pants, an outfit that I hadn't seen him in ages. I called him and asked him if he had any plans for Grandma's birthday, because we hadn't discussed it yet. He had a stunned look on his face and seemingly backed up and disappeared. His reaction was a bit bizarre, but I wrote it off immediately, as he smokes a lot of green and sometimes acts strange or avoids me when he's a bit too into it. I got off the couch in an attempt to follow him, but when I made it to the kitchen, he was gone. The basement door was shut and locked, but I hadn't heard the door close. A few hours pass and he comes back upstairs to make himself some dinner. I was a little ticked that he ignored me, and being young, I rushed into the kitchen for scolding him for being rude earlier. I asked him why he wouldn't answer me when I asked him about Grandma's birthday, and told him that she should be more important to him, and him not responding made me very upset. He looked confused and told me he hadn't come home all day, that he just got back and came in through the outside door to the basement to carry some art supplies, before coming up and making dinner. I was about to call him a liar when I noticed his outfit was completely different. A ratty old white t-shirt, black sweatpants and a black baseball cap. I asked him why he changed his clothes. A little freaked out, but he told me he hadn't. I described what he was wearing when I saw him earlier, and he said that he threw the windbreaker and pants out about 10 years ago. It was his favorite outfit back in the day, and showed me what was left of the hat I was describing. It was practically falling apart in a drawer in his bedroom, which of course meant whatever it was I saw earlier was not my father. I must have had hundreds of spooky stories from living in that house, but this one really sticks with me. This happened when I was in first grade. Based on the people involved, it had to have been. But just know I was very young but old enough to be in school. After school, I had to take the bus as we lived a bit too far from me to get dropped off and picked up each day. I would usually get dropped off by the bus on a random street near a different school, with a bunch of kids, and my grandma would be there waiting. The street couldn't be seen from that school, however, and it was basically just a random street with no real landmarks around it. There were some houses, but they were behind walls, so they couldn't see this street. It was a great place to grab someone and not be seen. One day my uncle had borrowed the car that was supposed to pick me up. I didn't know this at the time, so I was confused as to why my grandmother wasn't there. Since this was back in the day when little kids didn't have cell phones, I had no way to call her and to see what was going on. I was stuck there pacing back and forth since my uncle was late. All of the cars left except one, but I didn't pay it much attention. Even the kids that would walk home from the bus stop were gone at this point. 10 minutes later, a car pulls up. I still remember this car because for some reason it had patches of cloth on it in random places, as if the owner were trying to make a quilted car. The ugliness of the car doesn't matter. I just thought it was odd. Anyway, an older lady gets out of the car and begins walking towards me as I'm still pacing back and forth. I see her and stop, and then suddenly I heard a voice behind me asking that lady what she was doing. Without taking her eyes off me, the lady said, "Oh, my daughter called me and told me my granddaughter was pacing back and forth on this street and for me to come and pick her up." By the time the voice from behind me was next to me, I saw it was one of my mum's friends. She put her arm around me and told the lady that I was the only one there and that I was with her. The crazy lady glared at us for a second before storming off to her car and driving away quickly. Turns out the car was sitting there the whole time while my friend and her mum and she were watching to make sure I was picked up. She took me over to her car and called my grandma to ask if it was okay for her to take me home. If it hadn't been for her staying around to make sure I was collected, I would have been living a very different life right now. So, to the lady with the ugly car, let's not meet again. This happened to me just last month. I'm currently dog sitting for my best friend and staying at her house while doing so. Some context. I watch this dog every weekend for half of the year, and I'm over at her house all the time when my friend comes home. The dog is female, and she's very unfriendly to anyone she doesn't know. She'll literally bite people that she doesn't know very well, even if they've met a few times. Even with her owner and myself, she's often very standoffish and will bite if she's in a mood. She's also not big into cuddling, especially at night and in bed. The dog is like a cat. You have to do things on her terms or risk being snapped at. With that being said, she would not leave me alone last night. Around 3 a.m. I woke up to her insistently licking my face and trying to be close to me. I'd shove her away and she'd just crawl back up to me and wake me up again. When I buried my face to keep from getting licked, she just dug into the covers to get close to me. She'd eventually leave me alone for a short while after practically crawling on my head to sit as high on the pillow as possible and pulling my hair by doing so. After several bouts of being uncharacteristically woken up like this, I thought that maybe she just really needed to use the bathroom. I reluctantly took her out and went back to bed. Not long later, she woke me up doing it again, but this time whining when I'd shut her out by hiding under the blankets, thinking that maybe the heater was on or that I was scaring her. I turned it off, and with the heater no longer making noise, that's when I heard it first. It was a click-click sound of a dog walking around on the hardwood floor. It's a distinct sound and one that I'm very familiar with. The thing is, the dog was in bed. Thinking I was just hearing things with this sound adjusting in the room, I ignored it and laid down to fall back to sleep. Once again, the dog kept licking me, whining and crawling all over my head. I was absolutely baffled, as to this point, I had been dog sitting regularly for over 2 years and had never seen her act like this. Normally, if an animal or person comes nearby, she'll go into protective growl mode. This was something else entirely. I sat up, looked at her, trying to figure out what was wrong, and that's when I heard it a second time, distinctly. Not only did I hear it, the dog heard it too. She clearly responded to the sound, whined, then nuzzled closer to me. I looked around the bed, but nothing was there. Realizing that it was probably just another glitch and not an animal that had somehow gotten in, I decided to return to bed. This dog, that usually never lets anyone cuddle her for more than 5 minutes, let me sleep because I pulled her into a hug and stayed like that. I was absolutely amazed to wake up hours later to her still under my arm. Maybe we're both hearing a parallel version of her walking around, and that spooked her out. Normally, she goes into instant bark or growl mode, often frantically running up to the windows growling when she hears a raccoon or another animal outside. Whatever the case, I think what we heard in the room wasn't normal. Her reaction is testament enough for me. I'm 26 and have lived in 3 different places and feel as though either something is following me or for some reason things are attracted to me. As a child, I would have dreams where people would visit me, and then the next day they would pass away. It started with small stuff like that, every now and then. Eventually I went away to college, and little things would happen in the apartment. Stuff falling over right in front of me, and my roommate. The attic being open when we get home, and things going missing. Those things could be explained rationally, I'm sure, but then one night as my roommate went to work, she put her dog in his crate, and I went and took a bath to get ready for bed. A few minutes later, I hear a woman say, "Benny, do you want to come out of your cage?" I call out to my roommate thinking she just got back, and all I heard was a brief silence, followed by furious barks and growls. I think someone's in my apartment. I open the door and Benny is out of his crate and run behind me in the bathroom. Meanwhile, here I am in my towel, looking around the locked apartment. Activity slowed a bit, but my roommate would experience scary things when I wasn't there, and she would always think she heard me talking to her from my room, but would always check and I wouldn't be there. I move out of there with my now husband to a new apartment, new state, and then the same stuff starts happening there, to the point of my dog freaking out about this one corner of the room daily. I started having night terrors, the same one over and over, about some black mist flying into our bedrooms to my side of the bed and a figure with a terrifying face moving in towards me. I would wake up screaming. Finally, here we are at a home now, where we have been for about a year. Again, the little things start happening. My husband works rotating shifts, and so to make me feel slightly safer, we got an alarm system and another dog. One night, I had my dogs on the bed, and I went to the kitchen to get some water. Halfway there, the door to my bedroom slams shut with such force that it makes the glasses in the kitchen cabinets clink. I walk back to the door, hoping my dogs were playing, and shut it, to find they are both cowering together on the bed, and my German Shepherd's fur is up while she is staring at the door. Another experience more recent was I was home alone. It was around 11 p.m, and I was getting ready for bed and turn on the alarm. I hear the door open at the front of the house, and I was thinking my husband was home. The dogs are going nuts and are jumping at the door. I call out for my husband with no answer. I check the alarm on my phone and it's still armed. Then I hear the door slam, very hard from the inside. So at that point I'm freaked. Then I hear men's voices right outside the window behind the bed. The dogs again go nuts and begin jumping at the window. I run to our back door. The dogs run out the back, barking ferociously. No one is there, and I call my neighbors to 1. Make sure there is no party, and 2. To ask them to help me look around. Nothing. No one. My neighbor even checked his security cameras on his front lawn, which has our place in the side view. No one came to the door. My dogs have been reacting to these things that I'm experiencing, and just getting anxious and whatnot about these random things. And now I have the same night terrors that I mentioned before. What do you guys think? When I was younger, I lived in this house in the middle of nowhere. It was very close to a cemetery. When we first moved in, I was 4, and we later moved out when I was 6. We ended up moving back in the same house when I was 8. I had 2 imaginary friends. They were the ages of 12. Their names were Ashley and Alyssa. I remember them so clearly. I even remember them helping me clean my room and keeping me company when I was alone. I thought it was odd how my parents could never see them, but they would laugh at me when I brought them up. I never counted them as imaginary. I did have an actual imaginary friend who I called Sarah, but I never saw her and I knew I created her. So I knew the difference between imaginary and non-imaginary. I would always have dreams of Ashley and Alyssa basically every night, and there was one dream in particular that I remember very clearly. I had this dream a couple of nights before my family and I moved out. It was also the last dream I had with them both. What was so weird about the dream was that the room was identical to the one I had when I moved back into the house. I had a different style bed. I had carpets this time, and my room was blue, not pink. In the dream, Ashley, Alyssa, and I were on the bed. We were just talking. Then out of nowhere, they started laughing and pointed at the ground by my door. I looked at where they were pointing, and there were hundreds and hundreds of these small devils. They were the ones that you wind up. They all had odd-shaped keys in the back of them that you inserted and twisted for them to move. In my dream, I got up out of curiosity to see what they were. They started chasing me through my home, and I remember I woke up running, still being able to see them behind me. They disappeared once my dad ran into me, asking me what was wrong. As years passed, I forgot about the dream, and once I moved out, I never had a dream of Ashley and Alyssa and haven't seen them since. We ended up moving back in about 2 years later. I was older now, and I changed my room and the furniture I had in it, exactly like in the dream. I never really had anything creepy happen in the house, but when my family and I moved back in, odd things would happen. Lights would flicker, only in my room. Things would fall off shelves, pictures on my wall would just fall off my wall, and I would hear knocking coming from one of my closets. My television would shut off, and I would see things in the corner of my eyes. One day, I was cleaning my room. I noticed that by my closet, the one I would hear knocking in, there was a piece of wood on the frame popping out. I went on the ground and removed it, and I noticed that there was some kind of small hole just big enough to fit my finger through. That was on my wall, hidden behind the wooden frame. I go and look to see if there's anything there. I reach in with my finger, and I felt something. So I slide it out, and there was an old key. Not any kind of old key though, but the one specifically for the wind-up devils I had in the dream. I had completely forgotten about the dream up until this point, so it didn't really strike me as creepy or anything. A couple of nights passed since I found the key, and odd stuff started to happen. It was so bad that I didn't want to be in a room by myself. I knew there was someone with me. My door wouldn't open and slam shut. My lights would rapidly go on and off, and I would hear footsteps by my bed. All sorts of unexplained stuff was happening. One night, before bed, it hit me. The odd-shaped key was from my dream, and then I realized that my room was decorated the same way as in my dream. Everything suddenly made sense. There's been conspiracies that spirits can change their appearance, and also another saying that spirits are attracted to young children because of how much energy they have. What if they were people who died and were buried in this cemetery by my home, and they were changing their appearance so I wouldn't find them as scary, since, to me, they looked like kids too. Maybe this is just an odd coincidence, and all the other unexplained things are related to the fact that I lived very close to the cemetery. But I thought I would share it with you all. because still years later, I think about my imaginary friends and that strange house, and I can't quite wrap my head around it. I was a 12-year-old girl who loved to play video games. Me, being much younger then, wasn't aware of the dangers online, but soon I would be. One night in November, I was at my grandpa's and decided to get on Clash of Clans because I was quite bored. Whenever we would go to my grandparents' house, I would be on Clash of Clans for hours talking to strangers. That one night, I met a boy named Lewis on there. Even though I was only 12 and it was online, I instantly had a crush on him. He liked Def Leppard, which was, and still is, my favorite band. He played the electric guitar, and I played the electric guitar too. We just had so much in common, but he claimed that he was 16, almost 17, so I lied and claimed I was 15. There were some warning signs from the start that I didn't notice until I looked back on the whole situation. He claimed to live in Berlin, Germany, and said that his dad had a job for an oil company that was connected to Houston in some way, which I lived in. Lewis said his dad came to Houston during the summer and that we should meet up sometime because that's where I lived. But later, about a year after, when I told my mom after everything that had happened, she did research for days and couldn't find one oil company that was in Houston, Texas, or that was connected to Berlin, Germany. She even looked into ones that were previously shut down. Another strange thing was that Lewis was one of his many gaming accounts. Like, how many do you need? He claimed that his first name was Michael, and that his middle name was Lewis. He had about 4 accounts, all named after his first, middle and last name, and then a 4th one named Mikey. After about a month of talking to him online, he asked if I wanted to be his girlfriend. I said yes, and it only lasted about a week, because every girl that joined our clan, he would ask if they had kick, and would constantly flirt with them. After about a month, we got back together and exchanged Uvu accounts. One of the weirdest things that I noticed then was that he would constantly change his profile picture. And when he did, they were all different people that looked slightly similar. But we continued talking, and my parents began to get suspicious that I was constantly only on Uvu and Clash of Clans, so they looked into it. They didn't like that I was speaking to strangers, so they erased both apps. Just to help you understand, my parents had a passcode to download apps that I didn't know, so I couldn't download apps without their permission, and then typing in the passcode. Once they erased both apps, there was no way for me being able to talk to Michael. About 3 months without having Clash of Clans, or being able to speak to Michael on Uvu, my iPhone had a new update that made the passcode for apps have a glitch. It made it to where I could re-download any app that I had in the past. So I re-downloaded Clash of Clans, but not Uvu, because my parents deleted my account on there as well. I told Michael to download an app that I had called QuizUp, because it was the only app that I had that had a private chat room. I didn't have any social media then, and that was the closest I had to it. On QuizUp, it would automatically show your location on your account, and other users could see it. When I first saw Michael's account, because it was new, his location was automatically set to Houston, Texas. Like I said, it's set automatically, and you could change it if you wanted to, even if you didn't live in the area it was set to. Then a few minutes after, it changed to Berlin, Germany, which is where he claimed he lived. I thought perhaps it was a glitch, but in the back of my mind I knew it wasn't. His location was automatically set to Houston, so that meant he was in Houston, where I live, and I knew that he was lying. Keep in mind that Houston is one of the worst places for people being taken, and unfortunately, I was stupid and kept talking to him. He eventually started messaging me quite obscene things that made me very uncomfortable, but I felt like it was the only way to make him stay with me, so I played along with it. Like I said, he was always flirting with girls, and I wanted to please him so that he wouldn't online cheat on me. We'd talked for about 3 months, and one night I forgot to log out my account. My parents checked my phone every night, and that night they found my account. I was 13 this second time I was caught talking to Michael. My parents were extremely upset because I was talking to someone that I had already been told not to speak to, and on top of that, we were sexting. My mum decided to make a fake account with an attractive girl as her profile to see if Michael would stay faithful to me, as even if he did, they wouldn't let me talk to him. And of course, he wouldn't. That girl on my mum's account was gorgeous. Whenever he was talking to my mum's fake account, he contradicted himself so many times. He said he was moving to Texas for his dad's job, which him and I had talked about and were planning to meet whenever he came. He spoke about how excited he was to come to America because he'd never been in the US before. Then he said that his hometown was Houston, Texas, even though he'd never been here before. That was weird. And whenever he was moving, he messaged my mum when he was getting on the airplane and when he got to Houston. He claimed it took 3 hours, which is absolute rubbish, as it takes anywhere between 10 to 10 and a half. Things were getting way too suspicious, so my parents reported him to QuizUp to look into his account. He was talking to over 60 girls, and they were all obviously more than friends. My parents got help from QuizUp and had everything in my account wiped out and made sure that it was gone. Then, my parents reported Michael to Crime Stoppers. Michael ended up being a Hispanic male in his 40s, living in Houston, Texas, working for people who take other people. I don't know all of the details because it's hard for my parents to talk about it. I'm just grateful that my parents caught me, because me and Michael were supposed to meet up the week after I got caught. It's hard to know what would have happened to me if my parents had never picked up that phone that night. I would be gone. I'm 14 now, I'm almost 50, and my parents are starting to trust me again, and are slowly giving me privileges. I finally got Snapchat, but we share the account, and my phone is heavily monitored, even more than it was before, but you can't blame them. I now know the dangers online, and I'm never going to make the same mistake again. This happened in Thailand in 2014. I had lost my job in Zurich and decided to use the opportunity to make a trip around the world, starting with Southeast Asia. I have always wanted to work with animals, so after backpacking Vietnam and parts of Thailand, I applied for a volunteer position at an ape sanctuary. They told me I could start whenever I wanted. The deal was that I had to make a deposit of around 20,000 baht, which nowadays translates to a little bit more than $500 US. They told me that if I stayed at least 3 months, I would get 70% of my money back. The early days of working there were wonderful. The place was full of young, motivated people who thought they could save the world one ape at a time. The majority of the animals were rescued gibbons. Our goal was to nurse them back to health and eventually release them back into the wild. Our responsibilities as volunteers were to feed them, clean their cages, and educate visiting tourists about the horrors of the illegal pet trade in Thailand. Before they came to us, most of the gibbons had been abused as tourist attractions. You know, those pictures you see on Facebook from people being on vacation somewhere in Asia, where they hold cute animals into the camera? This is how the poachers make their money. They will put a gibbon, lizard, or slow loris on your shoulder, snap a picture, and charge you for it afterwards. I can tell you that every single one of those animals had been through hell, and was destined to a short life after those pictures had been taken. The thing is, poachers can only use the babies as tourist attractions, because as soon as they reach puberty, they become territorial and aggressive, and are no longer of use to them. On average, to get a single baby, the poachers has to end the life of 15 other gibbons. This is because they are still attached to their mothers at that age, and the poachers will shoot her first. Then they will shoot the father because he will be trying to protect them. In most cases, the baby won't survive the fall from the trees, so the poacher have to end the lives of a few extra families until one survives. Then the real pain begins. They have their fangs ripped out without anesthetics, so they can't bite. They will be drugged so they stay awake during the night when the tourists roam the street. They will be chained so they cannot escape. They will be kept in tiny cages, fed the wrong food, and some will be taught to drink alcohol or even smoke. And as soon as they are no longer of use, they will be left to perish. The poachers will then go on and find the next. As you can imagine, most of the gibbons in that sanctuary had been pretty traumatized, but still, working with them was fascinating. They all had their own personalities, including little quirks, preferences, and biases. Most of them were shy. Some only tolerated men near them. Some disliked girls with blonde hair. One female took a particular liking to me. Every time I walked by her cage, she would start playing with herself furiously. Her boyfriend, who was kept in the same cage, did not seem to care at all. I spent my days cutting fruit, mixing cement, hosing poop down the drain, and getting eaten alive by the mosquitoes. Even though it was hard labor without any real pay, it was probably one of the best times of my whole trip. We all felt like we were doing something selfless, something noble. It was a truly fulfilling experience. Then one day, I was scheduled to work in the quarantine area. This is the place that tourists never get to see. It's where they keep the really bad cases, the gibbons that had been damaged beyond hope. They told me some of the things that had been done to them. Unspeakable horrors. All of them were either too sick, too weak, or too aggressive to ever be released back into the wild again. To be blunt, most of them were insane. First, there was Ninny. She was hyperactive and showed self-mutilating behaviors. You always had to feed her first. If she saw you give food to a different cage before hers, she would flip out, rip out her hot water container, and throw herself down to the floor and start biting at her own arms. She was also kind of mean. The other volunteers had warned me that she would try to startle me. She would hide in a dark corner of her cage or act as if she were busy or sleeping. But as soon as you turned your back to her, she would jump at the bars right behind you with this ear-piercing scream and rattle the fence. I have dropped more than one food basket in this manner, and after a few times of that happening, I got sick of it. I filled my mouth with water and walked closely by her cage, facing away. Far enough that she could not reach me if she stuck her arm through the wire. As soon as I heard her move, I instantly turned around and spat the water at her. I did not hit her, as gibbons have lightning-fast reflexes, but she never tried to scare me again after that. Then there was one who literally looked and behaved like a zombie. His name was Fanta. He had been blinded by an infection in both eyes. They were white and foggy. Big chunks of his fur had fallen out, giving him a very decrepit appearance. He never swung and only moved by slowly walking along the branches of his cage. You had to rattle his food basket during feeding time so that he would know when to come out and eat. Another one was called Pam. She was special. They never told me what had happened to her, but she was missing one foot, one hand, and all but 2 fingers on her other hand. You had to cut up her food into really small pieces because she had a hard time eating. She was already old for a gibbon and very calm, yet there was something out of the ordinary in her eyes, something intelligent. She was the only gibbon we were allowed to touch. We had to, because we needed to apply cream and powder to her stump. She hated the powder though, and would only allow it if she got a little massage first. Like all the gibbons in this area, she was alone in her cage. I guess she just missed being groomed by a partner. A Thai worker told me the story about how some years ago, a volunteer who was going to clean her water container found it empty. That was unusual for Pam, because with only 2 fingers, she wasn't really able to drink that fast. He turned the container upside down just to be sure, when a dark green scorpion fell out and crawled away. There were a few more apes in the quarantine area whose names I've already forgotten, but there is one I'll never forget. Boro. Boro was huge for a gibbon, and strong. If he managed to get a hold of your shirt, he could pull you up to the cage and rip it right off your body in a single pull. Same thing was true for tufts of hair. While most gibbons get really excited during feeding time, Boro was different. The first time I approached his cage, he didn't even come down to see what kind of food he would be getting. I could already hear him chewing on something up in his cage. Black feathers were floating down from his branch. He had somehow managed to catch a bird, and Boro was one of the few gibbons who still had his fangs, and there was something wrong with his lungs. He was the only one you could actually hear breathing, and when he sang, which he did not do often, it had this weird rattling tone to it. Oh, and he was also infected with hepatitis, and since he liked to throw his poo around, his hands were sometimes covered in feces. You better make sure he'd not scratch you. They had tried to find a girlfriend for him a few times, but it never worked out. It seemed like he just hated other gibbons, and for some reason, he really hated me. They had told me that Boro was not fond of new volunteers, but with me, it was on a different level. For example, we used a water hose to clean the cages from feces. The water pressure had to be quite high because after some time in the sun, the poo would become dry and really stick to the bars of the cage. Gibbons don't like to get wet. That's why most of them hide in one of the top corners while we did the cleaning. During those few minutes, I felt like I was in charge. I did not have to constantly cover my back. One mistake did not mean a new scratch or a urine stain, but to Boro, the hose meant nothing. Whenever I came close to his cage, he instantly tried to rip it from my hand. He didn't even care if he got soaked. He just cared about catching me or taking something away from me. Whenever I worked in quarantine, I could feel his stare. Whatever I did, he was watching me. Every single time I came close, he tried to grab me. He would hide in the shadows of his little house or behind some branches, then jump at the fence and reach through it. His claws were always exactly at face level, sometimes just a few inches away, grasping desperately. The tie keepers told me they had never seen behavior like that. One day, a huge spider web had appeared overnight between a tree and the next cage over, blocking my usual path. I'm not a fan of spiders, and I was behind schedule, so instead of removing it, I tried to go around it. It meant I had to be a little closer to Burrow's cage than usual. I thought it was still far enough, but it wasn't. I tried to squeeze past the tree with my back to his cage. He caught the collar of my shirt. I was lucky that I was already holding onto the tree, otherwise he would have pulled me to the cage. I heard him hiss behind me as I managed to pull away, my shirt tearing, and me falling face first into the web. I took a little walk afterwards to calm myself down. When I returned, he was sitting in the shadows of his house again, breathing this slow, rattling breath. That was the last night I ever saw him. The next thing I am about to tell you, I did not see with my own eyes, but the keepers told us a few days later at lunch. That morning, when the keepers and some volunteers arrived at the quarantine, they felt like there was something wrong. Gibbons usually sing, especially in the early hours of the day. You can hear them from miles away if they give it their all. But this morning it was quiet. The first thing they noticed when they entered the area was a huge red puddle under Fanta's cage. What was left of him was hanging in the feeding area. They found parts of him in his food basket outside his cage and on the ground. The second thing they noticed was that Burrow's cage was empty. What had happened was that the part where his little house was screwed to the back of the cage had rusted, and combining its weight with his strength, he managed to rip it out and squeeze himself through the hole it left. Fortunately, none of the other Gibbons were hurt. It was partly my fault that he had escaped. The volunteers were supposed to check the integrity of the cages at least once a week. The tool we used for that was a long stick with a metal hook on top. It should have been used to pull at the rusty part of the grid to see if it would still hold. But that type of work was a pain. The tool was heavy, and the Gibbons would always go crazy and grab it. You had to go places in the area that were hard to reach, so almost nobody cared to do it properly. The team they had to catch Gibbons was one guy with a blow tube. He was actually a great guy. He taught us how to cook rice in bamboo and could climb a tree in seconds, but he was also an alcoholic. Almost every night, he would down a bottle of sang song and then try to find a way into the women's bungalow. Nobody really had any hopes of catching Burrow again, unless he would return to his cage by himself, which some Gibbons before him actually did. From the moment they told me that Burrow had escaped, working in this sanctuary became quite stressful for me. I always imagined him watching me from the trees outside. They were looking for him in the forest, but there was no trace. Not even once we heard him singing in the distance. Still, every time a branch snapped somewhere behind the trees, I twitched. During the next week, we heard that some tourists had been attacked by a wild gibbon. They went out into the forest and looked for the culprit, but nothing came of it. The following night, I was awakened by a familiar sound. At first, I thought it was my roommate snoring. Then I realized it came from the window, which had no glass, only a mosquito net. A slow, rattling breath. It was Burrow. It was pitch black, but I'm sure it was him. He was holding his breath every couple of seconds, as if he wanted to be quiet so he could listen for something. I just lay there trying not to make any sounds. I thought about what I was going to do if he decided to come inside. My plan was to use my blanket to shield my body. My roommate would surely help me. After a few more moments, the rattling breath stopped one more time. It never resumed, and he was gone. The next day I told our boss that I was leaving. It was not only because of Borrow. Some of the other people that I really liked were leaving too, and I just felt like my time there was over. There were many more places in the world I wanted to see, and I'm sure they were able to afford a few new cages with the money I left them. So I did not feel bad about my decision. I don't know if Borrow ever returned to the sanctuary. When I think about it now, I just feel sorry for him. He was not evil, just a wild animal that had experienced more terrors than most of us can ever imagine. I never lived in the best areas. My parents never had much money, and I was a single child, but we grew up fine. There was one place we lived in that I affectionately called Roman Hill, as it was very close to an old Roman fort, and as it was high on the hill, me and my friends just called it so. So, one day, I'm getting back home from school. I arrive a lot earlier than my parents do, so it would be customary for me to open the door, let myself in, and start cooking myself some pasta or something while watching cartoons. The usual day. Today was probably going to be like every other day, or so I thought. I got to the apartment building and used the key to open the main door. I checked the mail and started walking through, preparing to go up the stairs, as our building wasn't fancy enough to have an elevator. I had to ascend 6 flights of stairs as we lived on the 3rd floor. On my way up, as normal, do I go past the 1st floor doors. One of these doors houses a small, scraggly, strange woman. She's the kind of lady that you'd see with pot in hand asking for money on the side of a road, or perhaps saying about the end of the world. She was a little nutty, to say the least. She always told me that good things were going to happen to me and gave me a smile and called me dearie. But to other people, she could be a right old loon. As I was ascending the stairs, do I hear her door start to open just as I'm approaching it. So I make sure to look behind me and wish her a good day as I make my way up. She rattles out of her door, closes and locks it, and I wish her a good day and offer her a friendly smile. This time she doesn't even acknowledge me. She just walks out of her house and goes down the stairs. I know that she's a bit off, so I ignore it, don't dwell on it too often, and go up the stairs. My routine is like any other day, and I don't think about this for a while. Perhaps 3 months later, the same thing happens again. I'm coming home from school, but this time she's on the stairs, coming down them very slowly, with this vacant look on her face. I say hello to her, but she completely ignores me. I haven't seen her since the last incident, and wonder if perhaps she's getting to the end of her life, with her not responding and all. But simply carry on with my day and forget about it. Not 2 days later though, coming back from school, it being Friday and me being overjoyed for the weekend, do me and 2 of my friends, as they were sleeping over, notice a moving van in the car park. We go over and snoop around to see who's moving in. It's a young couple with a small child. Being teenage girls, we start a conversation and dote on their adorable little boy. The mother tells us that they're moving into an apartment on the 1st floor, and that it would be great to see us sometime, and asked if I'd ever looked after children before. We get into this whole conversation about babysitting, And basically, I say that I'd be happy to do a trial run with them in future. I let them know the house I live at and to give me a knock if they ever need my services. I walk up the stairs feeling very giddy, and my friends are telling me how lucky I am that I'll be able to look after that cute little baby boy and potentially earn some pocket money, which to a 15-year-old girl is a triple win. I get upstairs, me and my friends hang out, and that's when my mum arrives home a few hours later. I tell her about my day, and me and my friends excitedly tell her of the possibility of work, about the people moving in. She tells me that that's absolutely fantastic, but then makes an offhand comment about how sad it was that our neighbor passed away. I ask her which neighbor, and she tells me it was the lady who not 2 days ago didn't say anything to me. I ask her, when was this? She told me the following. The lady who had been living there had been a friend of the man who owned the block. However, she had not paid rent in several months, hadn't answered any of her post, and the stack of mail was just growing bigger and bigger, to the point it would no longer fit in her post box. So, the on-site manager got in contact with the police. He opened the door up for them, and they went inside. They found the decayed body of the neighbor. She had been dead for nearly 4 months, they estimated. They had to completely gut the apartment, and when it was fully finished, was it ready for new people to move in, i.e., the people who I'd met downstairs. I gave her a scoff and told her that it was absolute nonsense, as not only had I seen her 3 months ago, but that I saw her 2 days ago going down the stairs. I said this with such confidence, with almost a mocking tone in my voice, trying to bravado myself to impress my friends. But my mother gave me a concerned look. Honestly, darling, she's been dead for quite a while. I'm surprised you didn't smell it when you went downstairs when they were gutting the place. The thing is, I don't remember them gutting the place at all. Surely I would have seen it. Am I right? The family moved in, and they were nice. I never saw the lady again, whether it was her ghost or something else. But I'm glad, and I hope that whatever realm or plane she's in now, she's in a better and more comfortable place. I live in a condominium, and we own 2 apartments on the 7th and 8th floor. The only way to move in between them is to step out of the apartment, take the elevator or the staircase, and enter the other one. One night, we ran out of ice cream upstairs, and my mum told me to go get some from the downstairs freezer. So we took the keys to the 7th floor apartment, and since it was dinner time, there was no one there. I walked in the pitch dark and realized someone was sitting on the sofa. So I flipped the switch to see my dad sitting there. It was kind of weird, but I just went to get the ice cream and asked if he had a key to lock up. No answer. I shrugged and thought, well, if he came in and locked the door behind him, he must have one. I went back upstairs and my dad was sitting there eating dinner. I freaked out and asked him how the hell he got up here so fast, and everyone gave me a strange look and told me that he had been here the entire time. I told them it wasn't possible because I had just seen him downstairs, and no one believed me. I will now never go back down there alone. Just to make everything quite clear, each of our apartment doors are fitted with 3 types of locks. There's a gate which has its own keyhole and lock. We put another lock in it so that you have to unlock this gate twice, and then there's a door and its own lock. So you need 3 keys just to enter our house if no one is inside. I did get a good look, and it was 100% my father. He's kind of fat and has a serious-looking face, so it's hard to mistake him. The apartments are not accessible because not only are they not on the same floor, they aren't even located on top of each other. There's an elevator in between them, and they are on different floors. So there's no way for anyone to go up or down without first meeting at the elevator or the staircase. When I was 14, I was taking a 3D modeling class at my online school and had a teacher who I'll call John Doe. He was around 60 at the time. John Doe was a little friendly. He would always ask to Skype and would talk about subjects unrelated to school. If I had my audio on, he'd ask for me to turn on my video. He'd also ask me to lower my camera when I was wearing tank tops and whatnot. He'd say I was the most beautiful girl in Hawaii and would tell me how lovely I looked and be very complimentary. He sort of opened up to me in a way that's unusual for teachers to do so. He also always gave me A+, so I appreciated that. Never an imperfect score. My 14-year-old self had never had someone open up in that way, so I went along with it. It kind of intrigued me. I don't mind because he always gave me perfect grades and was always flirting towards me. He'd look at my chest when we were Skyping and would constantly compliment my physical appearance. He'd say we should meet in person sometime and asked where I lived. He'd say he'd swing by even though it was far, even if it were just to hang out, and that he would love to see me in person, but that never materialized. This complimentary behavior and Skyping carried on for months, until he randomly disappeared from school and Skype. I started searching his name, and found out that he had complimented on girls around my age's YouTube accounts, with very similar jargon. I don't know what the reason was as to why he was dropped or reassigned from the school. All I know is that he was, and I never heard from him again. At that age, I didn't think anything was wrong with his behavior, but now, I feel it's apparent it was a hint of inappropriate, and I'm glad that it didn't escalate or get any worse. When I was younger, I used to go round my nana's house to watch TV after school. She had Sky TV, and we did not. So I'd always want to get my fill of cartoons. I'd always ring her in the morning and ask if it was okay. Now I can't say for definite if I rang her on this morning. I feel like I would have done, but I can't be certain. So I go round and knock and nobody comes to the door. I try to open it and it was unlocked, which is unusual in itself because my nana's house had been broken into not too long before, and she was pretty good at ensuring its security. So I get inside and call my mum to tell her that I'm at nana's but that no one's home. She says she'll send my sister, as she must have been 17 at the time. My nana only lives 2 streets away from my mum, so my sister got there pretty fast. I don't know how much time passes, but at some point there's a knock on the door. My sister, being a bit of a wimp, she sent me. Now what's really strange is how you get to my nana's back door. She lives in a terraced house, but is one of those streets where every 10 or so houses there's a break for a little alley that leads into people's back gardens. To get to the back door you have to walk past the front door, go down this alleyway, through the garden and up the back door. Also, the conversation went like this. Does your nana still live there? Yeah, I'm her grandson. Oh, I was looking for your nana. Now the way he spoke was kind of airy and confused. He didn't explain who he was, why he wanted my nana or anything, and I don't remember how we ended the brief conversation. I just remember turning to my sister, who was cowering in the hallway, and her telling me he looked exactly like my granddad. I can see it all clearly, and he was his absolute double. Now the disappointing part. I can't remember anything else. I don't know where my nana was. I don't know why her door was unlocked. I know my sister said at the time to not tell my mum because she thought it might upset her. But looking back, it was all just so weird because my grandpa had passed years before. I like to think I have a sixth sense. I don't really like talking about it because people think that I'm full of rubbish. It's more a feeling I get when they're around. It's up to them if they'd like to let me see them. It's more a feeling I get when they're around and I get goosebumps. It's my indication that a spirit is among us. I don't really go looking for it, if that makes sense. And it's not like I'll be walking down the street and get goosebumps and I'm like, oh my god, they're a ghost. No, it's nothing like that. Anyway, one afternoon I was eating dinner with my boyfriend's family. Afterwards, we went to his aunt's house. For whatever reason, they were all in his cousin's room, a 15-year-old female. My boyfriend's sister and her boyfriend walk in, and I follow behind them. The door when you walked into the room was on the left side. As I walked in, I felt something push to the left of my lower back. I turned around assuming it was the doorknob hitting me as the door bounced back off the wall after I pushed it open. It wasn't. Somebody pushed me. Trying not to freak anyone out, I don't say anything, and I immediately got the goosebumps. Michael, my boyfriend's sister's boyfriend, told me, "Did he just push you?" And I said, "Yeah." Well, everyone in the room was looking at us like we're crazy, and I replied, "Wait, you can see him?" "Yeah," he replied. "I can't see him, I can only feel him." And he could see him, not feel. Weird, I know. Turns out we'd gone to her aunt's house because this old man had been haunting my boyfriend's cousin. She would wake up and see him standing in the doorway where he pushed me, standing in her closet and at the end of her bed. She would see him walking through the walls, and it was to the point where she couldn't sleep. And it was only when she slept alone in her room. I'm still not really sure why or what he wanted, or why he'd stand over her and just haunt her. I prayed the rosary in her name that night, and she has yet to be bothered by old man Greg again. When I was a little girl, I tended to move around a lot, ever since I can remember. Since my parents worked at about 1 or 2 jobs at once, but one thing remained consistent. It was innocent enough for a child around my age. Roughly from 3 to 7, due to me moving around often, I never had any real friends for very long. So I made imaginary friends. I often wondered why at times, even though they would leave me from time to time, only to keep me up at night and getting me into trouble with my less than kind father. Though as I grew older, he got better at controlling his tempers. But then he had a hard time with that, which made me terrified to do anything around him. So I locked myself in my room whenever I wanted to play. You know, typical girl things. Dress up, dolls, puzzles, drawing, trying to sing like a Disney princess, and trying way too hard to hold out notes that put too much strain on your vocal cords. My imaginary friend, Lou, was never angry at me. In fact, Lou gave me confidence and bravery, and happiness was abundant. I called it Lou because, thinking back on it, Lou fitted feminine features whenever we played and had fun. But when my father was around, Lou became masculine and protective, though Lou consciously somehow knew it couldn't do anything physical to protect me from my father's random fits of anger and blind rage. Lou would simply go to another friend's house after my father's fists, but guaranteed Lou would return to me. So me being innocent and wanting to see my only friend, I waited for Lou. Even sometimes pulled all-nighters just to be sure that she came home safely. One night, while pulling an all-nighter, my mum woke up for a midnight snack. She noticed my bedroom light was still on and came in assuming I'd had a nightmare. When she came into my room, she saw that I was picking up toys and picking out specific ones I had yet to play with along with Lou. "Honey, what are you doing? It's really late," my mother said. "But Mama, I'm waiting for my friend," I said, treating it as an everyday thing. But that only caught her off guard and gave me a questioning look, so I just continued. Lou said that she was going to her friend's house and will be back, like she always does when Daddy becomes angry. My mother was awestruck. Her baby girl was talking about an imaginary friend who would leave and come back, and chalked it up to an extreme imagination, but knew it was too good to be true, and looked around the room. Our home at the time was a rather old trailer in a cul-de-sac, and it was previously owned by a family of 3 women who were self-proclaimed Wiccans and enchanted the home with protective spells. Once my mother's search was complete and unfruitful, she let out a sigh and let it be. Some words about Lou. I'm 18 and still live with my mum and sister. My father has moved out but visits every now and then, and so does Lou. I mentioned how Lou always went away after my dad had his hissy fits, but what followed him was misfortune. Whether it be getting fired or caught cheating on my mother, it was always something, which I noticed as I reached middle school and a bit into high school. All I know is that even now that I moved into a totally different house that isn't a trailer, Lou still protects me and keeps in touch with my dreams. However, new house, new issues, and I've been seeing Lou as more masculine than ever and more protective, even without my father around. Why is she like this? What's out to get me? I don't know, but it's not good. I've seen figures, apparitions, heard voices, and been physically attacked. I feel like I'm a target, but of what? I hope Lou will help me get the answers soon. This happened in 2012/2013, when I was 9 or 10. I was a hardcore Minecraft player, and I still play occasionally. It was also back in the day when Skype was the OG, and Kik was every 10-year-old's most used app. I made a bunch of online friends, and we'd frequently talk on Skype, Kik, and play Minecraft together. A lot of the friends were way older than me, 14 to 60, and either in Australia or America. But I was definitely closest to a boy called Richard. Richard was 16 and lived in the States. He had a strange obsession with cats and became one of my best friends quickly. We'd have huge Skype groups, play Minecraft together all the time, and talk insanely often. As someone who had recently moved schools and was subject to bullying, I needed any friend I could get, and at the time he was one of the nicest people I knew. I was also really close to a bunch of girls in our group who were very sweet, and I wish I still talked to them. I don't know what the time frame of this was, but by some point Richard had dated, fought, and broken up with almost all of our female friends. At one point, me and him even dated for a little bit, but neither of us acknowledged that it was really dating. At the time, I didn't realize how weird what he was doing was, but in hindsight, it became apparent that he was manipulative, abusive, and downright crazy. As a 10-year-old, I was naive. I didn't know any better, and I was very vulnerable, stupid, and gullible. I think that Richard isolated me from the rest of our group once he fell out with all of the girls he dated. In turn, some of our male friends had also pulled out and started to distance themselves from him as well. I was on his side because I was again stupid and naive, and I defended him. We fought regularly, but he used tactics like guilt-tripping, gaslighting, and manipulation to make sure I did not stop being friends with him. A few times, he'd threatened to end himself, sending pictures of pills that he was threatening to take, and put me in his note. I don't remember if he threatened self-harm, but I do know that I'd stay up late for hours between the ages of 9 and 10 to 13, crying, pleading, and ruining my sleep schedule and mental health, trying to help him and apologize for whatever he said I had done wrong. Slowly, our friendship fell apart. We fell out a lot. I began self-harming, and I attempted to end my own life. My mental health was getting worse and worse. When I was around 13, we fell out for a while. I don't remember when this was, whether it was before the aforementioned fallout or after, but at some point he informed me that our friend, Judy, who was a similar age to me, had ended herself. To this day, I am unsure whether it's true or not. This was another way for him to get to me, and sometimes that information keeps me up at night. Then when I was 14, in early 2017, things started up again. I received a message from him. He wanted to see how I was. At this point, if he was telling the truth, he would have been 20, and I was still pretty naive, and I started talking to him. Very quickly, the conversation turned to him asking me about my self-harm. I don't know why. I don't know if it was something I said that sparked the conversation. But all I know is he started asking questions. He wanted to know if I did it on my thighs. At that point, I had never even thought of doing it there. No, I don't do it there, I said. He didn't believe me. He wanted proof. Something very vivid I remember him saying was along the lines of, seeing is believing. I kept telling him no, I didn't do it there, and telling the truth. Whatever, it didn't matter what I said, he still didn't believe me. Don't you trust me? We've been friends for so long. How can you not trust me? That really hurts. He used his usual tactics to guilt trip me. Essentially, he wanted photos of my thighs and feet. He said his girlfriend did it on her feet, which even at the time I thought was very odd. So, being guilt-tripped and vulnerable, I sent him the images. Mostly just to shut him up, but also because I thought, if I didn't, I'd hurt him, and I'd be in the wrong. It was only a few days later, maybe not even a full 24 hours, before it settled in that something didn't feel right. I ended up confronting him, getting angry that he'd made me feel that way and be so hypocritical, saying that what he did hurt me. He ignored me and told me, if you don't have anything nice to say, then I won't/shouldn't bother replying. At that point, I blocked him. I deleted Kik, and I never spoke with him again. I'm still pretty messed up because of it. I go to therapy, and I have severe mental health issues that I partially blame on him. I don't trust a lot of people. I freak out whenever Kik or Skype is mentioned, and hearing his name or anyone with his name makes me feel anxious. I frequently get paranoid about him. At the time, he said him and his girlfriend wanted to move to my country, and I was helping him look at cheap apartments. I am now extremely paranoid that he will come to my country, and one day I'll see him. In the middle of last year, he sent me a link from another Skype account to a deserted website with only a single ad on it, which freaked me out a lot. A part of me hopes that he's changed, that maybe, just maybe, he lays awake at night wondering, why the hell did I do that? Part of me hopes he's sorry. Part of me hopes he regrets what he did, and that he's as broken as me. But the rest of me has a suspicion that he probably isn't. Either way, he's creepy as hell. Richard, let's not meet again. I also think it's important that I shared this story. If anyone is making you uncomfortable in any way, whether it be by threatening to do something horrific like end themselves, or asking you to take pictures that you don't like, or trying to hurt you in any way, get out of there. I don't care if you think something bad will happen. You're more important than them in this situation. In July 2003, my friend John and I went on an overnight trip to Spray Park, a flowery alpine area on the northwest flank of Mount Rainier. We went for the wildflowers, the glaciers, and the beautiful landscape. Little did I know it would bring me face to face with mortal danger. The hike was wonderful. Clear skies and pleasant temperatures made the strenuous ascent a little easier. We passed up through the tree line, past waterfalls and alpine glory. Eventually, we broke through the trees and found ourselves on the glaciated flanks of Mount Rainier. We were lucky to find a perfect campsite adjoining the glacier. We had a clear, flat area and access to water. We spent the evening shooting photos, playing songs on our kalimbas, and watching the golden hour of sunset pass over the top of the world. The night went by without incident, but John was taken ill. He caught some kind of nasty cold. The next morning, he put down some coffee and biscuits, but informed me he had no energy to continue up the mountain. The exact elevation at that point is 8,364 feet, and I thought it would be a really cool idea to climb up there and see if my fancy new altimeter wristwatch was really accurate. I would have to do it alone. My plan was to head straight out of the camp, then hug the glaciated area along the base of Echo Rock. I would then follow the gently rising slope in the upper center to reach Observation Rock. I wanted to hug Echo Rock because the ascent was easier and the shadowed area had firmer snow on it, so up I went. Once I got to the shadowed area at the base of Echo Rock, they appeared. A herd of mountain goats appeared over the scree above Observation Rock and headed right towards me. They were marching straight to me. Like most city folk, I wasn't sure what the protocol was for dealing with mountain goats in the wild. Do you run? Do you puff out your chest and make noise? Do you climb a tree? I had no idea, so I just kept my mouth shut and hoped they walked past me. They did not. They crossed the glacier and moved just above me. The alpha goat was regarding me with disdain. It was at this point things got really weird. The alpha goat bellowed to his flock, "Follow me, we will destroy the intruder." Of course, this was all in goat. And so began the onslaught. This enormous beast sidled past me and climbed up the scree above me on Echo Rock. At first I thought they would simply climb up and away from me, but I was wrong. Once the entire herd had mounted the scree, they started kicking rocks down onto me. I had to sidestep to duck and leap like running back. Huge rocks bounced up all around me, many nearly clipping my head. I had nowhere to run. I backed off, but that's where the rocks seemed to be landing. If I stayed forwards, they mostly bounced over my head, and besides, I was afraid the whole herd would rush me if I ran. Most of the goats, about 15 of them, were kicking rocks down at me, but the baby mountain goat refused to engage in the cruelty. I continually moved below the baby goat because it was the safest place to be. Then one of the goats ambled over to the baby and started headbutting it and bleating loudly at it. He was saying, "Kick rocks at the human or consequences. They will be severe." To my horror, the baby goat complied and kicked a few small rocks at me. The rotten turncoat. The cavalcade of scree started to slow down. I had evaded their reign of terror. The goats now knew I was made of sterner stuff than they had expected. As the rock attack abated, I got off one more angry goat photo and began to back away slowly. To my relief, the herd dismounted the scree just above me and started back up the glacier, curving out around Echo Rock. I took some very long breaths that morning as the goats gave up and headed back up the glacier. I didn't know it, but far below, my friend John was watching the whole thing from his telescope lens. He was prepared to mount up and haul me off if I had gotten beamed by a big rock. I was in good shape back in '03, and my 20-mile-a-week jogging habit had served me well. The 5 aspects of fitness: strength, endurance, speed, balance, and flexibility. You need all 5 in times like these. After they were gone, they of course went in search for a weaker human, and I took a few minutes to collect myself. I was uninjured, but I was still a bit shaky. I sat down on a rock and looked across the glacier. Just ahead was Observation Rock. The whole point was to climb up the rock, and I wasn't about to turn around now. I decided to get my act together and scamper up. The hike across the glacier and then up the rock was uneventful, but once I reached the top, I found I was not alone. Fergal and Tim, who were touring the North Cascades, had been up there for quite some time. They offered me hot tea and snacks, which I greedily consumed. I didn't mention anything about the recent incident. Instead, I mentioned my cool new altimeter watch. I needed to see the plaque and see if the numbers matched. We jumped over to the plaque, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that my watch was only off by about 10 feet. My sea level calibrations had proved accurate. We all sat down and quietly enjoyed the day when Fergal finally mentioned, with typical Irish understatement, "Better goat trouble back there, eh?" "Yeah," I smiled. Then we all broke up laughing. They had watched the whole thing from Observation Rock. Apparently, I looked like a real fool jumping and ducking and sidestepping the goat rock attack. Yeah, laugh it up. It's different when it's your ass on the line against enraged baby goats. The boys and I loaded up. They were heading around the west of the mountain, and I was heading down. They took a picture of me, and we parted ways. John was glad to see me back at camp. I told him everything that happened, and I think he found the whole thing adventurous, and he was sorry that he couldn't be there. But I put his mind at ease and assured him it was much uncooler than it looked and sounded. We broke camp and headed back down to civilization. In the end, adventure can be sought, but sometimes it can be thrust upon you. Be ready. I am a 27-year-old male who, since I recall, there has always been paranormal stories about my house. The first one that I remember are from the family that lived in the house years ago, before I was born, as my grandfather built the house. It started with one of my uncles. He said the voices were calling him at any time of day, calling his name, that there would be random cold spots in the house, and that some days he would discover scratches all over his body, some of them with little bits of blood on them, and in places where he wouldn't be able to reach with his own hands. That phenomena continued for years, until he went to a spiritualistic person. I don't know what to call it, but it's someone who deals with tarot, cleansing, and that kind of stuff. Let's just stick to spiritual person. He said that there was something attached to him, so he prepared his supplies. He went with my uncle to the back of the house. He tried performing his ritual, but said that it wouldn't be much use from the outside, and that he needed to go in, since the entry was focusing on him. After a little while, my uncle ran off away from the house, and shortly after became a priest. He is currently still operating at his church, and talks about his experiences and is now closer to God, and has done so in order to stop feeling followed and observed, and to stop hearing voices and feeling the scratches. My grandparents were always skeptical with him, but not my other uncles nor my mother. Another one of my uncles was sleeping on the couch when something grabbed his foot, pulled him awake, and started to drag him through the living room. He told me that he was seeing a large foggy shadow with no legs, only from torso to head, with one extremity holding his foot. He began to scream for help, and that's when his brothers came running into the kitchen, turned the light on, and there was my uncle screaming on the floor. This happened just after my uncle left to become a priest, since he was one of the older ones. My mother is one of the youngest of the children. When she was a teenager, she invited friends to the house to have a sleepover, and when they were all sleeping, a strange sound awoke them. She said that the sound was like someone suffering, being choked, and it was the gagging sound they were making while pleading and gasping for air. She opened her eyes and says that she saw a shining woman enter the room from the wall, floating. She had no body movement. She was still white, floating and displacing through the room. My mother covered her eyes, but with a little peek to notice how the woman was laying horizontally above one of her friends, doing the sound. After a while, the floating woman returned to a vertical position and left the room again through a wall. My mother couldn't resist the crying and told her friends all about it. Another experience from my mother is that one night she was laying in her bed sleeping, when all of a sudden she awoke but was completely paralyzed. Classic episode of sleep paralysis. She couldn't move, and all that she could see was the ceiling. She claims that there were 3 little winged figures flying in circles above her. She described these figures as little naked women who were whispering things, although she could not understand what they were saying. She started praying, and after a while the entities flew into a big mirror in her room. I was a little kid at the time, and I remember how that mirror was covered during some of this event. The stories that I have shared with you are considered true by the people involved. These are only a few experiences that convinced them that there was something in that house, and I believed them. It appeared that the thing that was haunting my uncle started focusing its attention during my youth on me. I tried to explain the scratches on my body with normal things, like I was cutting myself by accident, scratching myself with nails and stuff like that. But it didn't make any sense. It's not like there were any animals that could also harm me or do anything like that to me in the house. Then I realized it couldn't have been me, because the scratches started to appear from nowhere. I felt the pain, looked, and it was there. From nothing. It was an incredibly chilling time of my life. "12 years ago, I lived across the street from a church and a few blocks away from a library. I lived in a townhome right next door to a 72-year-old woman. I believe it's important to note a few things before I detail some of the concerns I have while living on Joshua Street. I now live on the other side of the country. Thankfully, Joshua Street is located somewhere in the high desert of California. I never had audio hallucinations leading up to the point where I moved there, nor did I ever hear anything out of the ordinary after I moved across the state. The 72-year-old woman I lived next to was a very sound mind and able-bodied. She never once showed even a moment of mental fogginess. She had lived around the area for a long time, was retired, and left her house often. Her name was Hannah. The library had no alterations made to the building, or any that were made public or immediately noticeable whilst I was living there. and I went past it every morning on my commute. The church in question was modern, with no church bells, not inside, not outside, no bell tower, no bell speakers, no clock tower, nothing. It was not a loud church. So anyway, on to the story. Joshua Street was a typical looking area for the dry, arid locale. We had no grass in our front yard, more like a cracked, sandy, clay-like turf, with Joshua trees and other desert shrubs and plants scattered around my area. The town home was less than luxurious, but no matter how loud I played music or shows, or how loud my neighbors were, we could not hear each other, which was a plus. Hannah was a kind woman who I enjoyed talking to in the mornings, and sometimes came over to her home to have a tea and listen to her stories. A month into living at Joshua Street, I decided to move furniture around so that the couch was up against the wall that separated Hannah's townhouse from mine. Originally, my bookshelves were there, and I wanted to watch TV from a different angle of the house. This wasn't an issue during late night, but during the day I noticed some strange sounds while sitting on the couch. I went to my bedroom on the other side of the room that shared the same back wall, and there was no sound. I looked over all the house for a source, and I eventually figured that it might be coming from the other side of the wall. Although Hannah is very quiet, I never received any noise complaints from her, nor did she tell me that she could hear anything when I played my music loudly, as I asked her to be polite, because this woman was old but certainly not deaf. Eventually I figured I should put my ear to the wall behind the couch. Clearly I could hear what sounded like church bells ringing. Needless to say, it creeped me out. Now I'm not religious, I'm agnostic, so I didn't really know that much about churches. I thought it was strange that I could only hear the sound of bells from the wall, and not when I went outside to see if it came from the church. I shrugged it off and decided to ask Hannah about it next morning. The next day, I asked Hannah if I could come inside for tea, and she was happy to have me over. I took note that her TV was nowhere near the wall that separated our homes, nor any other kind of audio or radio equipment. This is because her kitchen is a part of that wall. I told Hannah about the bells I heard through the wall, and she told me she had no idea where the sound would be coming from. I asked her if she was watching televangelists or wedding shows, or had an alarm clock or loud timer, although I didn't really believe that the sound I could have heard could have come from any of those things. This is when phones were not high-tech, and didn't really have the capability to make high-definition sounds. She said that she didn't watch anything of the sort, nor did she have an alarm clock. She joked about after living so long, you just wake up around the same time every day. And she said something that bothered me. She said that there used to be an old church on the same lot, and that the land was smaller than the current one. The modern church is very large, you see, and this old one had church bells, but she never heard any church bells since then. She informed me the church was rebuilt in the 90s, and she thought that maybe I was dozing off on the couch and had dreamt of the church across the street. I went along with it and returned home. The third night after hearing the bells, I decided I would go across the street to visit the church. At this point I was pretty curious about it. 3 nights in a row, and I found it would be at 6 p.m. every day. Mind you, at the time I had no idea about the significance of the time. I would watch TV when I got home at around 6, and I would hear something faint and put my ear up against the wall. Gong. And I would listen up until either it creeped me out or it suddenly stopped. I visited the church at around 5:45 and stayed there until 6:30. I didn't really want to be a part of the service, so as much as I wanted to listen for anything that sounded like the bells at home. Of course, there was no such sounds, and after asking the staff there about the history of the church, they told me the same thing Hannah did, and they also said they never decided to implement speakers or bells into the new building. Over the weekends, I began to notice other sounds through the wall, including the familiar bell sound. The bell would sound around lunchtime too, and eventually, I figured out this bell would sound at 12 p.m. as well. This is from my journal. The bells sound at 12 now. I wonder if there is any significance to this, or maybe I'm just going crazy. 12 and 6. And now I'm hearing creepy music box sounds. Maybe I should just tell someone about it. They'd probably think I'm mad. Back in '07, a lot more people were going to libraries to do mundane things that many people today just do on their phones in bed. I didn't own a personal computer, and the Razr flip phone had terrible internet capabilities that you had to pay extra for. So I went to my local library with my journal and decided to do some research there. I quickly found that the church bells are traditionally rung at 6 a.m., 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. At this point, I wanted nothing to do with the town I lived in. This happened when I was in 11th grade and was 16. I knew it was messed up at the time, but it's been 3 years now, and I realized just how really messed up it was. I was friends with this boy since middle school. We'd known each other a while, and he was always a little strange. Kind of socially awkward, but who isn't in high school? He'd recently come out as pansexual, and told me he liked this boy that was gay, and wanted me to get him a date with said boy. Somehow I made this work, and they went on a few dates, but ultimately it didn't work out, and things were left a little bit weird between the two. He then told me he liked a girl who I was familiar with, and asked me to get him a date with her. Again, I made it work. This girl was also super strange, incredibly awkward, but had some underlying issues she was dealing with. They were a bad couple. Their first date, they went to a nearby waterfall that she wanted to climb down. She got stuck, and they had to call the police. Things were very intense for a short amount of time between them, before they ultimately cut it off, because she went to the hospital for trying to end her own life, as I'm not sure what led to that. I apologized to my guy friend, and he said that everything was fine. A few days later, he lets loose on someone's Facebook status that he is going to shoot up my high school. He has a plan, posts blueprints of the school, and draws out where he's going to go first. He drags another student into it, who is known for being crazy and has anger issues, but is completely innocent in the story, and was horrified his name was dragged into it. He targets me specifically, calls me horrible names and threatens me, and says that all of this is my fault. Me and another student talk to him over the status, telling him to calm down, while other students egg him on. It was super scary because this wasn't something I ever thought would happen in my city, let alone my school. I take screenshots and email the principal and our assistant principal. They take this super serious, and the police get involved that same weekend. Cue questioning police presence on our campus for 2 weeks, and I and a few other students involved have to get restraining orders against my friends. He has a court date, and I'm not even allowed to go there or be a part of it, or even be updated about it, which I'm still a bit peeved off about. He was removed from our school, and I haven't seen or heard from him since. I'd be very glad to never meet him again. So about 3 or 4 years ago, when I was still in college, I went over to my friend's apartment because we had a group homework thing to do. It got pretty late, but we got there maybe at 6 or 7 p.m, and it was probably around midnight or 1 a.m. at the time. All of us were smokers, cigarettes, terrible habit back then. So we went down to the common area of the building, which had a pool and some seats to hang out. But more importantly, it was an outdoor area with no roof over our heads, to take a smoke break from all the homework, which had been mostly finished at this point, and just hang out. This whole pool area was completely deserted at the time except for us. but it was near the main entrance of the building and the only other person nearby besides us, as we were a group of 5, was the doorkeeper of the building. In any case, now that I've set the scene, this is what happened. It was around 2:30 or 3 a.m., and the sky all of a sudden got clear. And I mean not clear as in daytime, clear kind of like dawn, which was weird because in my city sunrise, it happens at about 5:30 to 6 a.m. So it's definitely still early, and we all got freaked out. Even the doorkeeper left his station and came near us and said, "It's really early to be this bright, right?" To which we all agreed. It was far too early in the AM for it to be this clear, and I mean it wasn't like it suddenly became daytime, but definitely clearer. We could see shapes of buildings and billboards that just seconds ago were too dark to see. We all got freaked out, but not scared, so we just kind of talked about it amongst ourselves. None of us had ever seen anything like that before. It was no later than 3:30 a.m. when this happened. We stayed there until 4 a.m., just talking and hanging out. Then I drove home. All this time it never got dark again, but I was in bed before it was normal for the sun to rise in my city, and never gave it another thought until I realized it could have been a glitch. I had never experienced something like that in my life before, and never have since. I went back to my friend's apartment and hung out at the exact same area at about those hours in the AM a bunch of times, after having that over the next 2 to 3 years of college. None of us ever experienced anything like that day again. It is completely out of the ordinary or normal for it to be as clear as it was at that hour in my city. I've never seen it happen again. It was 3 a.m., it was pitch black a second ago, and then it got clear like you'd expect at 5 or 6. Just when the sun is setting and it's starting to get dark. I'm a high school teacher in downtown Pittsburgh. Our school is located in a historical building. Many of the buildings down there are original with cosmetic updates. I am also a psychic medium. To be specific, I'm clairvoyant, meaning I can see the deceased and other spooky things that aren't always human. Teenagers are emotional, and they bring a lot of baggage with them. This includes baggage of the dead type. I've seen doppelgangers, a man hanging in an unlit room, people attached to the backs of students as they sit in class. But the story I want to tell is something I believe original to the building or location, and not the students. I should add, our school has black marble in many spaces of the school. Our bathrooms are floor-to-ceiling quartz and marble walls. So are our main floors, and each elevator lobby. If you are someone into crystals and natural minerals, this may interest you in connection with the activity. There are 3 spirits that have been bothering me in the past few months. The first one I call Dirty Feet. When in the bathroom or sometimes in my classroom, I can see the knee down of 2 dirty legs, dirt and moss, and human waste on them. This spirit smells musty and likes to scare you. The second spirit is in our student's stairwell. It's this solid black figure, like coal. He's a man with a very wide grin and red eyes. He seems to breathe like a smoker, heavy and with steam coming off of him. This is not so surprising, as there are many fights and turmoil happening in the stairwells on the daily. Other teachers have commented on how much they dread stairwell duty, not because of the kids, but because of the feeling of dread and anxiousness they get. Spirit 3 is old. I do not get scared much anymore. However, this guy made me physically run out of room. There is this feeling of heaviness and being watched in our basement classrooms. In this room, I also have my printing press kept. I am in the basement a lot to manage the press, typically alone. Last week I unlocked the door to the room. I saw the deadbolt unlatch, but the door wouldn't open. I first figured something was in front of the door. The rooms tend to be messy. Maybe someone left something there. I pushed on it with my body weight, and eventually I was able to push it open slowly. When inside, I looked around the door, but there was nothing there to make it stick. Once open, it swung freely back and forth. I then remembered that this is the only entrance and exit, so there's no way something was put in front of it. I went to work, but felt very uneasy the entire time. I was not picking up on anything spooky, no ghosts in sight, just that feeling, the tingle between my shoulder blades. I kept looking over my shoulder, but no one was there. I started to look up, turned the lights off, and did something every dumb white girl does in a horror movie. I turned around, and I kid you not, in the back of the room by the printing press was a tall man in a hat with a yellow-toothed grin, waving at me. I have never left a room so fast. I almost forgot to lock the deadbolt. Now I have a few more theories about this waving man. I do not think he is the infamous Hat Man. I have seen the Hat Man, he is different. He's dreadful but not mockingly evil, and I could see this waving man's face. I could never see that Hat Man's face. He didn't have an earthly face. Now for the strange part. Horror lovers will know the disaster that is Poltergeist 2 with the creepy singing reverend. Well, I, a woman who sees dead people all the time, is deathly afraid of that character. And the waving man looked just like, you know who, the reverend. I believe whatever is down there is not human, not good, and also not from a movie, but projected itself to be something I have a strong fear of to scare me. It worked. I'm terrified. I couldn't even tell my fiancé about the encounter without getting choked up, which is very atypical of me. I have to go back down to that room to work, and yesterday I heard mean laughing when down there. No matter. I have a job to do and cannot avoid the area, try as I might. I'm also not taking medication. We also get our chemical levels checked at the time because we're a school, so it's not the air, nor the CO2. When I was very young, between the ages of 3 and 4, I had an imaginary friend. It was an older woman who wore a babushka. I would often describe her to my family as the witch from Snow White. As a child, that character would terrify me to the point that I couldn't look on screen whenever she was on. As a child, we had a playroom of sorts in the back of the house. The room had a sliding back door which led out onto the deck. I would often see her walking up my deck steps towards this room and be terrified. However, once she got to the door and entered the playroom, I'd no longer be afraid. Even though she was ugly looking and resembled the character I feared, I felt kindness and sincerity from her. She would play games with me, as I was a very lonely kid, specifically Connect 4. I became quite used to her presence. I would see her walking through my yard from other windows in the house and excitedly run to the playroom to meet her. I had no fear of her, and she always would just come inside and play with me for a bit before disappearing. I would talk to my family about my friend, and they would tease me, assuring me it was just my imagination. This went on for maybe a year, until I just stopped seeing her. For a few years following, my family would occasionally bring it up and tease me, but eventually we all kind of forgot about it. Fast forward to my high school days. Now, to understand the story better, let me describe the layout of the house. My living room has a sofa against one wall, and against another wall an oversized chair-type sofa with an ottoman. Whenever I had sleepovers with a friend, one of us would sleep in the sofa and the other on the big chair/ottoman. From the chair you could see the sliding back door that I mentioned previously. The old playroom was now converted into a dining room. and I was sleeping on the chair and my friend Krista on the couch. It was your typical teenage night. We had wine coolers, or two, maybe smoked some green stuff, and stayed up late watching TV. And this is where things get weird. The next day when we wake up, my friend Krista tells me about a weird dreaming/waking dream she'd had. She said that in this dream she woke up, but was laying on the big chair and not on the couch like in reality. So essentially we'd switched positions. She then looks over the back door and sees an old woman with a scarf wrapped around her head, looking through the glass at her. She then said she kind of knocked and waved at her, and my friend woke up. When my friend told me this dream in the morning, I immediately got a knot in my stomach. I had pretty much forgotten about my imaginary friend, and I had definitely never told her the story. It was so bizarre the way she described it, like how she switched sleeping spots and how she saw her through the door. I told my mum the story too, and she got silent and didn't really want to talk about it. She is a huge skeptic of the paranormal. As creepy as it is, I sort of feel like maybe this woman is somehow watching over me. Krista turned out to not be so good a friend, and as scary as this woman looked, she never seemed malevolent at all to me. Anyway, I just thought I'd share this story with you. Any thoughts on what this woman may be would certainly be appreciated. Back when Pokemon Go first came out, I discovered a local park that was a good spot to catch Pokemon. It was divided into 3 parts. One that was more rustic, with wooden benches, and would be best described as a trail. A street was after that, and since the trail couldn't go into the street, a bridge was built that ran under the road. After the road was a park, with the trail running behind it, complete with a playground. The third part wasn't as wooded as the first, but wasn't as open as the second, as it was rather narrow and had newer benches and a smoother walkway. A river in a deep ditch ran alongside the whole trail, all the way to the third area, which I rarely went to. I was in 8th grade at the time. I'm going into 11th next year, and I was very short for my age, so I was often mistaken for being younger. It was late and getting very dark out. I had my phone flashlight out so that I could see where I was walking, but due to the clouds it was still very dark. My mum was watching me in the car, fortunately, and even though it was too dark for her to see me, she could see the flashlight. I was walking under the bridge from the first area to the second, when I heard someone said, "Hey kid, come here." I didn't know what to do, so I stopped dead in my tracks. He was over by the river on the other side of the park with the woods behind it. A pretty obscured spot. I might have gone over there if he hadn't have said the classic line, "If you come over here, I'll give you a candy." That was it for me, and I started to run away as fast as I could. My mom said later that my light was bouncing, so she knew something was up. I almost ran in a semicircle back to where I came from, then towards the road and to my car. I only caught a glimpse of the guy, but he was right behind me when I started running. He seemed very tall, wearing dark clothes, and as I ran he yelled, "Kid, over here," over and over. I kept running and got to the car and just told my mum to drive. It might not be the creepiest thing that's ever happened, but it was definitely enough for me. Who knows what would have happened if he'd have caught up to me. Me and about 3 of my friends recently went to a fishing hole we discovered on a private gated golf course. To get to the water, you had to park about 1/4 of a mile away from the spot in the maintenance section parking lot and walk in this pitch black dirt path. The parking lot itself is poorly lit by 2 dim streetlights, and visibility is almost non-existent. It's close to the main road, and we all planned to go one night. Then I misjudged how fast I could get there, and arrived 10 minutes before anyone else. I pulled into the lot behind the dumpster and got my backpack on and grabbed my rod out of my trunk. I had never gone alone, and there is a lot of wildlife in the area, so I was already pretty cautious. I was prepping to walk the path when I heard lip smacking somewhat loudly, like human lip smacking. I froze in absolute terror as I imagined the worst. The noise stopped periodically, and the smacking would resume again after a few seconds. I yelled out to whatever was there, not really worried about the golf course greenkeeper finding me and getting me in trouble. I heard what sounded like someone banging on the dumpster really loud, and the smacking stopped. I began to walk the path, and about halfway through it started again. I quickened my pace and ignored the sound. I didn't have a flashlight with me, but my friends did, and they showed up at the spot. They told me that they had heard the same sound. They lit up the path with their lights and saw a pair of coyotes, one of which was missing part of its jaw. Looking back, it was terrifying to hear that I was being followed by coyotes, but I'm sure if I were better at explaining this, it would come across as more scary. Another short moment of horror was when we were fishing in the same spot on a separate occasion. There's a heavily wooded area near the pond, and it's important to know that this spot is in Southern California. We were fishing in the dead of night and heard what sounded like banshee screams from Mass Effect. Two of us had knives, so we weren't particularly worried about it, but it did give us the willies. Apparently there are mountain lions in those woods who travel between the nearby lake, nature preserve and golf course. I wonder how many other times we've been stalked by dangerous animals. What really made us book it though, was when the security rolled out of golf carts to investigate the noise. I've always grown up around people who've seen ghosts, and I believe in them. But I have personally never had an encounter except the night after my father passed away, when the ZAR 200 note went missing out my wallet. That was the last thing he gave to me. But I'm here to talk about something that just happened. About an hour ago, I was playing Sims and listening to creepy Reddit videos, which is what made me decide to share this immediately. Then I went to bed. The whole night, there was a wedding party going on nearby, and I could see the lights and cars and everything from my room. Loud music, great vibes, and it sounded like they were having a fantastic time. Then I get ready for bed, go to the bathroom to take a whiz. Then I'm still hearing the jolly music. Then all of a sudden I hear a really low-pitched voice. Oh. That's the sound it made. And then the music stopped. I checked out the window and all the lights were off, all the cars were gone. And it was as if everything had come to a sudden halt and disappeared. To quote Keith David, I'm freaking the hell out inside, but I didn't tell anyone. I asked my neighbor about the party, and she gave me this confused look and asked, "What party?" I'm perfectly sane, and my mum commented on how loud the party was, so it definitely wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. What the hell was it? I live in a house with just my mum and my two sisters. We get on quite well. The house is fairly new and built in a decent area. So, onto the story. I was just chilling, watching some cartoons, and both my sisters were out. It was just me and my mum at home. My mum was probably working in the other room, as I could hear her furiously typing away on her laptop while having a conference call via her phone. I was just chilling and thought I'd get up and get a snack. as Mum hadn't even considered making dinner yet, and it was already getting late into the afternoon. Come to think of it, my sisters had probably gone out to eat somewhere. Anyway, I was just in the kitchen getting a snack, when my mum opens the front door with shopping in hand, and my two sisters right behind her. I look over at them, incredibly confused. I swear my mum was just in the other room. How the hell was she coming back with car keys in hand and groceries in another, and my sisters in tow? I give them a confused look, and they walk straight past me and set the things down on the counter. And then, the creepiest thing of all. They were there, and then in a split second, like in a blink, it's all gone. The door is closed, the stuff they placed on the counter is gone, and there's no one here but me. I shout my mum's name and hear her reply, "I'm on the phone." That was really weird, I thought. I run up to the door and it's still locked. I go over to where my mum is, and she's still on the phone and giving me a confused and slightly annoyed tone. One that says, "What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?" I collect myself, sit down on the sofa, and try to pretend that that never happened. I'd never told anyone before because I thought for a few moments I was going insane. I never did have that snack. This happened many years ago. I don't remember it myself, but my mum told me about it, and it really creeps me out. I was in either first, second, or third grade when it happened. Anyway, I was a little kid. The school has their own blocks for different grades. First to third grade are in their own block called AB block. The rest of the blocks, named C, D, and E, had their own theatre/drama studios in the basement. The AB block was in no way allowed in this studio, unless the older kids had a play going on. No adults would let us down there. With that being said, here's the story. I walked to school, and when I got there, a man I didn't know at all asked me for help in the basement. I have two older brothers who went to the same school, so I knew every teacher at the time, and they knew me. But I didn't know this guy. That gave me the first alert. The second alert was that he asked me for help. I was in the AB block. In other words, kids are the last people you'd ask for help. The third alert was that we were under no circumstances allowed in the basement when no play was going on. I ran to the nearest group of kids. My mum told the school, and the school did nothing about it. Nonetheless, that could have gone badly. I'm glad I was smart enough to not give him the time of day. I'll be driving in the highway at night, and it's mostly empty. Then I'll notice a car in my mirrors coming up, usually on the left side, but I can't say for sure. It happened on the right side too. Then I'll go back to watching the road before checking my mirrors again. But when I check, the car is gone. I hadn't passed any exits, and I live in a semi-urban area where there are usually barriers on the side of the road, so there's no way the car could have disappeared off to the side. It's happened multiple times. It's not a common occurrence, but also it's happened enough times that I no longer attribute it to my mind playing tricks on me. I wonder if anyone else has experienced this strange event. This is a true story that happened to me. To date, I have a rather powerful sixth sense. I can see, touch, and even smell supernatural things. If I feel a supernatural event, I get a scent that gives me an impression of the event. I can see spirits and ghosts quite clearly, and even touch them if I concentrate. This all comes from birth, which was also my end. You may be wondering how it is if I'm writing this. Let me go back. I was born in 1987. The day I was born, there was a complication. The umbilical cord was wrapped around me, and I was born deceased. At least the doctors and nurses said so. They even filled out the certificate that I found many years later. I was pronounced dead, and had been dead for several minutes when I suddenly started wailing. The doctors and nurses rushed over to see the miracle that had occurred. It is my belief that due to this happening at such a young age, I may have managed to acclimate to the other side, and my coming back made such that my abilities are retained. Ever since then, I've been able to see spirits and even play with them. However, around 80% of them were good-natured, 15% were ambient about me, and the last 5 scared me. When I was 10, I came back from a school trip when we were camped out. I was passed out on the sofa, and it was late night/early morning, and I needed to go to the toilet by the window. On the 6th floor was a tall dark figure in all dark robes, and he pointed at me as he glided through the window. Its face was featureless and then stopped as if regarding me. It then waved me goodbye and vanished. To this day, I still remember the cold feeling in my body. My body wanted to lock itself up, like sleep paralysis, but I was able to fight it off, albeit partially. The sheer cold sensation, the cold sweat forming in my back, the hairs on the back of my head standing up. That entity that visited me was dangerous. If you need a better picture, imagine a Dementor but faceless, kind of like Slender Man. To this day, I continue to read any book I can find on spiritual protection that I feel are not bogus. Growing up as a small child, there was this really sweet girl who would come over and play pretty much every day. She never really talked about herself or her family, and 5-year-old me didn't really care too much about it anyway. This girl was a very good friend, and she always had her cat with her. That was super friendly, and just like her. I remember it having the softest fur I have ever touched before or since. Well, we were friends for about 2 years before we had to move, because my dad found a better job in another town far away from where we were living at the time. It was kind of heartbreaking to say goodbye to Precious, the girl, and I promised that I wouldn't forget her. Fast forward 10 years, and I'm having a conversation with my mum and make an offhand remark about Precious. What my mother told me was kind of scary, but at the same time kind of cool. Precious had been dead for about 30 to 50 years before I was even born. Even her pet cat was a ghost. Thinking back on it, her clothes were a bit odd and out of date. She wore a lot of those summer dresses that were really popular in the 30s and 40s, and she had a tendency to use phrases that I didn't quite understand, though she was more than happy to explain them. As an adult, it would have been pretty obvious that there was, at the very least, something very odd happening, but for a child, I didn't notice anything. When I was younger, I would spend the night at my cousin's house, because they had a major collection of video games. This was the era of the first PlayStation. I always enjoyed playing Resident Evil. Zombies were my favorite of all time. You would catch me playing Resident Evil 2. I loved that game. My grandpa was a quiet guy who would clean a lot and run his year-round yard sales. Occasionally he would stand behind me, light his cigarette, and watch me play Resident Evil 2. I would be shooting zombies and he would yell, "Shoot him in the head!" I would explain that I can't specifically aim for the head, but it wouldn't register in his head. This went on for years. In 2009, he passed away. So not long ago, Resident Evil 2 was remade. I went to GameStop to buy it, brought it home and began playing. As you now know, the game is much more advanced. You can shoot anywhere now. The head, arms, legs. It was 2 a.m, and I decided to throw down some Resident Evil 2. I hadn't had so much fun in a long time. I paused the game, lit up a cigarette while playing with one hand, and I was shooting all over the place. Then I got sad for some reason. It just came over me, and all of a sudden, loud and clear, did I hear the words, "Shoot him in the head." I looked around. There was no one. My brother was sleeping, and my uncle was at his girlfriend's house. It sounded like my grandpa, but of course I thought I was hearing things. So I did it. I kept shooting the zombies in the head. Then the dread I was feeling lifted. I felt like my grandpa was there. I knew what I heard. It was uplifting and scary at the same time. Growing up, my family, mother, father, half-sister and I, lived in a run-down, low-income neighborhood in my small hometown. Our street was small. As you drive down the neighborhood, there was an apartment building to your right, then 2 houses on the left, one of which we lived in, and the forest began at the end of the stretch. It seemed like all the people who lived on our street had some kind of substance abuse or domestic violence issue going on. Anywho, I was around 5. I'm female, and my sister was around 8. We had a big black Labrador / Newfoundland mix, Riley, who was a huge, sweet goober. Let us paint his toenails, tie up his hair in a ponytail, and was always very tolerant of us kids and as affectionate as could be. He loved all of our family and friends, and he was always friendly and happily curious of strangers. So, one day, a new neighbor we had called Pete was on our lawn speaking to my dad. He had just moved into the apartment, and he was on the top floor. He had apparently gone to grade school with my dad, and they were catching up. I remember playing with my sister in the backyard, and my mum came out to tell us, "Daddy wants you to meet a friend." So with Riley trailing behind, we walked through our house to the front door, and stood in the front doorway blocking Riley from getting there, as he had a habit of escaping to get lost and play in the woods. Pete was very pale, a little overweight, and had insanely light blue eyes with heavy eye bags. He wore a flannel and skull cap daily. Just some really strange looking guy, but was not that out of the ordinary for our neighborhood at all. As my dad was introducing us to Pete, we heard Riley growling behind us. Riley had never growled at anyone before. He'd only ever growled at raccoons in the backyard. So it was really weird. Next, I remember he pushed his way past us. Riley, the huge sweetie who'd never bit any of us, even accidentally during play, lunged at Pete. My dad caught him by the collar before he got there. He chalked it up to Riley having stranger danger, even if that's nothing that we'd seen him do in the past. Riley continued to growl and glare at Pete for the rest of their conversation, which was cut short by Riley lunging again. Pete then told my parents that they should have him checked for rabies. Yeah. Once Pete moved in, when Riley was outside, he would get intermittently barked and snarled at, something he had never done before or after Pete. Riley did this until we finally moved. So anyway, during that conversation on the lawn, my dad learned that Pete had a daughter who he shared custody with the mother, yet we only saw her sparingly, as she was dropped off and picked up. She was in our age group, but she never played with us or the rest of the kids in our neighborhood. Ever. We never saw her in school, as I imagine she went to the elementary school the next town over, because her mum apparently lived there. So we never interacted with her at all. It was just really strange vibes. We hypothesized about why she was seemingly not allowed to play with us for years, until we realized that we hadn't seen her in a long time, so she obviously wasn't having visits with Pete anymore. So around 8 years after this incident on the lawn, I was 13-ish. My parents had split up. My father retained custody of my sister, and my mum and I moved to a neighboring town within the county. Through the grapevine, my mum had learned something that explained Riley's behavior towards Pete, and she explained that she wanted to tell me about it before I heard this anywhere else. It was always a thing within our family that Riley freaked out like that because it was too out of character for him, and my mum always had weird vibes from Pete anyway. Pete had been sexually assaulting his daughter. He was also physically abusing her, keeping her confined to her bedroom and not allowing her to leave the apartment even to accompany him somewhere. 8 years after Pete had moved in, his daughter had finally found the courage to open up about this after years of abuse. Apparently before, when we had noticed we hadn't seen her come and go in weeks, she had told her mum that he was only physically abusive, and thus they stopped splitting custody, and he wasn't allowed to see her anymore after a brief stint in jail. He scared her into silence. The story was later backed up by a cop friend of my mum's confirming it. So Riley's instincts were spot on. He lived to be 13 and continued to be loyal, sweet, big old baby that he was. He never encountered anyone else who provoked a growl or lunge from him ever again in his life. He really was a good boy. So my mum recently rekindled a relationship from high school. His name was Mike. Mike started to sleep at our house and had a lot of physical ailments, like diabetes, and they even thought he had cancer due to some spot on his lungs and other organs. I was caring for him while my mum was at work because he was basically paying a couple of our bills with his disability checks. He was 40, and when my mum saw him again, he was a mechanic and in perfect health. But since he was a kid, he had bouts where he stopped caring for himself and stopped taking his insulin, and suffered tremendously, of course. He was here for about a week. He would get in his car and drive around to try and help people with stuff, because I guess he felt like he needed to. He was a really nice guy. One morning I woke up and my mum went to work and Mike was out doing the usual. I'm sitting in the living room watching TV and I hear walking coming from my mum's room. We have wooden floors, so if you step on them you can audibly hear it, and at first I thought it was my dog Susie. So I go in there and can't find the dog, and I wasn't at all worried. I sit back down and I hear it again. I'd ignore it for a good minute, but I turn around and my dog has been sitting on the sofa the entire time. I go in the kitchen and grab one of the butcher knives, and I head in there real slow, but not quietly, in case it is an intruder, so that they freak out and run away. I look on the ground next to my mum's bed, and Michael's meds and my mum's stuff are on her shelf. They've all been tipped over. Picture frames, dolls, her Bible, all nowhere to be found. The shelf, for context, was my late grandfather's. He had given that to my mum before he passed, and so I tell my mum, and she obviously thinks I'm crazy. But Mike bursts in and tells me that since he was a kid, he's had something following him around. A few weeks pass, and I'm in my living room after everyone had gone to bed, maybe at about 11 or 12. Somewhere between there, I get up off the couch and go to the restroom. I had just finished my business and began washing my hands. The water is running, but as soon as I turned it off, I could hear chairs shifting in the kitchen. I go to the kitchen, which is next to the living room, and they've all been flipped upside down. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or anything like that, but I was walking to my bedroom faster than I had in years, where I had a Bible that someone had given me once, and I just grabbed that thing and held onto it, fearing for my life at that point. The very next day, my mum's boyfriend went off to do the usual and never came back. We don't believe he's passed, simply disappeared. My mother was obviously upset. She took his things to his mother's house and dropped it off, and that was it. Before that, I had this unwavering belief that ghosts and demons just weren't real, and everything was explainable. But I can't begin to explain what that was or how that stuff happened. I just know it wasn't my grandpa saying he was here, but something more. I was on my way to the choir performance I had in a town on the other side of the country. I had to catch the sound check session because if you're not there, you don't perform later. Rules of the choir. I'm running a little late, so I'm driving just a bit over the speed limit, around 80. But the road is almost completely empty, so I figured it was okay, even though it was raining quite heavily. When I was merging onto the highway, I overtook a car that kind of stuck out from the rest. It was a dark green Rover with a Bosnian license plate, which is very rare in my country, and a little sticker in the back that looked like a logo of a fight club or school. It's a very specific combination. I'm driving on the right lane when a dark green Rover passes me. It caught my attention because I was driving pretty fast, and I wanted to see who was in such a hurry to overtake me, as I was overtaking every other driver I encountered on my way so far. Okay, so the guy just caught up to me and passed me. I don't know why, but I remembered the last 3 numbers of his plate, and I still do. A couple of kilometers down the road, I see a pair of lights approaching in my rear mirror, so I move to the right again. When it passes, it was the same car, same plates, same sticker, same brand, and same color. And then it happened 2 more times. The last time was a bit freaky. I saw someone beginning to pass me and I thought, "Hello, Rover," and there he was. 2 of the times it happened on a stretch that had no stops or exits, so I don't know how it occurred, and never once did I overtake him except at the beginning. But here comes the good part. I'm driving back from the concert. It's pretty late and the rain is pouring like hell, so visibility was bad. I was slowly driving home, and this same car passes me twice. I tried to snap a picture, as I was now expecting it the second time, but the first time freaked me the hell out. But due to the rain and bad phone, it didn't add up very well. All in all, the same car passed me 6 times. I was around 6, and in Ireland, I would be in senior infants, I think 1st grade in America. I remember this day well, but some things are a bit blurry, as it did happen over 12 years ago. School had just finished for the day, and I was waiting for my parents to come and collect me. Both of them worked, so I was used to waiting for them. I was waiting for about 10 minutes outside the school gates, when out of nowhere this huge woman came up and grabbed me by the arm, insisting she was a friend of my mother's, and said something along the lines of, "I know where your mother is." Being a dumb kid, I followed her, and she guided me to the church directly beside the school. Her car was in the parking lot of the church. She opened the car door and threw me in. That hurt. I was confused as to why my mother's friend would hurt me, and I knew something was wrong. She didn't get in the car, but she locked the door and waited outside it, looking around as if she were waiting for someone. I thought of all the stranger danger warnings I was taught as a child. I began to cry and try to open the door, but of course nothing happened. I remember looking down at my Winnie the Pooh backpack and my eyes being blurry with tears. Next thing I heard was arguing from outside the car, and I looked to my left. There was my best friend's mother shouting at the woman to let me go and threatening to call the guards and police if she did not. I heard the woman saying that I was her daughter and she wouldn't let me go. Looking back on it at this part, I laugh, because I was a very pale white child and this woman was clearly darker skinned. I'm not sure how her argument could have made sense in her own head. After a lot of shouting, the woman unlocked the car and let me go. I assume because I was too much hassle. I was in tears and I ran away. I saw my mother and ran. My mother asked the woman what happened, and the woman flat out lied to my mother and my friend's mother, saying that she was told to pick me up from school by her friend, then got into her car and left. One of the worst parts about this is that my mother believed her, and to this day insists that this incident never happened, even though my friend and his mother remember it. So it couldn't be a dream. I don't know what would have happened to me or who this woman was waiting for me after she locked me in her car, but I'm very grateful for my friend's mother, as I could owe her my life. One Friday, my stepmom picked me up to take me to my dad's house, like a usual Friday. We drove down our normal route home, which was through a wooded area which leads onto the main road, which we take directly to where my dad lives. Anyway, as we were driving through the wooded area, we were just talking, listening to the radio, where we came to an N-shaped road. Like I said, we were just chatting, minding our own business, when a car starts coming around the corner on the N-shaped road in front of us, with its lights at full beam. This is the middle of the day, so we can see clearly, and there's no need for headlights to be on. It seemed to be coming round rather fast, but we didn't pay it much mind. The road was very narrow in the woods, so as it approached, my stepmom pulled over like the normal procedure to allow this car to pass. Just to look up and see it vanish from reality in front of our eyes. This freaked us out a lot. From what I remember from the car, it had its headlights on full beam and may have been a white color, and didn't look really old either, maybe 90s plus. This event happened about 2 years ago now, and I remember it very clearly. My husband and I have a 70-pound pit bull mix who looks mean but is a total sweetheart. She is never aggressive and doesn't bark without reason. Her name is Candy. We take Candy everywhere. She is spoiled rotten and loves meeting new people and getting rubs. We stopped by 7-Eleven in our less than super neighborhood at about 9 p.m. one night to grab some beers and snacks. My husband went in and I waited with Candy. She was restless, so we got out the car and I let her sniff about and say hi to her favorite store clerk who was out smoking. A woman came out. Without being judgmental, she looked strung out by both narcotics and general life. Skin and bones, ratty hair, and needle marks freckling her arms. I nodded politely, and she said hi as she got into the passenger seat of the car parked next to our SUV. I'm intrigued, but it's not shocking for this neighborhood, so I forget about it. My hubby comes out of the store, and we all hop into the car. He is telling me about a Redbox special and getting Candy settled in the back seat. I look over at the car the woman got into, a white Nissan. There's a large man in the driver's seat, and I notice him, and then Candy goes ballistic. She's barking and growling and throws a total fit in the direction of the Nissan. I'm shocked at her behavior and look at the car again when I see the oddest thing. The man doesn't look scared or mad or even annoyed. He puts his head down and covered it with his hands. Hubby and I both saw it and found it strange. Like I said, Candy is an intimidating looking pup. An angry or fearful response wouldn't have been shocking, but hiding his face from us? The woman is hidden by the support beam, so I can't see her reaction. It still sounds silly. My husband and I are really sketched out, and Candy doesn't react like that ever, especially to people minding their own business in their car. The guy must have had some insanely bad energy for her to lose it. I think dogs are attuned to that kind of thing. So we pull out, paranoid, and hubby takes a few turns even though we live on the same street as the 7-Eleven. We get home, set up a movie, and enjoy our beer and Cheetos. The weird incident slipping from our minds, and 30 minutes into our movie, Candy absolutely loses it, scratching at the front door, growling and barking with her hackles raised. We jump up, instantly on edge, and I go to peep through the living room blinds that face the street. The Nissan is creeping down the street at barely 10 miles an hour. We don't have a garage or carport, and our car is on our front yard. The Nissan stops, the driver obviously recognizing our car. I grab my shotgun. Luckily, the lights in front of the house were already off, so we weren't visible, and we crouch below the windows. And my husband calls his uncle, as police have a habit of not responding in these lower income areas. But this time, the Nissan is in the driveway. My hubby is looking through the peephole. The woman gets out. She looks cheerful and goes to the front door and knocks. "Hey, you guys want to party?" We don't respond, but we let Candy keep at it. She's barking and growling, sounding scary, like a damned hellhound. "Come on, we don't bite." My husband tells them to get lost, and I cock the shotgun right by the door. The woman starts laughing hysterically. I'm looking through the window, and the man gets out of the car with a handgun by his side. It's a busy road, but no one notices, and he shouts, "Open up." My husband replies, "Leave while you still can. We have a shotgun and a very angry dog." He laughs. "I'll shoot that mutt in the face." We're panicking. At this point, we have called the cops, and my husband's uncle is on his way. We stand our ground, and they start circling the house, Candy following them at every window. Finally, the uncle arrives. He's a big guy, ex-cop, MMA fighter, and armed to the teeth. My hubby takes the shotgun and heads out. He and his uncle head around the back of the house where the two are banging on the windows. I come out, but hang back with Candy on her leash. The last thing I want is her getting hurt, but I know she makes a huge point. Our neighbors joined us in his PJs with a rifle, having heard the crazy shouting. The girl starts crying, saying that they were just playing and that it isn't a big deal. The guy puts his hands up and says he isn't looking for a fight. The two got in the Nissan and drove off. It was only then that I noticed they had no plates on their car. The police arrived minutes later and took statements. We didn't expect much to come from it. My friends can't imagine that we are still in the house, but ironically we are having a hard time finding a new place that will take pit bulls. There is not a chance that we'd abandon our girl, especially after the show of bravery and so many others, as she bit someone who broke a window and tried to break in a few months ago. So we just keep looking. I strangely don't feel too uneasy. I think our neighbor and family made a clear point, but I do wonder what those two were doing and what they think they saw in us. Stay safe, guys, and trust your pets. They know. When I was really young, under 8, we lived in an old hotel. The hotel had been built in the late 1980s. It was in a very small town next to railroad tracks. My sister was 1 year younger than me, and we shared the same room until we moved to another house and got separate rooms in 1980. We would both tell our parents about the various people we saw and talked to in our room. Typically, we only saw them at night. We also saw them in our dreams. The one I remember most was a soldier that had been blown apart. I don't know when he was a soldier from. He was scary at first, but he was more scared and confused than scary after a while. Both of us just accepted having them around. Our parents just blew it off as overactive imagination and having imaginary friends. Now you might be tempted to blow it off in the same regard. However, we have independent validation. A few years later, my aunt and cousin moved into the house. My sister and I never told my aunt or cousin about what we had seen. To us, it was perfectly normal. My parents had never told them either. My cousin spent one night in that room, and after that, she would never go back in. My aunt started asking questions about ghosts, hauntings, and the like. My parents brought up what we had said when we were younger, when we all got together and they asked my sister and I about it. We both were like, "Sure there are ghosts there, what's the big deal? We told you about this when we lived there." I don't remember many details of the individual ghosts at this point, but I remember the old-time clothing the most. Big billowy dresses, top hats and overalls. The soldier I remember being in the olive drab style clothing, and I seem to remember the legs being mangled and bloody. Perhaps part of his face too. Unfortunately, the building is now long gone, so no real follow-up is possible. But I wonder if other people grew up in a haunted house. We have a family pup. His name is Houndoom. He's over a 1.5 years old. He's a Doberman. He's the sweetest and most playful little guy you'll ever know. He loves people young and old and is a great guard dog. His bed is in the kitchen next to the window, and we have a baby gate up to make sure he stays there when guests come in. He always barks when he sees strangers, but once we let him know they're family or friends, he turns into a big baby. Now that I've let you know about my dog, onto the story. I have an 8-year-old daughter called Maddie. She's your average 8-year-old kid. Really nice, loves stuffed animals. Never seen a scary movie before. Totally innocent. Her best friend is called Sarah. They're the same age and go to the same school. Her parents reached out to us on setting up play dates so they can hang out outside of learning time, and we're cool with it. Sarah has been to our house a few times. The first time she came over, Houndoom went ballistic. Now, like I said earlier, when it comes to strangers, he's barking like crazy. That is until we let him know they're good people. Well, whenever she came inside, he almost broke down the gate. I've never seen him this out of control before. My husband and I were trying to calm him down, and Sarah just stood there staring at him. She had a little smirk on her face. After trying to get Houndoom to relax, I gave up and told the girls to go upstairs. It was weird, but I brushed it off. He probably smelled other dog on her or something, I thought. The next few times Sarah came over to play with Maddie, it looked like he wanted to attack her. That thing that freaked me out happened Sunday. Sarah and her mum walked up to the house, and my dog immediately went crazy. He even started growling, which only happens when he encounters other animals. Her mum didn't talk much, which I thought was weird, but I tried not to dwell on it. This time, I wanted Sarah to pet him. I know I'm crazy. I just figured he needed to get close enough to smell her and perhaps he'd calm down. I asked Sarah to come close, and she was looking at him in a very weird way, almost like she was teasing him. She wasn't afraid either, kind of like she knew why he was so livid. She brought her hand closer to him, and as we were petting him and calming him down, he growled and tried to bite her. He didn't because I moved her hand out the way, and after that resumed the barking like he wanted to rough her up. I told them to go back upstairs, and I turned to my husband like, does that not strike you as odd? The way my dog looked at her and barked at her made me feel so ugly. It's like he sensed something from her. My dog is normal, and he'd never acted that way before. He's perfectly fine with other strangers we introduce him to, though. I haven't been able to sleep that great, because I keep thinking about how creeped out I feel around Sarah. I highly doubt I'll ever let her come over again. I was streaming with friends last night, StarCraft 2, and all of a sudden I heard a little girl's voice. It was around midnight, so most people are asleep, and there's no one in my room with me. One of my friends had his brother in the room, who was 15 but had a relatively deep voice for his age. But I was the only one who heard the sound, and it sounded like it came from my mic or computer. So when I started joking around about it being a ghost or something, my friend went back to the stream and had a listen, because he didn't believe me. Then he found multiple times that it seems like a little boy or girl is talking. At one time, they clearly said, "Can you hear me?" There's also weird moaning sounds, a muffled attempt at talking, them saying, "Hey, everybody." I didn't hear any instances, except the one where I freak out. The majority of the other stuff happened when I left the computer to grab a midnight snack. It was incredibly disconcerting. An entity attached itself to me for a period of 5 years. It was not a real person, and I was not able to figure out who or what it was. This is the story. The first time I noticed him was when I had moved into my old apartment on the 3rd and top floor. I had one huge bay window spanning the entirety of the apartment. It looked out onto Main Street, and there were bus stops across the street. For a few nights in a row, I noticed the same guy dressed in dark jeans and a dark hoodie, with his hood up, staring up at my window. He was standing just to the left of the bus stop, and I guessed, okay, the dude is just waiting for a bus. But then it kept happening. Every night, during the day, on weekends. Weird things were happening in my apartment when I would notice him. Certain little electronics that would make sounds or songs would start to play. Eventually I noticed him, realized I needed something from my car, so I went down and peeked to see if he was there. But he was gone. So I go back upstairs, and he's back, just staring at me. I decided to test it out. I ran down the stairs outside, and he's gone again. I go back up, and he hasn't moved a muscle, as there isn't anywhere he could have just run off to and hidden, as it was a large and empty lot behind the bus stop. I was so freaked out, so I just kind of ignored it, until I started seeing him everywhere I went. If I was at work, I'd see him in the parking lot. Gradually, he would get closer and closer to me. He would be in the front office at work, or standing on the stairs, and eventually in the back seat of my car. I tried to ask questions or talk or get some kind of response, and nothing ever came of it. He came and went for a few years. I moved a few years after, and used to get friends hanging around, and always knew he was around because of a specific feeling I've got. Nothing malicious nor hurtful, but as soon as I got it, I knew he was going to show up somewhere. So in my new place one morning, I get up and jump to the shower. I get that feeling, okay, no problem. I'm just rinsing off, and a hand that is not my own runs through my hair. Initially, my brain went, it's my boyfriend. Except we weren't living together yet. He wasn't over, and I freaked out and left the house immediately. There is nothing that can convince me that I did not feel someone running their hand through my hair on my scalp. I remember the feeling to this day, and it was as real as anything else in my life. I called my sister, who was into old-timey magic stuff, and she did a little protection thing for me. It took a few more years for him to taper off. He never got that close to me again, and occasionally, but rarely, will he show up now. I still have no idea who or what it was. I was hiking in the woods with my friends in Eastern Europe. I want to keep this place anonymous. It was 4 of us. We were going on a week-long camping trip and really wanted to make the most of it, hike around the area, and just have a great time, the 4 boys. We went out there and on the first day picked a pretty nice spot to set up camp. We brought our fishing supplies and we're going to do some fishing one of these evenings. We were all very excited. There were booze and all the necessary junk food to ensure a great time. Now, where we were camping wasn't too far from the car park, and we could very easily drive into town when we needed more stuff. We intended to explore, but not go very far. Anyway, on to the story. The first few days were great. We were buzzed, having a great time, sharing stories, and generally just hanging out with friends and being in good company. It was on the 3rd day that we decided to pack up our stuff and go further in. There was a nice watering hole where we could fish in the evening and see if we could get any good catches. So we thought we'd try our luck. We set up camp nearby and started fishing. At one point, we really wanted more junk food, and even though we'd moved campsite, it honestly wasn't that long of a walk back to the car park. I volunteered to go to the local supermarket, which should still be open, to pick up all the beers and junk food my friends wanted. I think it was about a 20-minute walk through the woods and then a 10-minute drive, so I would be gone at most an hour and 10, an hour and 20. It's not like the fish were biting very much anyway. So off I went. I got to my car and drove off into the town. Nothing eventful happened. I got to the shop, bought all the stuff, and started making my way back. One tidbit that I do remember is that the security guard was at the store, and he was frantically looking at his watch. It became very clear, to me anyway, that the shop was almost closing, so I was quite fortunate I arrived when I did, 11:50. I left the store, and it closed pretty much straight away, and I parked up in the same spot I was in before not too long ago. I grabbed my bags and began walking in the dark to where my friends were. Now to me, with all this extra weight, I think the journey must have taken about 25 minutes, as I did have to stop and break every once in a while. But when I arrived to the fishing place where they weren't there. I went round to the campsite and only one of my friends, Johnny, was there. I asked very nonchalantly where the other 2 were, as I put down the bags on the dirt and started rummaging through to open a bag of Doritos. He gave me a fierce look and asked me angrily what the hell I was doing, why I didn't answer my phone, and where the hell was I? I pulled out my phone and showed him. There were no missed calls. But at that moment, I noticed something incredibly odd. The time on my phone now read 4:40 a.m. What? I looked at my phone and over to him. and said out loud, "What the hell?" I explained to him that I was there just before the shop closed, drove back, and walked the 25 minutes with the shopping to get back here. He yelled at me, calling me a liar, and we were having an argument about this. I told him I didn't know what to say, that is honestly what happened, but that somewhere in between the drive, arriving, and walking to the site, did I lose so much time? I genuinely am clueless as to what happened. My friends had even gone so far as to walk through the woods, call the police, and start a proper hunt to see if I would show up. But there I was. My friends were informed, as were the police, that I had been found, and they came back pretty pissed as well. I did try explaining to them, and said that if we would go to the shop in the morning, that the security guard and footage would be able to prove what I did. Not to mention that the beers were still very cold when I put them down, further proof that they had been where I said they were. I opened the beers tentatively and realized that they were still quite cool. Certainly not warming up for being in the warm climate and heating up for 4 hours. Everyone felt very uncomfortable. In the morning, we packed up our stuff and all went home, and never spoke of it again. I still don't know what happened that night. Part of me really does wish to know the truth, but another part of me thinks that maybe this should just be forgotten. Maybe there's something sinister or strange at work, and I just got off lucky. In any case, I try not to think about it too much, because it always gives me the heebie-jeebies. When I was 7 years old, I was in kindergarten. My birthday is late in the year, so I couldn't apply when I was 6 like most kids, since it was through the school year. We had a teacher, Mr. H, but this isn't about him. It's about a substitute I had one day. I can't actually remember his name, as he was only there for one day. But Mr. H was amazing, very caring and good with kids. This substitute was not. He was generally very weird and quiet, and didn't talk to us much besides what was absolutely necessary, like the daily story time, etc. The issues arrived at story time. I was wearing a skirt with leggings under it. I was never feminine. Turns out I'm trans, which makes lots of sense, so I didn't cross my legs like a lady, like my parents taught me. But hey, I was 7. So after story time, we had that free time period. Some kids painted, some just talked, some napped or ate snacks, and I was an avid reader, so I was reading as usual, sitting in the corner. The substitute was sitting there too. Nobody else was in this corner, and the substitute turns to me and says very bluntly, "Are you wearing panties? Because it doesn't look like you are." Keep in mind I didn't have my legs wide spread, just not crossed, and had leggings on under my skirt. Also, for the record, I was, and at the time I was being abused at home, so I honestly didn't think much of it. That sort of stuff was normal to me at the time, but I was a little bit put off. I decided to read elsewhere and got up to move to the other side of the classroom. The substitute teacher followed me throughout the entire block. The substitute followed me around the classroom, keeping his eye on me as I did various things like playing with the sand table, painting or reading. Every time we were doing anything complicated, like basic addition or spelling, he'd be hovering over me even though I didn't need help. He was also very touchy, constantly touching my shoulder, running his fingers through my hair amongst other things, although he never directly touched me inappropriately. But I was very uncomfortable with being touched at all, due to what was happening at home. I ended up going home unscathed, and I honestly didn't even tell my parents. I didn't even realize it until years later when I was 11, and coping with the rest of my trauma, that I realized how really creepy that all was. Last night, I had a glitchy experience. I bought oregano oil capsules, and I take them before bed. I specifically took one out, put it in my mouth, and swallowed it and left my room. I came back to my room and noticed that there was an oregano capsule on my bed. Weird, I thought to myself. I just took one. So I put the capsule back into the bottle, along with the others, and left my room. I came back to my room after showering, and the exact same capsule was on my bed in the exact same place as before. I started freaking out, because I remember taking a capsule specifically, and also putting the one that was on my bed back into the bottle. There was no one home but me, and then when I was walking out of my room, I heard my mirror that was hung up on the wall fall off and hit my record player, and I thought, this is gonna be messy to clean up. I walked back into my room, and everything was perfectly in place and nothing had moved. Am I having a stroke or experiencing a glitch? I stayed at a friend's house about 3.5 months ago, and this is when it first started. We ate dinner and watched The Golden Girls before crashing out. I told her I was ready for bed and headed to the guest bedroom. She asked if I would leave the door open, because her cat likes to go in there, and if I don't, he'll scratch at the door. So I left the door open. I didn't mind though, because the living room light was on, and it comforted me, since I'd never slept there before. So I'm sleeping and get woken up by the cat jumping on the bed across my back. He doesn't actually land on me. I'm laying face down and don't think anything of it. But I felt something else move across my back, very similar to how the cat felt jumping over me, but it was going in the same direction of the cat. I hear the cat meow and hiss, and then I hear it, in a little girl's voice. I want to get up there too. I tried to jump up, but I couldn't move. I was in complete panic, and couldn't move. Something pushed across my back again, and then the cat hisses and jumps after whatever was there. I have never been so scared in my life. I felt paralyzed, and not by fear, but by a pressure holding me down. I am not a religious person, but I started praying and getting a little emotional. I finally fell back asleep, as I had to be up around 6 a.m. to go to work the next day, and my alarm went off as planned. My friend, who was in the other room, yells and asks if I'm awake. I get up and go into her room and tell her good morning. She asked how I slept, and I told her not so great. She replies, "Me either. I kept having dreams about a demonic little girl in my room." This completely freaked me out. I told her what happened, and she was freaked. She grew up in that house and said she would never have anything like that happen. While I was getting ready for work, the cat that saved me would not leave my side. He literally laid on my feet while I did my makeup. I am not a fan of cats, but trust me, I was very welcomed that he didn't leave me. I have now had 2 more episodes when I hear her voice, and I wake up in a panic. I'm not sure if the last 2 are just nightmares, but it's scaring me and making me difficult to want to go to sleep, because I feel like she's following me. This happened when I was really young. I think I was the age of 5 or 6 at the time. My mother was a very high-profile businesswoman and was opening a new office for her business in a different city. She wanted to spearhead the operation, and so the 3 of us moved very quickly. This was happening at the end of the school year, so when we arrived I had plenty of time to relax and get accustomed to the new house. The house was beautiful and very big, extremely spacious and quite old, and needed to undergo some work. My parents were thrilled, but always incredibly busy. My mother would stick to the back room and type away furiously on her computer, plowing paper after paper, having them being spit out the printer to be sent to the new office to prepare the teams. My father, as a freelance photographer, was sometimes here and sometimes not. It just really depended on the clients. There'd be a few hours where my parents might not be home and told me to never open the door and to stay home like a good girl, and other times when people would be over to look after me. Honestly, the time I'd be alone would be very rare and very short, and my parents made sure to lock every single door in the house and window so that I had no way of getting out and no way of letting anyone in during these periods. It was around this time that I got lonely, and I started conjuring up imaginary friends. Although as to the imaginariness of this friend is debatable. The friend I created was called Sally. She was a girl a bit taller than me. I estimate now that she must have been at least 9 or 10, as she was a fair bit taller than I was. She was always really sweet to me, and we would have fun playing games together. We loved playing Connect 4, Ring Around the Rosie, and all sorts of things, and just generally have a great time. So when my parents were busy, or when I was alone, I always had something to do. When I told my parents about her during breakfast, they just assumed that she was your standard imaginary friend, and kind of shrugged it off. Then one afternoon, as I was alone, we were playing a game, I can't remember what, and she beckons me to come down the stairs and that she has something to show me. That's when she takes me to the very bottom of the staircase, where we have a little cupboard. She tells me to open the door, and I look inside. There's just a whole load of junk, and I look around, and there's nothing really of interest that I can play with. She tells me to look at the end, and when I look further in, the door slams shut, and I can't open it. The light goes off too, and at this point I'm terrified. I go through the junk in the dark and start hammering my fists on the door, pleading, demanding to be let out. I start crying in the darkness, and after a while I start to get scared. What if there's something in there with me? I was so betrayed and upset. My friend had just literally thrown me into a dark closet and left me there. I was crying for what felt like hours, but honestly was no more than 25 minutes. My mom came home while on the phone, and I remember vividly screaming as I heard her phone conversation. The moment she said, "Hold on a sec," did I hear her running up to the cupboard and throwing the door open. I was crying, and I had actually wet myself in fear. She wondered what the hell was going on, and when I told her it was my imaginary friend, she gave me a blank stare, hung up on the phone, and went and got me changed, gave me a bath, and we had a little chat. She asked me to describe my imaginary friend with her, and I told her that she was this little girl who was a bit older than me, who had blonde hair down to her shoulders and these really striking blue eyes, and was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. She gave me a quizzical look and asked if the little girl had something on her face. I noticed now that she was trying to not ask a leading question, and I said that her face was littered with freckles and that she had a very strange cut around her chin. At that point, my mother went silent and asked me if I was sure. I said yes, and with my fingers showed her roughly how big it was on her chin, because it led all the way from her chin to roughly halfway up her jaw. Didn't look very nice. She just tried to calm me down and told me to forget about it and that everything was okay. I was never visited by her again, and I was glad to be. But many years later, when I was talking to my mother, did she bring up imaginary friends and asked if I remembered the one I'd had. I told her I did, and that I wasn't very happy and fond of her. She told me that she had something to tell me. The imaginary friend I had was actually my mother's younger sister. When my mother was quite young, her family died in a car accident. She was only about 7 at the time, so roughly the age I was when I started seeing the spirit. She was the only survivor of the crash and was raised by her grandparents. Her sister had had that same cut on her chin the day she died, because a few days before that, they had been playing in the garden and she cut herself with a piece of glass. My mother remembers her sister that way because that was the last way that she saw her, wearing jeans and a top. She was very freaked out that day she gave me the bath, and I was even more freaked out hearing it now. I don't know why she was mean to me, my auntie. Maybe she was jealous that my mum survived and she did not. Either way, I don't want to see my not-so-imaginary friend again. In the past couple of years, I have been doing a lot of spiritual energy practices and have discovered a variety of things humans are actually capable of doing. Some of my discoveries were accidental, and some were through intentional experimentation. I play a popular game called Team Fortress 2. In this game, there is a character called the Spy, who is a stealth character that hides within your team and ends you with a single knife to the back. The Spy is a very irritating character, and every time that he gets me, I become annoyed and have assigned that annoyed feeling to him. There's sometimes, however, on several occasions, where I would randomly get this feeling out of nowhere. It's a sort of subtle anxiety that just creeps up on me, and for no reason. The strange feeling just starts off weak until it gets stronger and stronger, until I actually get hit by an enemy spy. Now, assuming that I could actually sense a player in a video game was too far-fetched even for me. But lately, that feeling has helped me out on more than one occasion. Now, the feeling doesn't happen all the time, but when it does, I either acknowledge it and turn around to fire spy, or ignore it and get finished off. It's almost like I could sense the intentions of the person playing as the spy is plotting and planning to get me. When I get the strong feeling and accept it, I turn around to find a spy who's failed to get me. Focusing on the feeling makes me more receptive to it in the future, and the more I ignore it, the less often it happens. Sometimes I get the feeling multiple times, and I'd find the spy behind me each of those times. I really have no way to explain this, but I continue to focus on this feeling as it has been helpful to me on more than just one occasion. I had been visiting my high school sweetheart's family in town, as I live out in said countryside. Her sister and aunt had been very vividly describing the myth of the Lechuza, a human-sized owl spirit, and their related scary stories of the times spent in rural South Texas. It had been a great night, entertaining a romantic skeptic like me on some good old-fashioned spooksies. I kissed my girlfriend goodnight and began driving the 10 miles home in my dad's handy Jeep. Midway, I notice a full moon, just like in the stories. Spooky. I exit the interstate and immediately enter the watch for deer territory as I trekked the last couple of miles home. I got to the base of the hill which hides my house from view, with half a mile to go, and then I'm practically home. And bam, there's an owl standing in the middle of the road blocking my lane. In all of my 17 years of living out there, I had never seen an owl, only heard them. The lechuza might as well have been standing in front of me. Not human, but large. I had to literally slow down to a mere 5 miles per hour before I was allowed to pass, almost as if to say, yes, this was meant for you to see. And I went home, told my mum, messaged my girlfriend, and thought about it all night long. Probably missed my Hogwarts invite. So, back in 7th grade, I started studying Latin, and for some reason it was always a big deal in my family, and caused a running joke. I think I might have said something nerdy once, and that got the whole family's attention. Anyway, one Easter shortly after, I get a usual gift basket filled with mostly delicious goodies and knickknacks. This was back in Germany, so slightly different customs, and one of the gifts was an Asterix and Obelix book. Some people might not know what it is, but it's just a popular comic of Celts fighting Romans. German comics, y'all. And this book was written entirely in Latin. Firstly, I'm excited because I get a chance to put my Latin to the test. However, I quickly realize it's way out of my reading range, and thus I just put it to the side. No further thoughts given. The next day I decide to try and give it another shot, and I actually prepare with my Latin book and notes from class. But when I open the book, it's all in German. I flip through the pages trying to find where the Latin begins, but every last word is German. For a few minutes I skeptically stare at this book, trying to figure out what's happening. And after a while, my brain gets frustrated and concludes that I was probably just tired yesterday and somehow associated the Romans in the book with Latin, because there's no way that my rational brain would allow me to believe in language-shifting books. Annoyed, I toss the book aside and don't think about it again. The very next day, I'm not even thinking about the book that made me actually consider the existence of dark magic. Only after a long while of chilling in my room do I notice out of the corner of my eye the stupid title of the stupid book written in Latin. I'm not as shocked as I am angry, because this stuff doesn't happen. I flip through the pages and actually jump in the air out of frustration when I find that it is all written in Latin. I go ballistic. I turn the book upside down, read it backwards, take it to another room and hold it up close to the light. But this is still Latin. It goes on for a few days, switching languages from Latin to German. It also decided to get more ballsy, not even waiting until the next day to execute the shift. I myself grow increasingly angry, running up to where the book was to check the language it was currently on as soon as I get home. I also can't tell anyone about this because of what I'm going to say. Hey, can you check this book for me? I think it's magic. Could you imagine the ridicule? I eventually grew so upset with the book that my main fear was of the possibility that it would not switch languages, because then it would definitely indicate me having gone mad, and it was almost some sort of comfort to see it change. Only after one day do I accidentally let my book slip behind my bed, and I leave it there. And then do I finally get to the bottom of this. My mum had actually brought both the Latin and German versions of the books, and switched them out whenever I wasn't looking. I told you my overachieving Latin studying was the source of running family jokes, and my mum took this to a whole nother level. She never mentioned anything once. I'd figured it out just to not give them the satisfaction, but it sure freaked me the hell out while that was happening. We had a dog that was a bit too unruly to be kept inside, so he spent most of the summer on a lead, beside a large group of forsythia up the hill that was our backyard. My brother and I were responsible for his food and water each day, and being brothers, it often became a race. It wasn't exactly fair for the one of us doing the water that day, but it was what it was, and occasionally ended with a full-out sprint down to the steps by the house, with flying elbows and shoving that somehow never ended in disaster. One day it was my turn to do the water. I filled the jug and went up the steps, trudging up the walk to the dog's run. After emptying out the water, I began pouring into the fresh stuff and looked down the yard. My brother was about halfway up there with the food. I laughed and taunted him that there was no way he'd win the race today since I was almost done. He just shrugged and kept coming up, and went around to the far side of the forsythia. Well, that was odd, but whatever. I'd wait for him to come around and dump food and then start running. I liked the actual races. I finished with the water and scratched the dog's ears for a bit. I went in a bit deeper, scratching and petting the happy pooch, but he never came around. He wasn't in the bushes, he never went back down to the house, and I eventually gave up on the joyful thought of sprinting down laughing at him while he poured the food in and sullenly marched down to the yard and inside. He was standing there in the kitchen talking to my mum. "How'd you get back down here?" "What? Didn't you get the dog's food?" "No, he's been here talking with me. Why?" No reason. I'm pretty sure I saw the ghostly doppelganger of my brother, though nothing bad happened outside getting freaked out by it. This happened almost 15 years ago, when I was 7. My best friend's mum would babysit my brother and I before and after school. My mum would usually drop us off at her house at around 6 a.m. She would make us breakfast, and then the three of us would walk to our elementary that was less than a 10-minute walk away. To preface, we would walk through an adjacent neighborhood, through this small wooded area that had an enclosed bridge that led us to the back of our elementary. The elementary sits back in a long tree line that runs about a half-mile north and another mile south. Anyway, we're about to get to the turn where we walk into the tree line to the bridge, and this guy comes cruising down the street. At first, I don't even think we noticed him considering how young we were. But right when he's about 10 feet away from us, he slows down to virtually 0 miles per hour. There was nothing that stood out about his appearance either. He was middle-aged and white and very generic looking. We all stare at the car and start walking super slowly. If we stop, he would stop. If we walk, he would slowly go. During this whole ordeal, he has a blank expression on his face. Not anger, no smirk, just this sinister deadness almost. This went on for about 5 minutes, because we were too scared he'd jump out of the car if we turned our backs on him, and I was mainly scared for my little brother. Finally, he speeds off, and we run the rest of the way to school, and immediately go to the principal's office. And this is the point which we are bawling. We gave them our version of the story, his descriptions, and whatever else a 7-year-old is actually capable of giving. They take action by calling the cops and our parents. The cops come and we explain where it happened and the story again. Then our parents ended up taking us out of school. From then on, we weren't allowed to walk to school anymore, and our babysitter would take us. The reason this ended up being so creepy is because apparently there had been reports around the time of a guy who would sit under the bridge we walked over right by the school and watch people. They didn't know if he was homeless or if this was another guy who we encountered. They never caught him, and we never saw him again. Whether this was a more sinister encounter than we thought, or was he just bored, we will never know. I do know how bizarre it was though. Who stares at children that intently while driving by? He even turned his head around as he was driving. By his chance of luck, no other cars drove by during this whole ordeal, and I'd rather not meet him again. So this happened about 8 years ago. It's me and 2 friends in my car chilling in the driveway. We were talking and they were talking. I noticed this cat of pure white sitting 20 feet in front of us. Now my friend doesn't have a white cat, so I was intrigued. 5 minutes or so pass and the cat is still sitting in the same spot. I finally told my friends, "Hey, what's up with this cat in front of us?" All our eyes went to the cat, and it instantly vanished. We all saw it and began tripping out. One friend said it looked like it melted into the ground. I still question it to this day, and my 2 friends still remember that moment. It's around 4:30 a.m. here, and all the dogs in my neighborhood are freaking out. I get up to go let my dogs inside the house, figuring that'll calm things down a bit. I open the back porch door and look to my right where there is a fence line to another house. I look over there because it looked like there were some clothes hanging off the fence, and our neighbors have never done that, so I thought it was strange. Then I saw them. 2 men in black suits with no heads. I look at them for a good minute and make sure my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. I don't move, but they just stand there. I could tell that one looked heavier than the other, but that's it. I backed into the house, locked the back door and turned the light off. I go back into my room and tell my husband, who is now awake because of all the dog barking. I tell him I'm gonna wait until it's light outside to get the dogs, because I just saw something I can't explain. I told him what I saw, and I said I feel like I sound crazy, but I saw this, and I'm not joking. He seemed like he believed me, but honestly, I don't know. That's probably why the dogs were barking. They must have this sixth sense. I was leaving a friend's house around 10 p.m. back in mid-December. I was sober and wide awake, as my plan was to go home and finish some quick chores left over from the day. We had heavy rain and weird clouds all day. No lightning though. So when I was getting into my car and noticed the cloud cover seemed to have bright red glows in it, I assumed it was the light from the nearby university refracting strangely into the thick clouds. I got into my car and headed home. My house was a short drive away, 7 to 8 minutes tops. Suddenly the entire sky lit up pink, blue, green, and yellow, in rapid and repeating succession for 10 seconds. The lights seemed to have had no point of origin or bright center, but was coming from behind the clouds as I could see their shapes in front of the flashes. The sky was evenly bright from horizon to horizon, and there was no relative noise. Then it happened again. Random colors flashing brightly for maybe 5 seconds, then darkness. Then again, then 5 seconds before it was totally dark once more. And that was the last time I saw it. I don't know how to explain this one. Near our house is a small greenhouse of a local tea company, which is often lit up with lots of wacky colors. And if the clouds are low enough, we will occasionally see the light very dimly reflected in the sky. I can't blame this on those. It was far too bright, too far-reaching, and was flashing, not holding a steady color. I also saw that recent video of the transformer exploding in New York City, and this was similar, but what I saw was more than just bluish white. It was like as if the entire sky was weirdly colored that day for a few seconds at a time. No centralized source of light like a blown transformer would give off. This really freaked me out, for probably no reason, but I definitely stepped on it the rest of the way home. I haven't seen anything like that since, and we've definitely had some similar clouds. I know lightning is capable of giving off unusual colors, but in rapid and changing succession like this? When I mentioned it to friends, they all dismissed it with a quick, weird. Any input into this would be greatly appreciated. Throughout my life, I've had quite a few paranormal experiences. Call me weird, be skeptical, but I know what happened to me. I believe also that children are more susceptible to the paranormal because they don't know what they're supposed to block out. This one particular instance, I don't actually remember. I believe it's true because my mom, dad, and sister all maintain that this actually happened. My sister was the one who witnessed it. To begin, when I was a kid, we lived in the south side of Chicago. I was 4 years old when we moved, so this happened sometime between the ages of 3 and 4, because I was able to talk. I had 5 imaginary friends: Juan, Carlos, Carla, Jorge, and Amy. Yes, I had 4 Mexican imaginary friends, and 1 white one. I don't know why. Amy was always seen as my twin. You know, the one who did the bad things, and I would blame her. I only remember Amy. My mom, dad, and sister are always shocked when I reminded them that I don't remember the other 4 imaginary friends at all. They disappeared when we moved to North Carolina from Chicago, and Amy was the only one that stuck. My sister is also 7 years older than me. One day while we still lived in Chicago, I was playing in the living room in front of the TV, while my sister watched me and made sure I didn't do anything to get myself into trouble. All of a sudden I screamed and started crying out of nowhere. My sister freaked out and went into the kitchen as my mom was coming to see what was wrong. My sister goes, "I don't actually know, she just started crying." My mom comes over to me and asks what happened, and as plain as day I say, "Amy bit me." Being a 4-year-old, that wasn't too credible, and my mom tried to blame my sister when she did. I go, "No, it wasn't Amanda, it was Amy, she bit me." So humoring me, my mom asks me, "Okay, where did Amy bite you?" And I pointed to my back. My mom lifts up my shirt, and in the middle of my back is a clear bite mark. So I was in the car with my mom today, and she brought up this story. And at first she goes, "When did that happen?" And then she remembered all of a sudden that she got this look on her face that was a mix between uncomfortable and confused. She goes, "Yeah, I didn't tell you at the time, but I never had any doubt in my mind that your invisible friends weren't really invisible, but they were spirits. And I think the 4 Hispanic children were good spirits and that Amy was something else, which you decided to call Amy because you would always talk about her getting into trouble or doing bad things. You would always blame bad things on her. I think you may have been onto something when you said that the 4 others were trying to protect me from her." The other day, I was walking back from the bus and walked down my street. I was sober, well rested, had eaten food and was wide awake. I had not been exposed to carbon monoxide. I noticed the houses were different, and I started to think I had somehow walked down the wrong street, though I had seen the site for my street when I got off the bus. I figured I'd walk to the main street and go back up my block, but then I saw my own address. I was confused. It was a slightly different house, a little newer, and it didn't seem to be a 4-plex like mine. I didn't know what else to do, so I knocked on the door. A woman answered, and I explained I was looking for 1234 Myrtle Court, and she said that this was it, and asked me what I wanted. I said I was a little lost, and was she sure? She was getting suspicious and annoyed and said, "Of course, why?" I stuttered something about thinking my house was here, and she asked if I was on drugs and threatened to call the cops, so I apologized and left. I was in denial. And at the end of the road I noticed a taco place that isn't on my street normally. Usually, it's a few blocks away. On my actual street, there's a mechanic, where there is a burger place across from it. I started to walking towards it because at least it was something normal. When I turned on the main street, things seemed to return to normal. I walked the few blocks down to my house, which was now there, and everything was in its usual place. I was so freaked out I avoided that part of the neighborhood for a while. When I did eventually go back, it was the same number but a different street, and the house looked different than the one the woman lived in. The taco place was on the wrong side of the street, and I had really just been hoping I was just turned around. Once when I was 9 and home alone, I had an experience I could truly not explain. My school got out a few hours earlier than my parents worked, so I'd often be home alone. While my next door neighbor would babysit my baby brother, I would be in the living room playing Donkey Kong 64 on my Nintendo, when suddenly it turned off. I didn't really think anything of it, so I booted it back up and began playing again. Another few minutes go by and it shuts itself off. At this point, I started to feel like I was being watched, and had the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to turn it back on for a third time and play for a few more minutes, when I hear something from right over my shoulder. The noise is hard to describe, but it sounded like a lion roaring. As soon as I heard it, I ran out the house, not even stopping to put my shoes on. I ran to my neighbor's house and waited there until my parents got home from work. I could never figure out what happened. My mum told me it was probably the washing machine, but the washer was downstairs in the basement, and who was home doing laundry? No one. That's who. Looking back, I remember feeling watched a few times in that house, but nothing ever happened to me again while there. I should also add that I've had the same Nintendo 64 since, and I've never had another issue with it, of it turning itself off by itself in 20 years. Last year, I was driving down the US, Route 90 in Ohio, going to an old friend's house. We had driven out of the town that they were living in on unrelated business. On the way back to their old spot, 90W bound, we run into construction that was happening at the time on overheads. Pretty sure they restructured the fencing things, or something along that route. Anyway, we are seeing the exit signs for Lorraine, and I think to myself, hey, a few more exits and we're there. Here is where the glitch happens. I see the sign again. Also, the route has a very slight right curve as you pass under said sign. I think to myself, didn't we just pass this? And one of the other people in the car says, didn't we just pass this sign? I respond with, yeah, that was weird. The third person in the car goes, what are you guys talking about? And for the moments, talked about the event. I haven't thought about it too much. Maybe just an instance of tunnel vision. But on every fiber of my body and everything I love, I drove under that sign twice that day, and I will never forget that. I was standing in front of my house with my dad on a spring day. This is when I was 7. We were looking across the street at the neighbor's house, making casual conversation to pass the time. Suddenly, we see about 3 crows start to circle around the house. Then one of the crows dives into our neighbor's backyard and starts to pull apart their storm drain, the water spout that catches roof water and sends it to the ground. It appeared that the family of finches had built a nest in the drain, and the crows wanted to eat the eggs. They succeeded, but that was not all. The crows then caught one of the finches, ripped its head off and started to eat it. The other finch darted off in a fright, abandoning its home. About 3 minutes later, I kid you not, the finch returns with about 50 other finches, and they start to attack the crows. The crows took down a few more finches, but they were covered in a massive swarm of angry feathers. 2 of the crows were ripped to shreds within minutes, and the other one got away, but fell to the ground after making it to a nearby hill, probably due to a damaged wing. It was very scary for my young mind, and I had just seen the horror movie, The Birds. After everything was done, my dad turns to me and says, "What the hell?" Can someone please help me explain this? It's really weirded me out. I was napping in my childhood room in my old bunk bed around 5 p.m, which I share with my older sister. I'm napping in the top bunk, which is relatively close to the ceiling and against a wall. Walls and ceilings are a smooth blue color. My sister is chilling in the bottom bunk on her laptop. We are 23 and 25. Both came home for the weekend for my brother's birthday. She answers the phone call, which wakes me up. I open my eyes, and all over the walls and ceiling are small triangles with rounded corners and dots in the middle. Each cluster of triangle forms a pattern of flowers, 5 triangles each, all the tips facing towards the center. These flower clusters all lined up evenly and orderly, covering my walls and ceiling everywhere. They weren't scattered randomly. The pattern wasn't a specific color, translucent or transparent. I stared in shock, confused and amazed for 2 to 3 minutes, before shutting my eyes for 3 more minutes and opening my eyes to see they were gone. Now, to get into the details. I've had sleep paralysis before. This wasn't it. I was very much awake, could move, and even sat up to check out this pattern. I often have false awakenings too, but I assure you I was very much awake. There was no strange reflection of light, nor was the light shining in my eyes so that I could have imprinted a pattern when I looked around. The pattern stayed on the walls whenever I moved my eyes. It didn't move with my eyes. The pattern was so technical that it's why I explained it as a force field-like. It reminded me out of something of a sci-fi movie. At first I thought it was my contacts. Maybe they were dry because I fell asleep with them. I've never ever had that happen to me before, and I often fall asleep with my contacts. Plus, that pattern, it was so particular. I've never seen that pattern anywhere before, but something about it was almost computer-like. Has this happened to anyone before? I'm just trying to figure it out. It's so weird. I just had to share it. When we first moved into the house I grew up in, I used to hear things calling my name from the opposite end of the house. Let's say I'd be in my room playing with Lego or something, and I would hear my dad calling my name from his room. So I'd go to my parents' bedroom and ask them what they wanted, and they'd always tell me that they'd never called my name. Being a little kid, I honestly started to think that they were playing a joke on me, because this happened about once every few days. Well, one night, it happened, and I went to ask them what they wanted. But right as I stepped into their room, I heard my mother's voice calling me from the living room, which is all the way on the other side of the house. It was at that exact point that I knew no one was tricking me, because I was looking at both of my parents sitting in front of me. I kind of kept this to myself until my brother was diagnosed with partial narcolepsy. One of the symptoms of narcolepsy is apparently oral hallucinations, so I thought maybe it had to be that. I went and got myself checked, and I was completely fine. I have no idea what was calling my name all those years ago, and I still hear it at night, whenever I come over to stay. Early one afternoon, my wife and I decided to head to the store. It was a clear and sunny summer day as we approach a one-way turn up ahead. We were 150 yards away, when suddenly we noticed the figure of a woman emerge from the road, moving oddly and seemingly putting on a dress. We deemed it odd. We figured they must have been down in the sewers and crawled out of the manhole. But upon reaching the end of the street, there was no manhole, only the solid pavement of the street. The woman, disheveled and barely dressed, walked into an alleyway behind a strip mall. I'd seen this woman around town before, and she is very clearly mentally ill, often ranting and raving like lunatics as she walks down the street. But this kind of event fried my brain for a while. The whole thing was very surreal, as we clearly saw this woman appeared to have crawled out of the street, but there was nowhere she came from. It left us pretty unsettled. We still are to this day. It was last year, close to May, when I was feeling very anxious about an essay I had to give in a week from then. And as usual, as a way to prevent me from having an anxiety attack, I started reading a book on Wattpad. It was a mystery, suspense and romance book, which I remember was so unusual from being what I normally read, and it captivated me. I read anywhere. I could read on the bus, while waiting for the bus, during class, taking a break. I even sometimes read while walking. And this book was so amazing that I couldn't put it down. Then it happened. On May 22nd, my class was scheduled to go to the annual National Book Exhibition, and I remembered that we had scheduled to meet for coffee with the entire class to show off which books we had brought and discuss the seminar which we had to watch about script writing and book writing and the difference between them. But I didn't go to the seminar. I sneaked away to a photography gala a few rows ahead and returned just in time for the coffee. There I was, so uninterested in the conversation that I continued reading my book. In 48 hours, I had already plowed through 103 chapters and only had 5 more. I was sure I would finish by the time I was home, and I was right. I did finish and even reviewed it, and I had a lengthy conversation with the author too. A week later, I got a notification on my phone that the author updated the 7th chapter of the book, where they had finished. I thought it was a Wattpad glitch, but as I checked it from both my phone and the computer, there were only 7 chapters and not 108. I then went immediately to my chat, and our conversation was gone. I asked her if she had deleted the chapters, and she said no, and then I proceeded to tell her what I had read. She freaked out and asked me how I knew things, and I told her that I'd read it all. She didn't believe me. Figures. I still see notifications about new chapters of the story, and I'm a little bit creeped out. Was it a glitch? Did I see the future? Did my subconscious go that far? Nothing makes sense. Today I arrive at work and do the usual when I get in. Go to my desk, set down my purse and clock in. Now everyone at work carries walkie-talkies. It's how we communicate to each other because we are spread out throughout multiple buildings. Everyone has their own walkie and is labeled with their name on it. Part of my morning routine also includes grabbing my walkie so I don't miss it out on any useful information. We have a station where all the walkies are kept on charges at night, so when I go and grab mine, I check to make sure I've picked the right one. This is important to note, because most people might not double check this. But I have another girl who's got a similar name to me. It's only 1 letter off. Every time I grab my walkie from the chargers, I always have to double check that I have my walkie and not the other girl's. So I know for a fact that I grabbed mine with my name on it. Now sometime later, I grab my walkie out of my pocket as I go to use it for the first time today and read the name on the walkie, Matt. Now Matt absolutely never uses his walkie, so it's always sitting on the charger. There's no way I just accidentally picked up his walkie-talkie and misplaced it with my own, seeing it as he never uses it. I went back to the charging bay and sure enough, there's mine sitting on the charger. I know with absolute certainty that I picked my own up this morning. I physically picked it up and double-checked that I had it with my name and not the other girl's before putting it in my pocket. When I was around 8, during recess at school, I noticed a bunch of other kids outside a storage room yelling and warning others not to approach because there was an eyeball staring back at you. I was curious because I didn't understand what they meant, but I could see their fear was real because their faces were pale white and they would try to deter me from taking a peek through the keyhole. I remember bending down slightly so that I could get a closer look inside, and sure enough there was an eyeball staring back at me, and it freaked me out so much I peed my pants on the spot. It was only later that day that I had ended up in the nurse's office because of the commotion us kids had created that the janitor had to go into the room to inspect this whole mess. Turns out that someone had placed a mirror against that door, and the eyeballs we were seeing were our own reflections. I was in my bedroom sorting laundry, and I was listening to a YouTube video on my phone. I have YouTube Red, so my phone was locked while the video played. I thought I'd heard a strange noise and thought perhaps one of the dogs was getting into something. I had thought to myself, wow, I really can't hear over this radio. I should probably pause to listen. But my lazy ass decided not to, and I continued sorting laundry. My boyfriend was on dog watch anyway, so it wasn't my problem. Then for no reason whatsoever, the video just stopped playing on my phone and fell silent. It just stopped, and I chuckled to myself because I knew how strange that was. I took the opportunity to listen for the strange noise and heard nothing. I ended up checking to make sure that dogs definitely weren't getting into anything, because I thought that was a clear sign from the universe to go check. Everything seemed fine, so I resumed listening to my video and sorting laundry. This next one is when I was sitting on my couch in the living room watching TV. I had seen the dog going into the kitchen, and seeing as he's a 5-month-old puppy, I didn't like when he's out of sight. I called for him to come to me, and instead of running out the kitchen like he should have, he came running out the hallway coming from the back bedroom. I know for a fact I had literally just seen him go into the kitchen. This last thing happened this morning, and I'm still quite shaken up over it. On Sunday morning I had woken up to find that neither my boyfriend nor I had remembered to lock the front door. So last night I had double-checked that the door was locked before heading to bed. This morning I had woken up and did my usual, which was roll out of bed, plop myself on the couch in the living room to browse social media while I convinced myself to wake up. I lay there for 15 minutes until I decide to start my day. I sit up off the couch and look up at my front door. It's open about a foot. Surprisingly, my first instinct was to find the cat and make sure she didn't get out. I ran all over the place calling for her and then ran into my bedroom to wake up my boyfriend. At this point, my cat came out of her sleeping place to greet me, and I was relieved to see that she was safe. In my panicked state of mind, I had told my boyfriend what had happened, and he asked me if anything was missing. I'm not sure why that thought never occurred to me. He got up and checked all the rooms and closets to make sure no one had broken in, and we found nothing amiss. I have no explanation as to why or how the front door was open. I do wish to add one more thing that happened that was very strange. This happened about 2 weeks ago. I was just finishing up cooking dinner, and my boyfriend was going to go run to the party store to grab some pop. I was standing in the kitchen at the stove. Our front door is right outside the kitchen, and maybe 30 seconds after he left and shut the door, I saw the door start to swing open. I thought he had forgotten something and was coming back inside. My 1-year-old dog was sitting right outside the doorway, acting a little excited. And after a few moments go by and I don't see him come through the door, this raises some concerns. I work up the courage to go look behind the door or the doorway, and no one's there. Thank goodness I have a highly trained dog, and she didn't run out the door. I immediately call my boyfriend and tell him what happened. We both kind of agreed he must not have latched the door all the way. After what happened with the door today, I'm not open to believing that something is just wrong with the front door. We tried playing with the door today just to try and recreate it happening on its own, but we couldn't get it to do it. I do, however, stand by what I said in knowing the door was locked last night. I went camping with 4 friends a few years ago, and we were indulging one of our friends who was an avid bird watcher. So we were in an isolated valley just past the Blue Mountains in New South Wales, so he could find this owl. We were camping in a town that had a really interesting history. It used to be a booming coal mining town, but has since receded hugely, and is now only as a double-digit population. There is a huge amount of rusty mining equipment everywhere. It's a really cool place. We explored the bush around our campsite a bit, and saw some creepy-looking abandoned caravans, and decided not to get any closer. Anyway, we were going out driving at night looking for this owl. We see nothing, and go back to chat around the campfire. As we're doing this, we all kind of go quiet at the same time, and we hear what sounds like the distant screams of a teenage girl. Now we've literally seen no people in the town at this point. We don't know where the closest payphone is, and we have no reception. We all kind of look awkwardly at each other, and then try to play it off, hoping that we weren't the only ones to hear it. Then it happens again, but louder, and again, and again. Now there's no denying it. There are screams coming from the bush, roughly from where the caravans were. We don't know what to do. We don't want to venture into the bush at night and possibly get lost, or worse. We don't have a phone to call anybody, and we haven't seen anybody to tell. So what do? We go into our tents, clutch our knives and try and sleep. When we wake up, Mr. Birdman informs us he did some reading in his bird Bible, and apparently the owl that he was there to see has a mating call that is described as a blood-curdling scream. It was the owl. We don't know for sure if that's what we heard, but I really hope we just heard an owl and nothing more sinister. A few years ago, I was just coming home from work, absolutely shattered from another grueling day at the office. My boss, Janice, had given me a motherload, and I was suffering for it, with deadlines approaching. Now, I'm not sure what this experience was. Was it a product of my exhaustion, or something more? As I'm walking up to my building, I grab my keys as I usually do, swipe the fob, and open the door. The post boxes are on the left-hand side, and as I go to my post box, I insert the key and flip. Inside, there are a few parcels. I get them, look through my mail, put them under my arm, and open the next door to make my way into the concourse of the elevators. It was there that I pushed the button, and I look to see where the elevator is currently at. Floor 12. Great. It'll be a minute before it comes down. So I start to absent-mindedly look at my envelopes, opening my letters and seeing what I had received. After I was reading this boring document sent from work, did I hear the familiar ding of the elevator. It arrives, and I look to see who's coming out of it. The thing is, it was me. I was wearing a completely different set of clothes. I looked like I was going to the gym. The other me didn't even notice me. He just walked right past me, opened the door and left. I was so taken aback that the elevator doors closed on me, and they went up to an even higher floor, and it took a while before it came back down. When it opened again, there was no one there. I was feeling incredibly confused. Was my mind playing tricks on me because I was so tired? Or was it something else? I got in the elevator, rode it all the way up, opened my apartment door, and everything was as it was. I still don't know what to make out of that day, but it's never happened before or since, and I'm glad to live without that fear. This is probably one of the most nerve-wracking things I've ever experienced while camping. It happened to me while I was in the Boy Scouts. My troop had hiked for an entire day into the mountains, following an incredibly old and vague hunting trail. After at least 6 hours of hiking, we finally get close to our spot, which to be fair was an incredibly beautiful valley tucked in the Rockies with a gentle crystal clear river, maybe a quarter of a mile wide but only a few inches deep. But about a mile before we reaching the stopping point, we started seeing skulls. To be fair, they were all deer or elk, but still, seeing at least 24 skulls scattered around the area, some strung up in trees in various states of decomposition, is not a pretty picture. So as nervous as the other scouts and I and a few other of the adults were, we forged on, collected a few racks of antlers, and made it to the camp. After making camp, setting up and cooking dinner, we all had pretty much forgotten about the skulls. So it starts getting dark, we clean up for the night and get into our tents, and eventually everyone falls asleep, except for me. I've always suffered from insomnia, so I usually stay up late and read, especially whilst camping. So I was the first to hear the screaming. It was a bone-chilling scream, the likes of which I've never heard before or since. I knew to the depths of my soul it was a mountain lion, and not only had we probably camped right on his feeding grounds, but it also saw our camp and wasn't pleased. Can't get any worse, right? Wrong. By this time everyone had woken up, and all the scoutmasters yelled at us to stay in our tents, when all of a sudden we heard another one start screaming as well, also on the other side of the river. There's nothing as terrifying as hearing that screaming, knowing how close these extremely dangerous and most likely angry predators were, but not being able to see them for whatever reason. They never crossed the river, but they kept on screaming off and on until dawn. After getting out of our tents and having a quick breakfast, we packed up in record time and left. I still have the antlers I grabbed as we marched sitting on my dresser at home. 15 years ago, my family and I went to a pre-Hispanic ruin at night to watch an announced planet's alignment. We went there because it's a rural place and a 1-hour trip from a major city, and there are no lights to bother you so you can star watch. Once there at about 10 p.m, we tried looking for the planetary alignment, but no one knew how to identify any planet, so we just watched a pretty starred night, with 2 of my cousins deciding to follow up a hill trail to see what was behind it in search of the unknown, or perhaps something paranormal. We walked for about 20 minutes and found a house with dogs. They began barking at us, and we decided to return. That's all my cousin and I remember for the trek. Meanwhile, the rest of my family had a really strange experience. When they lost sight of us from the distance, they saw a light that moves towards them really slowly without sound, but with strong winds at ground level to move with it. When the lights reached above them, my mother and my aunt screamed, and everybody sheltered in their cars. They wanted to leave, but my cousins and I were still missing. Then, the light kept moving and was lost over the hill that they were trekking. My dad, my brother, and my other cousin went up the hill searching for us, but couldn't find us. They waited a long time, and then again went up the hill for us. They said they also reached the house with the dogs, but couldn't find us. They came back, waited, and were very worried. Then we came down as if nothing happened. I remember my family were really worried and asked us why we took so long, and then we just got into the cars and left as quickly as we could. I didn't know anything about why they were worried and didn't ask. Some years later, my mother and my aunt told me this story, asking me why we took so long and if we saw the light. Just then I realized that the trekking for my cousin and I was about 20 minutes at best, but for my family, it was 2 hours or more. Last year, my girlfriend and I went up a bike trip through the trail, and I was expecting to see the house, but I couldn't find it. I'm planning a new trip there to see if I can reach the lake. It certainly weirded all of us out. I had not long passed my driver's test, and as an 18-year-old, I was never not driving my car. It was late one night, and I had just dropped off a friend at his house. I was driving up a very familiar road to get onto the motorway. There were no other cars in sight, and my music was pretty loud. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a small black cat seemingly waiting to cross the road that I was driving on. It must have been about 10 meters ahead of me on the other side of the road. I was doing about 40 miles per hour, and I figured it would either wait, or even if it ran across the road, I would have passed it before it was in any danger. Just at that, the cat seemingly ran straight towards my car, and I'm 100% certain I heard a horrible thud of the poor thing going under my car, even over my loud music. This is when it gets weird. I stopped immediately. I adore animals, and I was also quite distraught, to say the least, at the prospect of running over a poor cat, and indeed someone's beloved pet. I was also quite shaken, as I was relatively new to driving, and I knew my mother was going to be furious if I damaged the car. I get out and notice there's no cat. I checked thoroughly, as I was pretty sure I'd hit the wee cat. I started to reassess what had happened here, and I looked over to where the black cat had been sitting before this horror, and the same black cat was sitting exactly in the exact same place I'd seen it on my approach, completely unharmed, sitting like nothing had happened. I went over to the cat to see if maybe I had hit it and it was just stunned or something, but no, the cat was perfectly fine and almost happy to meet me. I got back in the car and got on my way. It puzzles me to this day. I'm certain I hit that little thing. Thankfully, it was just some sort of glitch. 10 years ago, I was returning home from a road trip with 2 friends. I received a phone call from my parents asking when we would be arriving, and I explained that we were around 25 minutes away. About a minute later, we come around a bend. It was a full moon, and we could see the reflection from the lake below us, and other than the road, it was completely empty. Suddenly, everything went completely dark in the car. No lights, no dash or gauges or headlights on the road. The music also stopped and restarted at the beginning of the CD we were listening to. There was now a vehicle pulled over by the police a quarter of a mile in front of us that hadn't been there a split second before. I assumed I had dozed off for just a second, as it was late. I thought it was still quite peculiar. After about a minute, the driver of the car turns the music all the way down and said, "Did that just happen to anyone else?" The other passenger, in the back seat, sat forward abruptly and exclaimed, "I thought I just fell asleep." Then we realized that the clock in the car was reading an hour later than it had just a minute before. To keep ourselves from freaking out, we decided the car had possibly had a momentary electrical failure and reset the clock to an old time. We turned off the dash lights, headlights and gauges, restarted the CD player, but when we arrived home 25 minutes later, we were an hour late. I'm missing an hour of my life, and to this day, I have no idea what happened. I was outside checking on some turtles that were hibernating a few miles into the woods. As I'm finishing checking on the last turtle, I hear this growl, and the entire woods goes quiet. I stand there for a second listening, and I can hear something moving through the woods behind me to my left. I get up, grab my walking stick, and pull out my knife and begin walking slowly to my truck. As I walk, I can hear it walking behind me slowly, working its way kind of to my side, where I can see that it's a huge wild dog. I get within about 100 feet of my truck when I hear it starting to run through the leaves. I turned around screaming as loudly as I could, swinging my walking stick, and it runs in the other direction but stops and watches me a few yards away. I keep walking to my car and it keeps following me right as I get close to my truck. I hit the alarm button on the keys and the wild dog runs off and I run to my car. While I drove out, I could see the dog in my rearview mirror following me, so I hit the gas to get out of there. At our school, we have an upstairs and a downstairs. Well, I just got out of class and had seen a girl downstairs, and then went upstairs to sit where I usually do, and she comes out the office, and this is strange, because she was walking somewhere else, and the only way she could have made it there was if she passed me without me noticing, or she went outside and up the ramp really quickly, and she had just a shirt and it was freezing outside. This has happened another time with another person, I think the same day or the day before. In my class, I saw this girl grabbing some brown paper towels for a project we were doing, and then went to go get some, and the paper towel was white. I went camping with a friend of mine, one 4th of July weekend. We were just friends, as she had a boyfriend, so she slept in her car with her dog, as she wasn't a huge fan of sleeping in tents, and I slept in the tent. My night goes fine. I sleep pretty well. The front of my tent was facing her car, and the rear of my tent was facing the woods. In the morning, as the sun was rising, I hear footsteps out the back side of my tent and feel and hear fur rubbing up against it. It's amazing how much you can hear in the middle of the woods, away from roads and cities. Unfortunately, the back of my tent was facing west, so there were no shadows. I figured, oh, she probably let her dog out and he wants in. So I opened the front of my tent towards her car, and my stomach dropped. In her car, I see her dog, a black Labrador, staring outside the window with paws on the dashboard growling, with his hair standing on end. So many things ran through my mind at once. Oh man, what the hell was behind me? I don't want to get eaten. So I just sat there staring at the dog, who was staring at whatever is behind me. It was one of those moments where everything goes silent and all you hear is your heartbeat. You feel it in your hands and you strain your ears to try and hear what you think is going to eat you. Eventually I built up the courage to clear my throat loudly, and I think whatever it was fled. I never knew what it was, but it scared the hell out of me. A few minutes later, my friend let the dog out of the car, and I grabbed it so it didn't chase whatever was behind me. The dog just wanted to cuddle anyway. I did have my firearm and bear spray, but it's not like I was going to leave my tent to apply it to whatever massive animal was behind it. And no, there was no food inside the tent, as we had sensibly left it in the cars. I used to walk some trails in a small park in my city. I was a 15 or 16-year-old girl who loved the peace and quiet of the woods as opposed to the heckling of the street. One day I go into my usual time after school at around 3 p.m. or so. I wander my usual route, and I should add it's not possible to get lost because these woods aren't very large. I notice it's getting dark quite quickly, almost out of nowhere, and suddenly I get a call from my mum, who is flipping out and demanding to know where I am. She says that she's been calling me for an hour. I tell her I never received any calls, and I've been walking like I always do. She tells me that I've been gone for 3 hours, but I'm never gone for more than 1. I check my phone and sure enough it says 6. Somehow I lost 2 hours of my life in those woods, and I have no idea how or why. It felt like an hour to me. My mum's calls also never showed on my log, even though I should never lose service in there. So, some time ago, I came home in our old family house, and when you walk into the front door, there was an armchair facing the TV, and to the left was a sofa, and my older brother was sat on the armchair, and I went to sit on the sofa. Brother's eye view was in my direction, and my mother was in the kitchen cooking. Next minute I heard my sister's voice screaming my name from upstairs. "Yang, come here." I replied, "I'd just be up there in a minute." She screamed at me to come up now, and I replied to give me a minute. She kept on shouting, and so I walked upstairs, and there was no one there. I was extremely confused and walked downstairs and asked my brother where Kim was. He said he didn't know. I walked into the kitchen and asked my mum, and she said that she had gone into town. The strangest bit is that I asked my brother if he had heard me shouting at her, and he said no. I'm still baffled by what went on then. I grew up having paranormal experiences take place around me, but I think the one that sticks out to me is a fairly recent one. Last year, my ex-boyfriend gave me a light string with rose-shaped decorations over the lights. I put it up on the wall next to my bed and used to leave them on all night before they stopped working, as I'm afraid of the dark. Well, one day in mid-December around 11 p.m, I was lying in bed ready to go to sleep when I felt a weight shift at the foot of the bed. It was as if someone had just sat down. I sleep with my room completely closed and both my door and windows shut, and I hadn't heard my door open, so it couldn't have been one of my parents coming in to check on me. A few minutes later, I managed to gather up the courage and sat up in bed to take a look. The loose end of the fairy lights, the one that just dangled off the wall, looked like it had someone pulling it away from the wall, and then the person was just releasing it. On its own. I swear I almost crapped myself. I stared at it for a few seconds, my heart pounding out of my chest, before I got my phone and turned on the flashlight and pointed it to it. As soon as I did that, it stopped. Needless to say, I did not get a good night's sleep after that. I worked as a forest fire ranger for 3 years while in college. We often spent up to 20 days in the bush, moving campsites as we worked along the fire's edge. One night, I got up to urinate with a lantern. I could hear some branches and movement at the edge of our camp. Wild animals never really bothered me over the years. We had many encounters with bears, specifically that would try to get to our food. Me not thinking too much, I made a little yip to see if I could stir something into running off. I used the lantern and can see the reflection of 2 sets of eyes in the light bulbs, but not much else in the outline of the woods. They were spaced about 20 feet from each other. I turned into camp pretty damn quick and got the chainsaw we used for cutting trees and making camps. I ripped it wide open and scared those buggers off. It was a pack of wolves, and they had been curious enough to inspect our camp. I fully understand that the wolves would not have likely have ever thought about attacking our camp, especially with 4 adults there. But there was something incredibly unsettling about the way they stalked and sat there when caught. It was definitely the most unsettling experience that I have ever had in the woods. I was around 3 or 4 years old when I had my first imaginary friends. Though my personal memory of the experience is dappled by age, my parents reminded me of the incident consistently. Having what I believed to be an overactive imagination, I created not 1, but 2 imaginary friends for myself. It started on the way to the local supermarket, when I slid from the far right seat of the back row of the car to the middle seat. My mother asked me what's the matter. I have 2 new friends, Mummy. What are their names, son? After a minute of staring out the window, I replied, this one's Jack. I looked out the other window. This one's Mac. My mother was fascinated by my sudden interest with imaginary friends and asked me what they looked like. They're both really old, Mummy, and have really long beards. My father at this point, being a devout ZZ Top fan, began singing La Grange. My mother, on the other hand, continued asking me basic questions about the 2 recently acquired friends. For the next 3 months, I took Jack and Mac everywhere with me. We had frequented one restaurant to the point that when the server saw our family, she automatically provided 2 extra chairs and placement mats for my friend. They never ordered anything, of course. It was one day that we entered our favorite restaurant that things got a little strange. The waitress prepared the table for us, with the 2 extra placemats as she normally would. When I informed her that I didn't have my friends anymore, she went, Sweetie, where are your friends? They went home. To our house? No, Mummy, they went to the graveyard. That's where I got them from. Both my mum and dad went white-faced, and I never had an imaginary friend after that. I live on my own, and I am the only one who has a key to my apartment. 2 weeks ago I left my place to go on vacation. I have a small black plastic coffee maker that came with a small black plastic spoon for coffee beans. I had it for about 2 months before I went on vacation. I distinctly remember this spoon, and it was black, just like the coffee maker. When I returned home, I couldn't find my coffee spoon anywhere. I checked all over my kitchen and apartment for it. That's weird, but I figured I probably accidentally threw it away or something. This morning, I tried looking for the spoon again, and I found a different spoon in my sink. It's a small coffee spoon, but it's white, and it also has a missing shape to the other one I had. I have no other appliances, and I have no idea where the spoon came from, and I don't remember using this spoon for anything ever. It's kind of insignificant, but it's driving me nuts. Maybe it was a white spoon all along and my brain remembered wrong. Where did my original coffee spoon go? My daughter continues to do very spooky things. I'm sure there are rational explanations, and usually I figure out what they are, but this one stumped me. The other night, she proceeded to read my mind over and over. I picked her up from school, and we were walking by this vending machine where I often buy her a chocolate milk, but I didn't have any coins with me. When I looked at it, I thought that in my head, damn, I forgot my change. But she answered out loud, "That's okay." And when I said, "What?" she said, "It's okay you forgot to bring money. I'm not thirsty anyway." I figured it was just her head reading my body language or something. Maybe that time it was. In the car, she asked me about having a friend over, and before I could answer, she said, "Okay, another night when we're not so busy then." I think she answered as I was thinking, and not even said yet, "We've got a busy night with," and I was just listing the things in my head as she interrupted me. When dinner was ready, she came downstairs the second it was ready without me needing to call her. We watched a movie, and I was getting hungry, and as I was thinking of a snack, she went and got me exactly what I was thinking of. It's not something I have often either, and she just guessed it. That's all I can remember, but there is more. I spent the entire night sure she could read my thoughts. But the next morning, everything returned to normal.